And we already know eventually Jeran will win Witsit over. It's all staged and planned. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe Witsit is legit.
Be 10-minute openings, 7-minute rebuttals, followed by 30 minutes of open cross-exam between the two interlocutors. And then we're
all right, let's get into the debate, man.
Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood.
So be sure to hold your questions till about midway through the debate. That way they don't get lost. Can do.
Thank you much. Are we good to go?
Yeah, I'll start the time when you start your speaking.
Okay. All right. So thanks everybody for being here. Obviously, thanks for inviting me, Austin. Thanks for moderating, Sean. I know it was last second. Much appreciated. So, and let me begin by saying hello to the former colleagues, friends I.
Oh, that's MCToon stopping the video.
Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood next to in the Flat Earth community, Austin Witsit. We ran summits, Globebusters. We spoke at conferences. We used a microphone and speaker at Venice Beach. We claimed to seek truth, and the same I thought could be said for all of you. Originally, the difference is that I actually meant it. Others did as well.
And these little shots right here make Jiren such a devil to me. Because just because you changed your mind and then nobody else do it, you're genuine and they're not. Maybe they haven't seen enough. See, the thing is, the globe earthers don't even respect Jiren. I heard a globe earther say the other day, I think it was the black guy, Greater Sapien. He said, now that Professor Duffy did his little experiment for us, how about we get him the hell up out of here because we don't agree with all that Jesus stuff he be preaching and all the Bible stuff. See, what Jiren don't realize, but maybe do, he's part of an atheistic cult, okay? He's part of a cult of atheists who they want to deny that there's a creator. They think that is so far-fetched that there's something advanced and intelligent behind creation. So the whole thing about their side, you know, it's really about, you know, denying the creator and what you call, some people call it intelligent design, creationism, right? But Jiren really ain't on a quest for the truth, man. Because if you think about it, right, it was so easy to turn you back to a glober that even the globers don't respect you. You would think that if you was Jiren, you would be taken off right now. They had the man all over the media before the experiment. They used him, and it seems they're done with him. It's just saying, man.
They've escaped the flat earth. We weren't here for a social movement. While I might agree with the ideas of that, those can be done in other ways. We were here for truth. And
Jiren think he's found truth just because he claimed that. I don't even buy that whole final experiment. I'm going to tell y'all something. I think the whole thing was faked. And their response to, so you just think everything is fake. How is that disproving my claim? If I say something is fake, you got to prove it's not. You can't ridicule me for saying maybe it's fake. Why would they? Oh, come on. See what flat earthers do? Yeah, flat earthers consider all possibilities. We don't have an incentive to just go along with the globe just because. That's an honest person. They're saying, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? They're turning over all of the stones. They're thorough. That ain't what Jiren was. It seemed like he was just couldn't wait to get back to the globe. It ain't a legitimate shift, right? It ain't a natural crossover, right?
a decade researching, presenting, defending the flat earth model. Why? Well, because I thought it was true. So sadder still, Austin and I both went on a trip in December to do what we both thought was helping the flat earth, and in my mind at least, by showing strong evidence for or against it. When I encountered the real world observations that flat earth can't explain, I didn't ignore it. I tested it. I went down, took action. I went to Antarctica.
And that go to thing again that make Jeran an agent. When he say flat earth can't explain it, he's saying I can't explain it. He's speaking for the whole community. Watch this. Drop a 1 in the chat room right now if you're a flat earther and you can explain a 24-hour sun on a flat earth model. Drop a 1 right now. It's gonna be embarrassing if I don't get no 1s, because Jiren gonna look right like, hey, none of them can explain it. I'm dropping a 1 because I can explain it. Y'all just don't like our explanations. Not liking our explanation versus disproving them is two different things, man. So the 24-hour sun can work on both models. The 24-hour sun can work on both models, and we have plenty ones. Even flat earthers will go back and forth on how they think it can work on flat earth, and all of them make good sense. Some of them I toss out right away, but I heard a lot of good explanations. Some better than mine, which is why I just stopped talking about it, and I get these guys to come up, and I still share mine, but I've interviewed the best people with the best explanations, and so I just kind of go with theirs. But what I don't do is say, this can't be explained on flat earth, because I would be a liar. The question is, why would you lie like that? You're lying like that because you don't want a real debate. In a real debate, you explain it on a globe, I explain it on a flat model, we see who's correct. In a fake debate, you tell everybody he can't explain it. How is that a debate if I don't give my explanation and you give yours and we battle of both of them? You're just showing up saying he has no explanation. Who does that? Why would a flat earther show up for a debate without an explanation on how it worked? So I think they should say the flat earthers have several explanations for the 24-hour sun on their model, but we don't agree with it and it don't make sense to us. Why not be honest and say that? Why not be honest and say that? See, when you're Jiren still is spewing out his programming. His media programming during that hit piece was to tell the world flat earthers don't have an explanation for this because everybody in the world don't research flat earth. They don't know what we got an explanation for or not. And when they try to look us up, they're censoring out. They can't find us because we're being censored. Is that fair? How is that a debate? When you've already told everybody they don't even have an argument, ain't no debate then. You basically showing up lying. And you got to ask yourself, why would they lie like them people ain't got an explanation versus saying they got several of them and they all stupid, we don't agree with them? Because they know they're not stupid. That's right. If they give flat earthers the time of day, which they won't, and if you don't, then it ain't a debate. It's a dictatorship and an echo chamber and a cult on y'all part, not on ours. We're not trying to silence y'all explanation. Y'all trying to silence ours. We want to hear y'all explanation, and then we want to spew ours, but we can't. Because every time we do that, it can't work on your model. Nope, it can't work on your model. How about you let us explain how we think it work on our model and we go through the intricacies of debunking it all? That ain't happened yet. Let's see if it happened in this debate.
Watched the 24-hour sun with my own eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA, it wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun.
But that don't mean I saw it. Think about this. If I say I'm not a flat earther no more because Jeran went to Antarctica and saw a 24-hour sun, I would be leaving flat earth based on a belief system, based upon me believing what Jeran did. That ain't how science works. You don't know something till you done it for yourself. A person can say, but Sanchez, don't we know the pyramids in Egypt? Until you go, you believe them. You believe a bunch of people that went. Well, what about the pictures? You still believe it. You didn't see it with your own eyes. You can literally go to Egypt and nothing's there and it was all a joke by the whole world. I don't believe that that's the case, but then again, the key words is believe. Science ain't a matter of what I believe or don't believe. It's what I can prove without it. Right. So that's the ballpark we in. I can't say it's true because Jiren saw it. I'll be lying. It ain't true to me. I can't copy off another man's homework. Until Sanchez go to Antarctica and see it for himself, I can't prove it. Keyword, I can't. If Jiren say I went there and I saw it, he can prove it for himself. Every man gotta go prove it for themselves. Well, Sanchez, everybody can't afford it, then you will only be bound to belief to the rest of your life. So my advice to you would be finding other ways to prove the shape of the earth, because there's more than one way to skin a cat. They trying to make it like one way, and that's a 24-hour sun, and the flat earthers don't have an explanation, and we do, so we won. No, brother, no. Come on back over here. It ain't that simple. That was slick. You think you slick. There's so many arguments on the table that prove a flat earth that still have to be debunked. And you seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica don't debunk these arguments on the left. The shape of the earth matters not when it comes to the motion of the stars. The sun and the stars can do whatever they doing over a flat or globe model. And neither one of us can prove the shape of the ground by predicting what we see in the sky. Let me show y'all something, right? Remember now, there were ancient people on the earth called Egyptians, Babylonians, Mayans, Olmecs, Vedics. They knew more about the stars than we do today. And even our physicists will tell you that and admit that. Here's the thing. Our ancestors were so good at making predictions of the stars that they was within like the 99% accuracy. They like 99.99% accurate with their predictions of the stars, and they didn't have no technology. The ancestors said the earth was flat, and they knew all the secrets of the stars. Listen what I'm telling you. They knew that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Why didn't they say, man, that debunked the flat earth? Because it doesn't. That's right. I'm telling you that the people who are experts at the sky looked at it and studied it and know more about the sky than what we know today. The Dogon and all of them know more than us. They know about the 24-hour sun too. But they still were flat earthers. I wonder why. Because that don't debunk the shape of the ground that I'm walking on. Only modern dumbed down people think that. But the ancients didn't think that. They had the 24-hour sun on their flat earth models, just like we do today.
Sun that he got from a Microsoft whistleblower. It's not hearsay. It's a real observation, 100% above board, despite what you hear from all the great flat earth researchers. And what did I find? I found a model that predicts and explains and matches reality exactly. And it sure as hell isn't the flat model.
It doesn't match it exactly. Because I'm going to show you why it doesn't when he keep talking, listening.
I thought people would be adults and we would say we were wrong when the evidence was dropped in our lap. And thanks to Robbie, Paul, Patricia, Austin Thompson, Alex Stein, and the others.
Guess what? This my thing right here. Jiren the one acting like a child. He acting like a little bitty boy because everybody don't believe in him. He's acting like a cult member. Just because Witsit haven't made his mind up on it yet, you can't rush that. He's gonna have to figure that out and do his own psychology. Everybody, not you, Jiren. And you can't insult people and call them children just because they don't subscribe to your cult. Tell me which one is acting like a cult. Y'all, as you examine this debate, tell me the persons that's acting more like cult members. Insulting people. Why are you insulting Witsit? I thought people would be adults. So now he's a child? He's a child just because he don't agree with you. That's some cult behavior.
And there's still some more people who want to remain unnamed, and still others that maybe nobody knows their names. So I'm happy at least that people can admit when they're wrong. But yes, for nearly a decade, I was one of the most vocal proponents of this theory about flat Earth, and it's sad to be here. I know there's a lot of people that I respect very much who are speaking at this event, who have been friends of mine for a long time. Haven't talked to them in 6 months because they abandoned me just like everybody else because I went down to Antarctica and came back and told you the truth. Can you imagine?
Now, guess what, though? People didn't abandon Jeran. Jeran came back calling everybody morons, retards, dishonest people. Jiren went down there with his mind made up. If I see a 24-hour sun, the earth is a globe, and everybody that don't agree with me, I'ma call them names. I'ma say that they childish like he doing Witsit, and I'ma just be insulting. So Jiren came back and turned on all of his buddies and saying that he the victim now. only thing people were saying to Jiren is, we don't agree with you. We don't think that what you saw in Antarctica debunks the shape of the earth. And Jiren would call them names, get mad at them. I thought you were genuine. I thought you were an adult. Bro, you the one lost your friendships because you're acting like a cult member. You the one ruined your relationships with people around you because overnight you just became a fanatic cult member, dude. You think everyone should subscribe to your ideology at the snap of a finger because Jeran said it's over and now we just got to go with our cult leader. You're the cult leader. You're the childish one. You're the one acting like a little bitty baby, crying and insulting people just because they didn't change ship when you did it, man. You ruined all of your friendships, coming back with your cult-like mentality.
You're all truthers, and you turned your back on me for going on a trip and telling you the truth.
Bro, you turn your back on everybody that said, congratulations with your trip, but I'm still a flat earther. Oh, you still a flat earther? You're dishonest. I thought you were an adult. Jiren turned his back on you when he said that. Jiren turned his back on a whole flat earth community. I can play the video. I remember it like it was yesterday. He said, I thought flat earthers were honest people. He started generalizing, talking bad about every flat earther just because he didn't come back and change every fucking body in the world into a globe earther. I guess Jiren had this scenario in his mind where he was gonna say, hey guys, I saw the sun in Antarctica do this, so it's a globe now, so now y'all got to go and think the way that I'm thinking right now. Or I ain't your friend no more. That was Jiren's behavior. If Jiren telling the truth about flat earthers turning their back on him, how the hell does Jiren have a huge subscriber base even after he hopped ship? Jiren's subscribers are 95% flat earthers. He only started getting globe earthers after the final experiment. So most of the man fan base was still there. He still had channel members. Listen to what I'm telling you. When the man came back from Antarctica saying the earth was a globe, he still had flat earth people who are channel members that didn't cancel their membership. His channel didn't skip a beat. Jiren's still getting the same numbers he been getting. He got all of his same moderators, channel members, roughly. It's like, even though they know Jiren is a globe earther, it's like they just rock with Jiren and his content. And yes, he got a lot of people that's channel members and regular subscribers who disagree with him every live stream. They clash with each other. It ain't all peaches and cream. But for the most part, I was shocked to see that the man just didn't fall completely off. Flat earthers are still subscribed to Jiren and they still watch him. I'm trying to see how they turned their back on him. See, they didn't turn their back on you, bro. They doing the same thing they been doing. Coming to your channel, hitting the notification bell, hitting the like button or the dislike button. You can't control that. A person get to do what they want. But what are you mad about? How did they turn their back on you? You turned your back on them and you went to the enemy side. You know that it's flat versus globe. And just because all of the flat earthers didn't go back to the globe with you, they didn't turn their back on you. It's just the other way around. You were one of us. And now you join the enemies. Guess what that means? You turn your back on us. Now you can say, well, it was for a legitimate reason. I found the truth and you guys are wrong. You still turn your back on us. You still was part of our thing and left us and joined the enemy. That's called turning your back on the people you was with. You may have your reasons for doing it. That's another thing. But at the end of the day, you was with us, you was fighting with us, and now you're fighting with the enemy. You turned your back on us, man. You turned your back on us. And now you trying to say we turned our back on you. That's interesting.
So what do you think that does to my opinion of the truthers of the flat earth? But what separates me from the community is exactly that I will follow the evidence even if it leads me somewhere uncomfortable. I'm not here representing.
Well, the whole thing is this right here. The evidence don't prove that the earth is a globe. The evidence proved you was wrong about how the sun worked over the flat earth model. And you need to go back to the drawing board and get it right. Why? You have done experiments to prove that the earth is flat. Laser test, mirror test. You prove that it's flat. You can't just throw those experiments out the water because you saw a 24-hour sun. If I go out there in the field and I do an experiment that proved that the ground is flat, me observing something in the sky don't change the data that I just came up with on the ground. There obviously something I was wrong about the nature of the heavens and not the ground. And the thing about flat earth, no flat earther claimed to notice all of the secrets of how the sky works. But guess what? Physicists don't either. They can say, well, we can predict comets and stars. Well, the Mayan was making predictions too, and they were flat earthers. Saying that we're able to make predictions don't prove the globe. It proves that you know what you're talking about saying when a comet gonna fly by, when this star gonna align with that one. You right about that. I'm right about that. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you make predictions too. It's easy, man. All you gotta do is get the sky map. Like the cheat sheet is there now. The ancestors did all the work. This the thing about the sun, the moon, and all that globies don't want to talk about. All the predictions we make about the stars and the luminaries up there is based upon ancient data. That's right. We didn't reinvent the wheel. The Egyptians and the Mayans mapped out the whole sky. They got the whole sky map. We didn't do nothing but take that data and put it into digital form into computers, but we didn't redo it. We still using the same ancient systems to make predictions about the sky. But they're telling you when we make these predictions, we can do it because Earth is a globe. But think about it. They saying we can make these predictions because Earth is a globe, but you're making these predictions by studying a sky map that was created by flat earthers. The physicists will tell you that the Mayan knew more about time than us. The Mayan knew more about the nature of the heavens than us, and that the Mayan has the most accurate calendar to date. The Mayans were flat earthers. They knew about the 24-hour sun. Think about this, right? Globe earthers say we can predict what's going to happen in the sky, and it happened. Therefore, the earth is a globe. We saying there's going to be a 24-hour sun in this location at this time. That proves earth is a globe because this is not possible on a flat earth. But the main thing that they say is, don't you know we make predictions about the sky based on the globe model? And I got to correct them. No prediction we make about the sky is based upon the globe model. Listen, the people that created gravity and the heliocentric model, when they came onto the scene, which is the Ptolemies, when the Greeks came to Egypt, they was the one brought the solar system, the heliocentric model. The Egyptians had Nut and Geb. They had the same flat earth stuff that the Mayan had. Now keep in mind, when Newton was sitting under that apple tree, the Mayan, the Olmec, and all them was already making predictions about the sky, and Newton wasn't doing it yet. That's right. Let me say that again. All of the white European Freemason, the Greek Freemasons, like Newton and Galileo, the founding fathers of your globe, your heliocentric model, when they was trying to figure out the globe model, our flat earth ancestors was already making predictions about the sky. You got to picture this in your head, man. When these Greeks was sitting up under apple trees trying to figure out how the universe worked, our ancestors had already mapped out the whole sky and was making predictions. The people that say they know the shape of the earth are using the sky map that our ancestors created. If Isaac Newton knew more about the earth than the Olmecs and the Mayans, why are he using their data to make predictions? If they know the earth is a globe now, then all the predictions that was made by the flat earth ancestors should be wrong. According to globe earthers, the sun can't even do what it's doing on a flat earth model. But remember, the flat earth ancestors had a 24-hour sun on their model. It didn't stop them from saying the earth was flat, and they were still making predictions. They're saying the 24-hour sun ain't possible on a flat earth model, right? But it's possible on both models. They're giving you a false dichotomy to run from the debate. The question is, if the globers know more about what the sun doing and what the moon doing and the stars doing than the flat earthers, why all of the predictions that we make is based upon ancient data? The people that's claiming to school us flat earthers about the sun and moon and all that, they're making predictions about the sun and moon and all that with flat earthers data. Let that sink in.
Representing NASA. I'm not here on behalf of any government. I'm just here on my own telling you my observations and what they mean to me. What is this debate not about, I guess, is, let me get to this part. So my opponent, obviously Austin, I think Austin's sharp. I think he's articulate. I think he's smart. I think he's undeniably passionate. I used to admire that passion, and I do, but I think that the passion without precision is just noise. Austin's approach is a philosophical approach, I believe, more than it is scientific. And here's what we can expect Austin to do tonight, at least in my opinion. He's not going to answer my questions because he's going to leave us with no picture of how the world works or how it looks or how it operates. No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue.
But you're going to do the same, though. I'm going to make a prediction that what Jeran saying Austin going to do, he's going to do it, but Austin ain't going to do it. He's projecting. Let's see if I'm right about my prediction.
About how anything works. He won't offer any explanation since flat Earth doesn't have any. It will instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. I agree with that. However, it is true. So he also won't at any time offer a working map or model, won't provide a model that matches all known observations, won't explain how you can have circumpolar stars in the south, seen from the continents, the three continents, explain why the north at 80 degrees are seeing an inverse but identical observation today that we made 6 months ago to the day, predict sunrise and sunset times for every location on Earth with a flat Earth geometry, or tell us how the sun stays invisible for 24 hours at a time in Antarctica unless he invokes refraction or reflection.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Because the sun is not a physical solid object. It's definitely a refracted light from a source light. Make no doubt about it that there are very decorated physicists who don't all agree with the nature of the sun. You have people who are very respected in the field of science who don't believe that the sun is physical. So this is not no cut and dry debate, right? So people like Eric Dollard would tell you the sun is a converter of a source energy, but that can be proven that the sun we see in the sky is more like a projected sun from a source light, and everything in the sky is projected from another source. Nothing in the sky we see is physical, which is why the ancestors called the light fixtures luminaries, meaning holograms. And we can prove that this is the nature of the heavens. But I want to review the debate.
Jiren, real quick. Jiren, I paused the time for you. Before we started, you said you were going to minimize yourself. Are you thinking you're showing something right now?
No, I'm not showing anything yet.
Okay, all right, good.
Yeah,
I'll resume the time.
Okay, thanks. So one of the biggest problems is that that I've seen is that the flat Earth has become somewhat of a cult. So why did I leave it? Well,
You know what's crazy? That when you say that the flat Earth has become a cult, Jiren is saying that when he became a flat earther, it wasn't a cult. But slowly over time, flat Earth became a cult right when he became a globe earther. Tell me how that makes sense now. Tell me how that makes sense now. Tell me how I join a church right now I go join a church. I be with that church for a decade. But the moment I decide, screw this church, I want to go over here with the Satanists, I start saying that the church I left is a cult. Don't that sound like a woman who was with a man for a long time, and when she divorced him, she got nothing but bad to say about him? Just like a bitter bitch that can't part ways respectfully, because not everybody gonna do what you want them to do, bro. Not everyone just gonna turn over and become a globe earther just cause you did. Just like a woman, man. You can't have everything your way, and that's a cult mentality, thinking you can. Calling us a cult just because we won't convert to your cult is some real sneaky reverse psychology, but it ain't gonna work on me.
I left it not because I was debunked, not because I lost a debate or because I was paid off or because I was got tired of fighting. I left because I did something that very few in this community are willing to do. That's testing our conception of the Earth. Think of what the flat Earth has brought in 10 years. It's been 10 years.
Think about this, right? Just because flat earthers didn't go to Antarctica to observe a 24-hour sun don't mean that they ain't been out there in the field testing and doing experiments. Let me show you an experiment right now. Eric Dubé just did this 2 weeks ago. He went out to a lake, and I'm gonna play this video in a minute. Listen.
Over many more.
The thing what make Jiren a cult member and an evil person is he's just a compulsive liar. He did an experiment in Antarctica. Now he's saying no other flat earthers do experiments. Bro, that's real deceptive. That's a lie from hell. Flat earthers are still doing experiments. Today, we just ain't doing the one you want us to do. Jeran act like every flat earther got to believe what he saw in Antarctica and subscribe to the globe, or we cult members. When we're going out there proving that the earth is flat from the ground, we are flat earthers. We ain't claim to know everything about the sun and the moon, but we don't have to. Our flat earth ancestors did. And y'all are listening to them just like we are. We in the same boat when it comes to the nature of the heavens. Because the globe earthers use the same ancient systems we use to make predictions. The globe earthers use ancient flat earth systems to make predictions about the stars. So observing what the stars is doing don't really prove either model. If a globe earther can use my model to make prediction about the stars, then I guess the nature of the stars is interchangeable. Like what I'm observing in the sky, it was, excuse me, I said what I'm observing in the sky. The sky map data, the data we use to make predictions, the sky was observed by ancient people for millennia. It will take you centuries to map out the sky because the sky turning so slow. For the Mayans to create those long counts, they had to been studying the sky for generations. That's right. For the Mayans to make the calendar that they got that goes all the way into predicting the future, then the nature of time must be true the way the Mayans explained it. Think about this, right? The experts will tell you that the Mayans were expert on time, but they are teaching y'all how time worked based upon Pope Gregory. That's right. So instead of them teaching the whole world what the Mayans said about the nature of time, they're giving you the Greeks' version of a timeline when the Mayan had time as a ripple effect. They are admitting to you that these people know more than us about the sky, and we even listen to these people, but they wrong about the shape of the earth. But they will say that the way the sun work in the sky is only true for a globe. Make it make sense. The people in power don't even lie. They'll tell you that the ancient people know more about us when it comes to the sky. And they knew about it before we knew about it. But then they'll turn around and contradict themselves by saying the way the sun work right here can only work on a globe. But the people that you calling experts about the sky were flat earthers, my man. How does this make sense? Not only were they so accurate about the sky, you globe earthers still use their sky data to make predictions today while saying that if flat earthers were right, the sky wouldn't work on a model. If you see what they're saying, the way that we observe the sky can't work on a flat earth model, but they're making predictions from sky data that come from flat earthers. I'm gonna say that one more time. Y'all don't know how crazy this is. They're saying that the way the sky work, it don't make sense on a flat earth model, but they still will admit we don't know more about the sky than those ancient flat earthers. How, Sway? How can you say that the way the sky work debunks flat earth, but when it's time for you to make predictions and learn stuff about the sky, you go to flat earthers?
Years, we have brought nothing to the world. We have invented nothing. We have increased the knowledge of nothing. We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel and then got off and been.
He's saying this is what flat earth has done, right? He's saying that flat earth has brought nothing to the world. We made no inventions or none of that. Check it out, right? If you in my chat room right now and you follow the teacher One World, One Hood, drop a 1 if y'all remember when his son made an energy machine. See, I can show you 2 flat earthers right now. One World, One Hood, one of them. Their sons are the next Nikola Teslas. These are black children, by the way. We ain't pulling the race card, but I think that's dope. Everyone, if you remember One World, One Hood, drop a 1. He came onto a show. He said, Sanchez, was it his son or one of his students' son? It was one of them. But the little boy came up, and he was really young. The boy had the light working from his little energy machine. It was based upon flat earth. It was based upon the ether and Nikola Tesla's knowledge. They said that flat earthers didn't invent nothing, but we invented the very sky map that scientists use to make predictions. Ain't that something? The Mayans were flat earthers. They invented pyramids. They invented subtle energy. They invented so much advanced stuff that we use today and don't even give them credit for. Flat earthers laid the foundation of everything the world is enjoying. It is the globe earthers that are coming along with the transhumanism and the technological takeover with the New World Order agenda, because they got to convince the world that the ancient people didn't know what they talking about, so that we don't listen to the plan that the ancestors left for us. We listen to the New World Order agenda and the modern physicists, the United Nations, World Economic Forum, NASA, the people Jiren going with. The world and all of its leaders. From a Christian perspective, you ought to know something ain't right about that. The Bible said that the world and all of its leaders is going to hell because they don't have the truth. The Bible say that, not Sanchez. The Bible prophesy, and the Bible been very accurate. The Bible prophesied in Revelation that the whole world gonna be deceived by the scientists of the world, the physicists of the world, the politicians, all of the world leaders, your religious leaders, your physicist teachers, all of the people in a position of power that's controlling what you think about yourself and your reality. The Bible said those people are gonna deceive the whole world and lead them to hell with the beast. So I don't feel bad when I realize that, damn, the whole world is against me. I look around, I say, man, don't nobody like flat earthers, and all we doing is questioning shit. The Bible say prove all things. And you will have a Christian mad at you for making these people prove what they saying. That's all we doing. We've been believing these people for years. We ain't made them prove nothing, and the Bible tell you to do that. You will have a Christian get mad at you for questioning the world around you when the Bible told them in the end of days, let the young men dream dreams and the old men see visions. What that means is to open your mind. Young men will dream dreams, old men will see visions. That means that there will be a new awakening on the earth. Why? It's Aquarius time. Everyone know the Aquarian age is the awakening age. We all know that. Someone's trying to stop that awakening. Humanity's awakening required to us to stop thinking the way we've been thinking. We got to rise up against normality and the status quo. And the first form of that spiritual revolt is in the form of questioning what we've been told about ourselves and the world around us. And they know that this awakening coming because we asking those questions, and look at the resistance. Look at Jeran's evil energy. Look at how he's doing Witsit. That was his friend. And look at how he's talking about him with these globalists. A traitor, and it's okay if you want to trade and go to their side, but you went over there talking hella crap about flat earthers and we was still respecting you. What do you think we're going to do? We're going to start talking crap back at you, Jiren. And it ain't that we turning our back on you. It's that when you left the flat earth, you didn't leave it respectfully. You left it like a bitter bitch talking crap about everybody because they didn't do what you were doing.
Been like really proud of ourselves, but when you look back, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't do anything. We didn't bring anything to the world. And there's a certain point where you need to say, hey, shouldn't we have something by now? Shouldn't we have something? So
you got to speak for yourself. Like Jeran can't say what I have, what you have, what Witsit have. If you are a flat earther and your life has been on an upward progression and you're walking the truth, drop a 1 right now. If you out there having things, living in abundance, feeling good about yourself, being successful with your beautiful flat earth self, drop a 1. Jeran can't tell us what we got. He acting like a cult member, man. All he's doing, he's wasted his whole introduction with insults, things he can't possibly know about us. Go ahead and drop them ones, man. Let it show. If you in my chat room right now and you're a flat earther, but you still living good and you still got swag and you ain't out here broke, you got your money right, your health right, you're looking good, but you just think the earth flat. Drop a 1, man. Drop a 1. What the hell Jeran talking about? You got to speak for yourself on that, man.
I tested my conception of the Earth. I went to Antarctica. I witnessed the 24-hour sun. I saw it with my own eyes. It means that the South is not a lie. We'll get into that. But let's talk about the so-called research that was done around the response to the final experiment. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any. No investigation, no travel, no counter-experiments, just knee-jerk denial, memes, name-calling, lazy live streams from basements with the globe in the trash and Dave Weiss's app back on a digital Ouija board. Instead of being met with genuine curiosity, my trip to Antarctica is something this community has claimed that they wanted for years. This was something that people pushed for, wanted, said was impossible. We went and did it, but instead it was treated like betrayal.
My whole thing is this right here. There are some flat earthers, I agree with him, that said a 24-hour sun is impossible on a flat earth. Did you debunk flat earth or did you debunk them? You can't debunk flat earth by taking a claim that a flat earther made about the sky and saying that debunked the ground. Because a flat earther is saying that the earth flat based upon ground experiments like the one I'm about to show you right here with Eric Dubé. And we gonna keep saying the earth flat until you debunk these experiments. Let me tell y'all why Jiren is such a loser and a piece of shit, right? Here's why. Jiren want us to debate his Antarctica trip, but he don't want to debate our laser test. And flat earthers are saying, we're willing to talk with you about the final experiment and debate that. And Jiren is like, it ain't no debate. You guys don't have an explanation for this and you being childish. You being a cult because you just won't say the earth is a globe and follow me. That's a cult, bro. If we do that, that'll be a cult. Watch this, right? I want to show y'all something. I want to show y'all something real quick. This is Jiren. When we're arguing the Coriolis, this is Jiren. They point inward. Okay, so listen, this gun. Let me put Jiren on. Jiren made the best argument for flat Earth with his mirror test. Let me pull that up. Watch this. Let's play this. Let's play this. See, Jiren gotta debunk himself if he want me. I'm gonna make a deal with you. If you're a globe earther and you watching this, Jiren, MCToon, globe earthers, I will do what Jiren did. I'll say, screw the flat Earth, man. Earth is a globe. But you gotta do one thing for me. And it ain't the final experiment. It's, Jiren, I want you to debunk this experiment of yours. You got to have a Jirenism versus Jirenism show. I don't know why Jiren want to debate flat earthers when Jiren can just debate his old self. Wouldn't that be dope? Wouldn't it be dope if Jiren went live and played all of the videos when he was a flat earther and debunked himself instead of calling all of us stupid? Say, I was stupid. Look at what I believe. And then debunk yourself. Because I'm going to play you right now. Let's play this.
Orbit or whatever you said. So I've seen them release ping pong balls in there and they just go everywhere. So there is no gathering of mass in the center. The ping pong balls don't come together and make a sphere. And you're talking about little drops of water that they do on the ISS. Tell them to do a gallon of water. Gallon of water will go everywhere. It's not going to hold a gallon of water in space. You just see them do little balls and then you're like, oh, if they do little balls, they must do gigantic Earth-sized balls. No, that's ridiculous. It's not going to happen. The other thing is, remember when we were in school, what they told us was, here's proof of gravity, and they took a bucket of water and spun it around their head. Remember that? Which is not proof of anything.
Let me skip to the part where he goes what I'm talking about. Let's skip it up.
Let me share my screen real quick and I'll be done. So this is the cheapest test you can do, also the easiest test. It's just called a mirror test, okay? So if you do the mirror test, all you need is a camera, a mirror, and 2 people, okay? And you have somebody go to where there's a body of water. Monterey Bay works great in California. I don't know where else you might want to go. But this body of water across here, let's say we're 25 miles. 25 miles is 104 foot of bulge. If you don't know how big 104 feet is, it's a 10-story building. It's huge. It's like the Jesus Redeemer statue in Brazil, right? That's 100 feet. So in between 2 people 25 miles apart, there's supposed to be 104 foot bulge. Now, if you go out and have this guy hold a mirror and you have basically the light's going to be coming.
Y'all, I'm about to, a nail in the coffin coming up. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. I'm about to put a dagger so deep in the globe, and I'm going to use Jeran's own experiment to make my argument about the North Star and South Star. Because Jiren made a point. He said, listen, if the sky rotates clockwise in one hemisphere, counterclockwise in the other hemisphere, and we can see the North Star and South Star at the equator doing that, how is that possible on a flat Earth? I'm about to show y'all in a minute. Let's go.
Obviously like this. The light rays are coming down. Oops, sorry, this thing's in the way. There we go. So if the mirror's coming down and it's flashing on this mirror, and then you have somebody with a camera over here who's just looking across the water and trying to pick up the mirror flash. The thing about a mirror flash is it's a line of sight observation, meaning, and you can go do this right now in your front yard. Take a mirror out with your friend, start flashing the sun at them, and then get behind something like a car, garbage can, anything. The second that mirror is occulted, meaning the second that you don't have line of sight to the mirror, you lose all flash. So when you're actually seeing a mirror flash, and you can prove this right now, you will see that it's because you have line of sight between you and the mirror. Now go out to a water 25 miles apart and watch this person zoom in and pick up this person doing the mirror flash. Here's one that they did in Monterey Bay with a P900 infrared. Again, we can show you where the cameras are. Look at this mirror flash. How are you seeing a mirror flash? They're supposed to be 100 foot. No, they're doing 18 miles, I think. So it's like a 60-foot hump. But 60 foot is a 6-story building. How would we be seeing a mirror flash from the other side of the water when there's supposed to be a 60-foot hump in between?
Right.
The answer is there is no curvature on Earth. Okay. You might see things that look like, oh, isn't this hidden? No. And actually you can see over here, this is the beach. There is no curvature on Earth. There is no curvature on Earth. Okay.
Y'all heard it. So check this out. If we shouldn't see a mirror flash because the globe Earth should be hiding it. He's right. If we shouldn't see a mirror flash because the Earth is a sphere and the mirror flash should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, then guess what, people? There's no way that a globe earther should be standing at the equator seeing both the North Star and the South Star, which they claim is only possible on the globe. See, look, check it out. Globalists say, globalists will say when you at the equator, you see the image in the middle. And when you looking right, you seeing the South Star with the sky going one way. And the globalists at the equator saying when they look left, we see the North Star with the stars going the other way. How is that possible on a flat Earth? Here's the real question. How is it possible for you to see the North Star and South Star on a damn globe if we can't even see the mirror flash that's hidden? The same people that say you can't see that ship because it went over the curve will now tell you that they can walk outside and look to their left and see the South Star, look to their damn right and see the North Star, and they ain't thinking, if I can do this where I'm at on the equator, what about the people that's opposite of me on the globe? If I can stand right here on the globe and look to the North Star and the South Star, what about the people in any other area? Why is that only, see what I'm saying? From your perspective. Why can't a person here see the West Star and East Star? Get what I'm saying? It's more than just North Star, South Star. The people here would look up and they would have a central star above their west side. Remember, ain't no directions in space. So we're only referencing the central luminaries and from our perspective where we at on the globe. So on a globe, you wouldn't have a North Star and a South Star by themselves. You would also have a West Star and an East Star. We got to surround this thing. The people that's right here looking straight up, and what is right up? What is the star right above them on this side or this side? Why y'all only got a North Star and a South Star? But guess what? The North and South Star is visible in the same, from your same one perspective at the equator. How is that? People, look at the globe. No one standing where I got this man at. Remember now, the North Star and South Star are stars that are far off in space, way outside the globe. You know that the sun goes down at the horizon line. They said that the sun went over the curve of the Earth. Why ain't the North Star hidden by the curve of the Earth like the sun do when they say it's set? You see how they shooting themselves in the foot? They said a boat went over a curve, you can't see it. The sun just went over the curve, you can't see it. But you can see the North Star and the South Star over the curve to make your point, to make your argument. And don't nobody say nothing about it. Don't nobody say nothing about it, man. Impossible. To say that this is impossible on a flat earth is bananas. It is way more impossible on the globe, man. And the crazy thing about this being impossible on the globe, it's impossible by y'all's own logic. Sanchez, you can't see over the curve, but you can see the North and South Star when you walk out your damn porch. You can walk out on your porch and look left and right, time-lapse footage. That go to South Star, that go to North Star, and you in one area on, come on, bro. But I can't see the damn boat over the curve. Now the sun going over a curve, y'all, even though it's beyond the clouds. Look at the globe model now. When we at the beach and we see the sunset, and let's go to this real quick, man. Y'all gotta hear the bananas. You gotta hear this, right? When we're at the beach, let's go to this coin up. Let's pull this up. Right, when we're at the beach, right, and we see the sun setting, they will tell flat earthers the sun went over the curve of the earth. That's what they say, y'all. They don't like our quarter on the table example because the table flat. They saying, nope, the sun going over a curve. That's why you can't see it no more. How the hell, bro, you mean to tell me we can't see the sun because it went over the curve, but y'all can see the North and South Star at the same damn time? What? Bro, this just is impossible. It's just impossible. Let's play the video, man. See, but globalists believe anything. They believe anything. Let's go.
Why? Because I didn't come back with a blurry GoPro clip of an ice wall. Instead, I came back with something far more dangerous to flat Earth, and that's the truth. I watched the sun circle my head for 4 straight days. I recorded it. We live streamed it. We showed angles, timestamp, shadows, sun spots, you name it. All things that wouldn't exist as we saw them on a flat Earth. And so what do I get for that? Shill, actor, Freemason, CGI. The usual default settings of belief systems that can't survive contact with reality. This has opened my eyes to what the truth community really is. If this is the kind of research...
And I'm going to tell you, it opened my eyes to the piece of shit little boy that Jiren is. There have been so many Christians that call me evil. You know how many Christians call me satanic? There have been Christians that have called me demon. But guess what? I will still tell you, hey man, my grandma was a Christian. I respect Christians and I rock with Christians. I stand by Christians in this fight. I'm just trying to wake them up to what the Bible told them about them being led astray in the end of times, during the time of awakening. God said He gonna pour out His Spirit in the end of days to give us an awakening. And the people in power don't want that to happen. They trying to stop that awakening because the world is about, the book of Revelation is a revealing. People who waking up, they about to see all the lies we've been told since we've been born. And you're gonna realize we were born into a damn cult, man. And the moment you start questioning the cult, people gonna act like Jeran. Look at how Jeran acted. Reverse psychology, projected.
Research that they do about the Antarctic trip.
See, my whole thing about Jiren, a couple of flat earthers call him names, and he just lashed out on the whole flat earth, every flat earther in the world, man. Jiren got a chip on his shoulder against flat earthers, period, just because a few of them call him names. That'll be like me having a chip on my shoulder against every Christian that ever called me a demon. That'll be childish. That'll be cult-like. But I'm not like Jiren. I'm not a little ass boy. I'm not finna disown a whole damn group because a few of them call me names. That's a little bitty ass boy with a cult-like mentality.
Then think of all the things that I thought they were researching correctly before. And it becomes a little bit like a cult when you can't question the doctrine, you can't update the model, you can't accept conflicting evidence.
And that's my thing, right? He literally went to a cult and saying we're a cult. He's saying it's a cult when you can't update the model, change the model. And that's what I'm saying. Change the model, update it. Don't abandon it, nigga. Jiren proved the earth was flat right here on the video. He said it out of his mouth.
There is no curvature on Earth.
Yeah, I've measured it flat.
Right? Listen.
Anybody with any intelligence realizes that the sun cannot be going around somebody in Antarctica and the Earth be flat.
But then he says,
Yeah, I've measured it flat.
if you measured it flat, what you saw the sun do in Antarctica ain't gonna change your measurements, man. That's right. So that's why Jiren don't want to have a debate about the ground. He got to keep bringing up the final experiment like everything is based upon him and his little argument. It's more than one way to prove the globe or the flat earth, and either side ain't got to be bound to the final experiment. That's your experiment, bro. Everybody didn't do it. So let's debate about something everybody can do. Everybody can't go to Antarctica. It's expensive. Right? Everybody can go outside with the nearest lake, and you just said it. It's an easy, cheap experiment. Listen to Jiren. He said it right here. Everybody can do this. So why not debate from a perspective and an experiment that everybody can do versus a few imposters that went down there and want everybody to believe them? That ain't scientific. If I abandon the flat earth right now, it won't be genuine. It'll be me saying, yep, I just believe Jeran. He said he went and he saw it. So, yep, I'm not a flat earther. That'll be dumb. That'll be immature. That'll be being a follower. That'll be just anti-science. That ain't the way science works. Even if Jeran right, that would be anti-scientific and irresponsible on my behalf. Even if let's say they're right about the shape of the earth, it's a globe, and they can prove it with the 24-hour sun, which they can't, right? I'm debunking that right now, but I'm giving that scenario. I would have to go to Antarctica and see it for myself. You know, because guess what Jeran said for years? Jeran said, I never been to space. I can't prove that space real just because them astronauts went. That's what Jeran was saying when he was a flat earther. So I'm telling Jeran, I can't prove that what you saw was real just because you went. I gotta go. And you can try to say, but you can believe me, man, I went. But unfortunately, my friend, science ain't based upon me and you being friends and me believing you. Science is based upon every man proving all things for his damn self. And if I'm going to be true to science, then I got to say, hey, Jiren, I'm glad you went, and I ain't mad at you for changing your mind, but now let me continue my journey. I'm still on my journey. You can't force your experience on me because I didn't see that and I didn't go, so you can't make me have your conclusion and your mind. That ain't how, that's anti-science. That is literally trying to force us into a cult based upon us believing you. Jeran mad because we don't want to be members of his cult, y'all. And because of that, he calling us a cult.
Okay, this is the beach in front of these smokestacks in
evidence, and you sure as hell can't leave if you notice that. It's Scientology with memes, basically. So here's my evidence focus area. Number one, I want to remind everybody that today's date is 6 months to the day that we filmed the 24-hour sun. Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time lapse of the sun circling us right to left in the south. If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees.
We can watch videos, but what are we proving? That don't prove shit. Okay, get the popcorn out. Let's watch the video. Now can we go back outside to the field and start talking about does the ground bend or not? If the earth is a globe, why the hell won't you prove it with spherical geometry, man? Why are you so scared to talk about the ground? If I'm a globe earther and I thought that the ground was curved, I would be happy to prove this with ground experiments that everybody can do versus trying to force everybody to look at my video and believe me. That ain't science. A person can watch your video and say, I think it's fake. I think it's staged. And then now you're going to argue with them, oh, you think I would do bro, science ain't about you trying to convince them to believe your footage. It's about us going outside doing the scientific method, and globalists are scared to do that. He did it. You know when he did it? He was a flat earther. I'm telling you, globalists are scared to do tests that are based. Think about what I'm telling y'all, right? If the earth is a globe, they use this model that I'm showing right now. This is the Pythagorean proof of curvature, right? This is spherical geometry. Why the hell are flat earthers using this to prove the flat earth, but the globalists are ignoring this and they thinking about the sun and the moon? Think about that now. If the earth was a globe, flat earthers would be running from this Pythagorean proof, but we running right to it because we know we can debunk it. Now you got to ask yourself this. If the earth was a globe and they use what I'm showing you right now to prove the globe, why the hell is the globe earther scared to debate us with spherical geometry? They want to talk about what the sun doing in Antarctica, not what the ground doing beneath their feet, y'all. Think about it. If the earth is a ball and they use what I'm showing right now to prove that it's a ball, why the hell are flat earthers referencing this more than globe earthers? Because they know that this what they use to prove the globe literally debunks it. They know that, and I'm finna show you that right now. Let's play this video from Eric Dubé because I'm talking too much and it's a bunch of clips I need to play. And we got to give Eric Dubé his props with this video that he done here. All right? It's just phenomenal work. It's a 5-minute video, and Eric Dubé don't mind if I play his content. He don't copyright me, which is why I constantly tell you he's one of the best flat earthers we got. When it comes to proving the shape of the earth, no. When it comes to that, I'm gonna put him and ODD in the top 3, right? Eric Dubé probably #1. So if he ever turn on flat earth, then we know we in trouble, right? But let's watch this. I'm gonna give Eric Dubé 5 minutes to shine on my channel because it's a short video and it's just so fucking awesome. Because Eric Dubé is using what the globe earthers should be using to prove the globe, but he using it to prove a flat earth, right? If the earth is a sphere, why don't globalists debate us using spherical geometry? Why are we looking at the sun? Which I prove that don't make no sense on your globe either. The way the sky is observed don't make sense on a globe. I just proved that. Look at this. On a globe, you can't go outside at the equator and see the North and South Star. Looking to each side. That's impossible because it's going to be hidden by the curvature. Unless you can look through the curvature of the earth, you shouldn't even have pictures like this. You shouldn't have pictures like this. So let's play Eric Dubé's video. I'm going to show y'all why the globe earthers never like to talk about the ground. They want to talk about the sun and moon when they use the flat earth model to make predictions.
If Earth is really a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, as we've been taught, then there must exist an easily calculable spherical curvature upon the surface. When the math is completed, we see that there is an exponential, measurable, and what should certainly be observable amount of curvature present on a globe of given proportions. After just 1 mile, there should already be 8 inches. After 2 miles, 32 inches. And after 3 miles, there should be 72 inches, or 6 entire feet of physical curvature between point A and point B.
And to spare y'all, I won't even play the whole video because he just gave you the foundation of spherical geometry. Now I can skip forward. He told you what should be, but it ain't. And that just debunks the globe. Ain't no other right way around it. It ain't like we making it up. We're using Pythagorean proof. Man, y'all ain't fair with this shit. Y'all are the real cult. Because think about what flat earthers are doing. We're using their own math to prove that they're lying. They're saying that the earth should do this as we move out. It should be 8 miles of curvature, 8 square inches of curvature per mile or some shit like that. You get it. Here go the model for it, right? I'm all over the place. Let me calm down. But the whole thing, basically my whole point is flat earthers are using globe earth. We're using globe earth math, what they said should be. And we going out there and not finding it. And Jiren did the same thing with his mirror test. He did the same thing with his mirror test. So you got to ask yourself, if Jiren is such a glober now, why isn't he debunking his mirror test? He never debunked that. Jiren proved that the earth was flat with this mirror test, but he can't debunk it by seeing the sun do something, right? You can't. He got to literally go debunk the test that he proved the earth was flat. You got to do that one. And Jeran ain't gonna talk about this. He trying to run away from this and just talk. He want everyone to talk about the final experiment, and we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about spherical geometry because this is how you supposed to prove a globe. This is how you prove a globe, by studying what the ground is doing beneath your feet. And they said it's supposed to be balling up evenly, just like we see here. Let's see if that's true. Let's go do an experiment to see if this model, see, we're debunking their model right now. people say, can you debunk the globe earth model? This is a globe that I'm showing you. And this is the math that's based upon curvature for a ball. It comes from Pythagorean, right? What's the dude name? I was trying to think of his first name. The guy who made the Pythagorean theory. I forgot his first name, but he's a globe earther. And we just using his model to debunk him. Let's do it right now. Let's play this from Eric Dubé.
Between point A and point B. Let's see if this supposed curvature is anywhere to be found. Taking my trusty Nikon P900 ultra zoom camera.
Now look at this lake. If me and you was standing right here where my mouse at, look, and we saw a boat take off, globalists will say the boat disappeared over curvature. But if you zoom out, ain't no curvature. It's a big flat plane. It's vanishing point. They're making it like vanishing point is curvature. Stupidity.
We traveled to Highland Lake to perform our own experiment. From one end of the lake to the branching midpoint is almost exactly 3 miles, giving a perfect camera position and target observation area. I also tried a couple other camera positions along the beach with 2 other target observation areas in an attempt to see farther than 3 miles. Unfortunately, due to the angles of the lake and trees, 3 miles was the maximum I was able to see. But on larger lakes or plains, this experiment can be and has been repeated and verified by laser measurements and found to be perfectly level over many more miles. The natural physics of standing water, like that found in a lake, is to remain perfectly level across its entire expanse. If any disturbance is made, the surface will sway up and down temporarily, ultimately returning to a completely flat, level expanse.
Astro 40K, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. My bad. I'm gonna read them all anyway at the end, like I always do. Shout out to Fela B. Sunset is 8:45 p.m. December in Tasmania. No 24-hour sun. Sunset is 8:45 p.m. in Tasmania. No 24-hour sun. I repeat, check that out now. Astro 40K salutes to the trolls. They just make us go harder for sure. On the truth, Rob, start a family and get a job. This sad, Sanchez. Keep it up. Flat power. Let's get back to the information. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna read all of these at the end.
Because still water cannot physically stack upon itself.
Right.
This is why water is a universal leveling tool that has been used in engineering and construction for millennia. Bodies of still water lack the physical capacity to curve, show convexity, or any other shape upon their surface.
Right.
But the globe defies this empirically demonstrable fact by claiming all of Earth's lakes, rivers, ponds, and oceans are impossibly bending around stuck to a sphere.
Right.
Does it appear that the water at one end of the lake is 6 feet lower than the water at my feet? We shouldn't even be able to see the opposite shoreline, docks, boats, chairs, and grass, if that was the case. Watch as I zoom back out from this house, and it eventually disappears into the horizon. If this house was a boat retreating from shore, most globe believers would claim it was disappearing over the curvature of the Earth by now.
Yeah.
Even giving the benefit of the doubt.
And that's just something is crazy because globe earthers don't understand vanishing point. We can't see forever. And when they eyes fail to track the object in the distance, they say, well, it went over the curve. That's what they say, y'all. Do you want to be dumb, man, just to be part of the crowd? Look at this, right? This is what vanishing point is. Things will get smaller in the distance. They act like the sun don't shrink when it's moving away from us, man. The sun ain't shrinking. The glare just shrinking because the glare moving away from you too, you damn dummy. Think about it. They try to say the sun ain't really shrinking. That's its glare shrinking. Dude, nothing should be shrinking if it's all 93 million miles away. That's right. I don't get it. It's like saying, guess what they're saying? They're saying, look, Sanchez, you got a flashlight on, right? You got a flashlight on, Sanchez. When you move it away from you, Sanchez, it gets smaller. Now think about this. The globalists are saying the light itself, the device, it ain't shrinking, but the glare is shrinking. Does that make any sense? If I move this little box away from you, it's gonna get smaller. And the glare gonna get smaller too. The glare shouldn't be shrinking either. The glare is 93 million miles. Think about this. Think about this, right? The sun is in space. So the glare that you see shouldn't even be there because they tell you that the sunlight can't shine through the darkness of space. They say that the sun is 93 million miles away. In between the sun and the earth is complete darkness. The only way we can see the sunlight is when it's refracting and reflecting from the earth's atmosphere. How the hell we get glare in? They saying that the glare is coming from the sun itself, which is letting us know they know that the sun we see in the sky must be within the atmosphere. Duh. You can't have a glare from this light. Think about what I'm telling you. Let's take this light. All of the space in between it is dark. But yet when I look up in the sky at the sun, I see a ball carrying the glare with it. Does that match what they say about the sunlight in space? They say in space, the sun is shining, right? This box is the sun. And then the light is the sunlight, right? They say the sun is shining, right? You can't see the light. But they say the sun is shining in space. I'm going to put my hand right there so you can see the light. In between, this whole in-between area is dark. The sunlight can't illuminate space because it needs a medium for the light rays to bounce off. So when the light rays of the sun hit the earth, it completely engulfs one side of the earth uniformly with sunlight. If that's the case, we would never see a little bitty ball carrying a glare with it and the glare getting smaller. Use your head and think about what I just said. The sunlight is traveling 93 million miles to get to us. And it's darkness in between it. And when it finally reaches the earth, this is what it does. Let me show you. When the rays finally reach the earth, they uniformly, look at here now, they uniformly illuminate an entire side of a globe. If this is the case, I would never see a little bitty ball in my sky taking a glare with it and the glare getting smaller and shrinking. That wouldn't even be a glare from an object 93 million miles away. You would just be immersed in uniform light rays no matter where you at on the earth if you're in that daylight. It's common sense, people. Now, let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something real quick from Phuket World. Shout out to him. Okay, maybe I took it off. Let me pull it up again. From Phuket World. If you ain't subscribed to Phuket World, I recommend it. So check this out. Here is Phuket World. Now, globalists like to say flat earthers ain't using a camera lens to take the glare off. They scared of that glare, right? Phuket World put the lens on, got rid of the glare, and measured the sun as it set. And as you can see, when the sun is right here on high as it's setting, it's shrinking, y'all. Globalists don't do these kind of experiments. Why don't Jiren do this experiment? If you want to observe the sun to prove a model, think about this. All of the flat earthers say that the sun will shrink. They don't want to deal with that. You see, all of the arguments that they know we can prove if we all go outside and look at it, they don't want to deal with it. They only want to deal with the final experiment and point everybody in the world to look at what they did in Antarctica. And that ain't firsthand experimentation. That's a belief system and a cult where everybody just believe in Jiren while he calling us a cult when we literally out here doing experiments. How the hell is flat earth a cult when we out here doing the scientific method proving that what they told us is bull crap? And Jeran, the one that's trying to force everybody to believe his personal experience, which is what a cult is. Think about what a cult is, right? A cult is if I tell all of y'all I met an alien. You didn't meet the alien. You didn't experience that. I met the alien. The alien gave me the secrets and the powers. And now I'm gonna force y'all to believe that I'm some sort of superior above y'all because I contacted aliens. Now I got thousands of members following me saying, we believe that our leader contacted an advanced being. It's just a belief system. We believe that our leader did this. That's why we follow him. If all of us follow Jiren based upon us believing, because we can't know it, we just got to say, hey, man, we going to trust you. We believe that your video ain't doctored. We going to believe it ain't fake. We're going to believe that you saw what you saw. We're going to do all this believing. And we're going to abandon what we know to be true based upon field experiments like this. Like, I know that the sun shrinks when it sets, and it shouldn't shrink on a globe model. But Jiren want me to ignore what I know, what I can prove, and go with just believe in him and the damn lying pastor. Which one is a cult, y'all? The one where you trying to insult me to believe you, or the one where we telling people go outside and prove it for yourself? Don't believe nothing I'm saying.
Degrees north, we would see the exact opposite observation in the sky. Everything identical, 35 degrees at its high, 15 degrees at its low, moving left to right this time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical and upside down from each other? There's only one shape that could possibly be, and it's not flat.
You said, how is it places in the world where things are symmetrical and upside down? This what I'm gonna do for y'all, right? Check this out. Go in the middle of your room, this an experiment, take a sheet of paper. On the sheet of paper, this what I want you to do. He asked the question, I'm gonna answer it. This what you do. You can do this any way you want. It's just a reference. Take this, take a sheet of paper, do what I'm doing now. I'm gonna show you this. It's a good experiment. Take a sheet of paper, draw a blue 6 and a red 9. I don't got red, so I use black. So we got a blue 6, a black 9. Tape that on the ceiling. Tape it up to the ceiling, right above your head. Now look at the paper and you will see that from that perspective that you're at, the 9 will be first. The black 9 will be a black 6. Right? If you do like this, now you have a black 6, a blue 9, versus what? A blue 6 and a black 9. But if I put this on my ceiling and I'm symmetrical, there's another person right across from me, they're gonna see the total opposite of what I see. It's so simple. It's so simple. The question is this right here, right? If we're on a globe, how is me and a person on total opposite sides of the globe looking at the same object and it's flipped? I'ma wait. The argument that he making don't work on a globe. It only work on a flat earth. Jiren just said, on our model, you can have two people looking at an object and it's inverted. That debunks your model. If the earth is a globe and you got one person over here on the opposite side, how the hell they looking up and seeing the same object when both of their ups is out? See what I'm saying, y'all? How is a person on this globe looking up in the sky over here? Remember what they up is. Let me get my arrow, because y'all be forgetting and shit. Let me get an arrow. And we're going to get a yellow one to distinguish this. Watch this, y'all. We got to be clear here. Now, look, if a person who's standing here, let's go to our man over here first. Let's deal with him. His up is right here. When he look up, he's looking at a whole nother set of stars. Listen what the globalists say. The globalists say a person in the North Pole got a whole nother set of stars as the person in the South, but yet they will double talk and they will say, how is it possible for two people to look up at the same object and it's inverted? Wait a minute, it ain't possible for two people to look up. See, they're trying to make all the arguments that we've been making on flat earth and act like they fit the globe, and it's a form of reverse psychology. I've done that to people. You know that the argument that they got for their model is a dagger to yours, so you make it before them as if it's applicable to yours. Everybody know that trick. If you scale that lion, or if you scale that studying liars, if you read any books about psychology, we know that trick of the devil, Jiren. We know, because some of us are very skilled at lying, you know, LOL. We know that if a person is about to make an argument that we can't deal with and it's the nail in the coffin, we should make it first. We should make it first. You know, we gonna make that argument first, even if it don't make sense on our model. It's reverse psychology. You're hoping that a person ain't thinking about it. And they not. They're not putting themselves on a globe when they think about it. They're saying, yeah, man, how is it possible that two people look up and see the same thing? Yep, Earth is a globe, but they didn't think it through. They just said, well, that ain't possible, so it proves the globe. But they didn't prove that it proves the globe. They're being mind-fucked. Somebody said, how is this possible if Earth flat? And they didn't think it through. Because if they thought it through, they'll see it's only possible on a flat Earth. But reverse psychology gonna work against stupid people. Let me show y'all something. If this person look up and they see a whole nother set of stars, right? Then the person over here that's looking up. How can these two people, because this is what Jeran just said. I didn't say that. Jeran said that. Jeran said symmetrical, right? How is it possible for two people to look up at an object and see the same object inverted? I'm asking him that question. How is it possible on a globe? See, if a globe earther don't want me to ask them a question that they can't answer, they'll ask it first. And if you try to flip it back on them, they'll say, hey, but I asked you, man. I asked you. But you asked me a question that's impossible on your own model, and it's a question that I should be asking you, Mr. Reverse Psychology. On a flat Earth, it's possible for two people to look up at an object, and it's going to be inverted to both of them. You see? On a flat Earth, it's possible that two people, no matter where you at, right? Think about this, right? I'm going to use this little meme real quick to save time. Actually, here go one right here. Here it is right here. So here's the thing right here about the flat Earth. Everybody in our world navigate using the North Star. They've been doing it for years. Why haven't people been navigating using the South Star? Because it's not part of the pole. It ain't part of the pole star. Polaris is literally where the North Pole at. You got to ask yourself a question. Why ain't the South Star named after the pole? I'm a wait. Because the North Star is called what? Polaris, because it is the pole star, the North Pole. The Southern Star ain't referencing the pole. It ain't even a star for the southern sky. They're just saying, we're all seeing the same stars, but it's split up depending on where you at. The stars would be below your horizon. You got to draw a line through this flat earth model. If you standing to the right of this line, you only gonna see half of the stars in the sky before they drop below the horizon line, and vice versa. But it's still one dome, and we all share the same 12 zodiac signs. It ain't 24 of them. It would need to be 24 of them on a globe, because the people up here will look up and see a whole nother set of stars than the people at the bottom, and that's the argument that globe earthers make. But yet everyone on earth refer to the same zodiacs for our birthdays. We use the same one zodiac wheel. It ain't called the zodiac wheels. They don't come as a pair. It's one zodiac wheel, because it's one. Let me show you what the sky doing above a flat earth, man. Watch this. Watch this. This is what the sky doing above the flat earth. And this is what the zodiac wheel is based on. When you look at the zodiac wheel, we're on the ground, and this wheel is above us turning. Right here. There would need to be two of these if the earth was a globe to sandwich us in. Because you would need one up here. Even the globalists will tell you, if the earth was flat, how come we got two different sets of stars in both hemispheres? You see what they say? They bury themselves when they do that. Because if we got two sets of stars, you're telling me that there's 24, okay, instead of 12 signs on the zodiac wheel, it should be 24, according to the globalists, but it's not. It's not. There's one wheel above a flat earth, and we all share it. No matter where you at on the earth, you referencing these same zodiacs. So one thing we got to realize is this too. Two people on a globe, on different parts of the globe looking up, will never be able to look up and see the same star. They double talking. They even make that as an argument. They will say, if the earth was flat, how come two people can look up and see two different sets of stars? They're making an argument based on what I'm showing you right now. But yet Jiren just said two people can look up and see the same star and it's inverted, and that's literally a flat earth argument. See, Jiren used to be a flat earther. So he know what arguments we gonna make. And his evil ass is gonna try to make them before us and make them fit his globe model now. But he know they don't fit. He know they don't fit. If they fitted his globe model, he wouldn't be asking no questions. He'll just be proving. Instead of saying, how does this work if the earth flat? You'll be showing us how it work on a globe, but you know it don't work on a globe. And if Witsit ain't part of the hit piece, he should come do just what I'm doing. I'm going to see his skills, man. That's going to let me know if he with the shenanigans.
If the earth is flat, the south has to be alive, period. There's no getting around that. You can't have an opposite of the north like we're taught, and then say that the earth is flat, but it still works that way.
I got this going too fast now, man. Let me slow it down and take it back.
That we film the 24-hour sun. Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time lapse of the sun circling us right to left in the south. If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees north, we would see.
None of that prove anything. It's not firsthand experimentation that y'all can go and do for yourself. Whatever happened to going outside in the field? If we talking about spherical geometry, why are the globe earthers scared to use their own math for their own model? That's a damn good question. Why do the globe earthers want to prove the shape of the earth by using the sun, and it don't prove the shape of the earth? It just don't. It's a distraction and a false dichotomy. If the earth is a sphere, the way that they prove the sphere is with spherical geometry. This is in college. Man, listen, the founding fathers of the globe created this geometry so that when a globe earther get into a debate, they can refer to the math that fits their model. But guess what the globe earthers are doing? They throwing math out the window with this debate. And they just want to talk about going on Google, dealing with digital stuff, and all them little simulations online is rigged up too. If you ask AI any question, you will see AI is biased. Any animation you go on that's tracking an object in the sky, you didn't prove that that object is doing that. You saw a dot on a computer and said, oh, yep, that proves it. That ain't scientific methodology. Y'all lazy as hell. If you saying the earth is a sphere and you got math to prove your sphere, use that math, man. Why you running away from that math? Because you know the shit don't prove your model, y'all. It's common sense. Why you think flat earthers are running to spherical geometry, but we don't even believe in a sphere? Because we know that the math that's supposed to prove a model ain't proving it.
To bias globe defenders, whose online curvature calculators claim that at a camera height,
Jiren said we should go online and use online tracking systems and all that. Okay, so we gonna do it then. We finna go use their own Earth curve calculator to debunk them. Since Jeran want us to go online and do some research, let's do it.
appears into the horizon. If this house was a boat retreating from shore, most globe believers would claim it was disappearing over the curvature of the Earth by now. Even giving the benefit of the doubt to biased globe defenders whose online curvature calculators claim that at a camera height of 3 feet and target location of 3 miles, there's only 6 inches rather than 6 feet of visible curvature. Is that what we see? Is the lake water somehow defying the laws of physics and curving down 6 inches from one end to the other?
Now this is what science is all about versus a cult. A cult will use ridicule, mockery, insults like what Jeran doing to get you to follow them. But look at Eric Dubé energy. Look at Witsit energy. It's soft, humble. That's what truth do. When you trying to prove a lie like the devil, the deceiver, it also fuels anger and frustration because people ain't believing your lie in the age of awakening, man. That's right. This is what you call science, not a cult. How is this a cult? We're using your own Earth calculator. How is that a cult, man? I'm using your Earth calculator to prove you full of crap. We using your own spherical geometry. How is that a cult, man? That's a science team. That's honesty. They going outside to the lake to see if what you said the ground gonna do, is it really gonna do that? And they finding out, it ain't doing that. So they're wrong. You're wrong. The ground don't curve like you said curve. And what would a globalist say? Well, the earth is bigger than we thought. What they'll say is bigger than you think. What they should be saying is it's bigger than what we calculated for in our own spherical geometry, because that's what we're using. When a flat earther go out there and use their own math to debunk their own model, they say, but the earth bigger than that. So why didn't you put that into the Pythagorean proof right here? You got the earth at 3,959 miles radius. We didn't do that. So when the globalists say, well, the earth bigger than that, guess what you just did? You debunked the Pythagorean model. Every globalist, if that's true, y'all should be going saying, hey, Pythagorean was wrong. he didn't calculate it right. The earth doesn't have a radius of 3959 miles. The earth doesn't have a radius of 4,000 miles, right? We was wrong. It's bigger than that, but they don't do that. They maintain a Pythagorean math while saying it's bigger, and they don't think that's a contradiction. That when we debunk 3,959 miles, they just say, well, it's bigger, while still teaching in school the Pythagorean model. Is that fair? That ain't science, that's shape-shifting, that's a cult full of Freemasons. Like Newton and Galileo, all these guys Freemasons, man, all these guys in NASA. The Bible warned about the people that bear the symbol of the serpent. Look at NASA's logo. What does a serpent represent in the Bible? A deceiver, a liar. What does NASA mean in Hebrew? Deceive. When the Bible said that serpent deceived the whole world, they was talking about the space programs. They was talking, this thing is older than what you think. NASA is the Pharisees and Sadducees that was attacking Jesus. Jesus would have been the one going against the scientists, the physicists, the pastors of the world. Jesus would have been going against the new world order of his time, the priesthood, the religious leaders, the boule members, the fraternities, the teachers, the leaders of the world. They put Jesus to death because they wanted to maintain the state of ignorance and status quo that they got everybody in. Jesus came, like I'm telling you, NASA represents the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the old papacy, the old church. The witch hunt that they went on was against the Gnostics, who was teaching about the flat earth and teaching the real Hebrew spiritual systems before they came and gave everybody this papacy and the Vatican, which working with NASA to keep everybody dumbed down about where we are, what we are. And that's the trick of the devil, that he fooled the whole world about their existence, where they are and all that, man. So just think about that. These people got math for their model, but they don't use it. We use it because we want to hold them to that. This is literally their model right here, and they will not use it because we're debunking it. They want to talk about the sun and everything else, and they got so much help on their side. They got censorship. Everywhere you go, it's getting harder and harder to be a flat earther and have freedom of speech. No one wants to debate you. They just want to laugh and say you're stupid, but they calling us a cult. These people got math for their model, but won't use it because we debunked it. And when we debunk it, they say, well, yeah, man, it's bigger. Well, you was wrong then. It wasn't 4,000 miles of a radius then. But they won't admit that they wrong, while saying flat earthers ain't got honesty. Flat earthers can't admit when they wrong, man. That's what Jiren saying. But globalists can't admit that they was wrong with the Pythagorean model, but they still going by it. This is their modern model that they still debating us with. But yet when we go outside and do an experiment to debunk their math, they say it's bigger. Then your math was wrong. They say it's bigger like we dumb. Duh, stupid. The earth is bigger than that. I'm not stupid. Pythagorean proof is stupid. How am I stupid for using a math that you said? And then when I debunk it, well, it's bigger than that, you dumbass. Well, then you should change your damn math, man. That's right.
See the exact opposite. Observation in the sky. Everything identical. 35 degrees at its high, 15 degrees at its low.
How is everything in the sky gonna be identical on a globe? While at the same time, y'all keep on saying, how is it possible for everybody to see a different set of stars in the sky on a flat earth? But now Jeran's saying everything identical. Make y'all mind up.
Moving left to right this time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical and upside down from each other. There's only one shape that could possibly be, and it's not flat. If the Earth is flat, the South has to be a lie, period. There's no getting around that. You can't have an opposite of the North like we're taught, and then say that the Earth is flat, but it's still
Right. No one has ever went below the equator and their compass now is pointing magnetic south. That debunks the South Pole, bro, because these poles are magnetic poles. Compasses don't lie, humans do. So we can listen to what Jeran's saying out of his lying mouth, or you can ask yourself, why aren't no compasses below the equator pointing toward their pole that's in proximity to them? Why the hell are you at the bottom of the earth and you still navigating using the North Star? You got cars that's supposed to be below the equator with North Star navigation systems in them motherfuckers. Make that make sense. You got cars right now that's supposed to be driving below the Earth's equator, and they got a North Star navigation. You can't make this up. From the beginning of time, people have found their way around the Earth using the North Star. Because when you look up, the North Star is in the center, and you can even see that on time-lapse footage, no matter where you at on the Earth. If you know where the damn North Star at, you can find your way home. Or wherever you lost, you can find your way home. So Jiren is making an argument that everyone can look up and see things that are identical, but it's flipped. And why you think everyone can navigate with the North Pole? Because it ain't no South Pole. To this day, you ain't never heard nobody say, I'm finding my way home by using the damn South Pole. In the history of man, everyone lost looked for the North Star no matter where they at on Earth. But you telling me it's two poles though. So if a person go below the equator, then the compass should go magnetic south. Ain't no way around that, man. It's debunked. Everyone on Earth can navigate using Polaris because it is the central star to our Earth circle, to our plane. That's why. That's why. No matter where you at on Earth, if you and see the compass don't got to see Polaris. Why? Because Polaris is magnetic. Polaris is the most magnetized point on the Earth because there's a vortex suction happening in the middle of the Earth. That's how your compass works. This is what's going on in the middle of the Earth right now. Look. Let's pull this up. Why it ain't moving? Okay, it's supposed to be moving. All right, so yeah, man, this thing ain't moving. Let's pull it up. Here we go. There's a vortex at the North Pole. And our circle of the Earth is splitting this torus field right in the middle. Let me pull this one up. Draw a line right in the middle of this. We're walking on this part. And so we're only in one half of, it's like a dome, a half sphere. We're in this top portion. This is the North Star right here. And when we go outside, we literally see it like this. Everything is recycling in and around the central star. That's proof that what I'm showing you is our reality. We're in a torus field. So just think about what I'm saying. No compass will ever point magnetic south because going south is literally going outside of the center, away from the center pole. When you get to the south, your compass probably just gonna start acting stupid. And that's what they tell you. Because it's so far away from the magnetic point, it's trying to figure out where Polaris at. It's like a phone that's so far away from a tower, it ain't getting a signal, so it's glitching. Your compass gets so far away from the North Star, it don't know, it start looking like buffering, acting weird, and this is what people are why would that be the case at the South? Why wouldn't it just If there's a southern star that's magnetic, why wouldn't your compass act the same way it act when it's calibrated to the North Star when it go below the equator? It'll just start now seeking out the South Star. But guess what your compass do? It keeps looking for Polaris, y'all. In fact, the further away you go from the North Star, the more weird your compass act. Now tell me that ain't proof that it's only one pole star that's magnetic. We're talking about equipment don't lie, man. The fact that everyone throughout history have navigated using the North Star only isn't a lie.
Still works that way. No, it wouldn't work that way. So if we went down there and we saw that the South was not a lie, then that's pretty good evidence that the Earth is what we were taught. So if you're unaware of it, it's time you figured it out. That if the Earth is flat, then the South cannot be what we were taught. Therefore, if it is exactly what we were taught, then guess what the shape of the Earth is? So in December 2024, I knew the following. The South is either a lie or we were wrong. So I decided to take a free trip to
That ain't science. That's you assuming and making an ass out of you and me. You shouldn't go into no experiment with saying this is what it is or this is what it ain't. That's called bias confirmation. You should go into every experiment saying, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. That's right. And if this happens, I'm going to ask more questions and do more experiments. Unless you are agent. Because that ain't what science work. That's what how selling out work. You're looking for a reason to sell out. And you got to give yourself one. Well, if this happened and that happened, it gotta be a globe, and you know it ain't a globe, but you need a way out with confirmation bias. And because you want to join a cult and be stubborn, and you know you are, you want to project that on all the flat earthers. The flat earthers are leaving a cult that we was born into. And we seeing how the cult is treating us. If you listen to what I'm telling you, man, if you were born into a cult and your family was born into the cult and the cult was all you know, the moment you start waking up and leaving the cult, questioning the cult, your mama gonna look at you different. Your cousins gonna look at you different. The whole world around you, because they was all born into the cult, gonna laugh at you and treat you different. Because that's what cults do. Flat earthers ain't doing that. We just going outside doing experiments, man. We're just doing what y'all supposed to be doing, using spherical geometry to prove the earth shape. Y'all ain't doing that. A cult will censor anybody that goes against the cult's teaching. And what do we see from the globe earth side? Flat earthers ain't taking away their freedom of speech. We're not a cult. But flat earthers are being censored by big corporations and the government. And everybody calling us a cult. And everybody don't realize you were born into a cult and you just don't know it. You think normality, you think because everybody is the norm and the majority think like you, that you ain't in a cult. You're just in a big ass cult called America. And the moment you start questioning anything that America taught you, not just the shape of the earth, if you question the political system, people will tell you capitalism, the best system in the world, you tripping. They gonna push back at it. They want to maintain the status quo and they don't want nothing change. And that's what a cult does. It don't want no changes. It's traditional. It maintains its rituals for new members of old and new members to come. Nothing changes in the cult because it's an echo chamber. They don't allow new ideas. So I was born into a cult and everybody around me thought like me. The moment I started exercising free thinking freely for myself, not as a group collective, questioning my world from what I think, the entire group turned on me. That's what cults do. Drop a 1 in the chat room now if you fell out with family members. Drop a 1 in the chat room right now if you lost friends like Lord Jamar did just by you saying you think the earth flat. But these cult members won't get rid of their friend who believe in Jesus, Allah. Listen, these people got satanic churches in America. They will allow you to practice Satanism in this country, and they won't censor you, but they won't let you say the earth flat, but they'll let you say the devil is God in a Christian nation. They will let satanic churches thrive in America. You can go out there and say anything. You can go worship the devil in this Christian country. You know what they gonna say? You got freedom of speech, man. In this country, they will let you be as evil as you want. You can lead many people to the devil. They ain't gonna stop you because you got freedom, right? They gonna let you open your satanic church and worship the devil. They not gonna stop you. You got freedom, but they ain't gonna let you do it with the flat earth now. The moment you say the earth flat, the whole world, the Satanist and the Christian gonna laugh at you. That's how come I know I'm on the right path. Because the Bible said, if you don't fit in with the world, you going to heaven. How you gonna be part of the 144,000? But you fit in and following everything, the scientists, the political leaders, the religious leaders. You scared to get laughed at for the truth with God. You scared to think for yourself, but the Bible told you to prove all things, to think for yourself. It didn't say, listen to what you was taught by the damn world powers and go with that. It didn't say, ask the question, why would they lie? The Bible didn't say that. The Bible says it's your responsibility for you to prove all things for yourself. It didn't say believe the experiment what Jiren did in Antarctica and go with that, Sanchez. I'm not gonna go to hell for none of y'all. I'm gonna listen to what the Bible told me to do. The Bible told me to prove the shit for myself. It didn't say, well, Sanchez, he proved it. He did it. Just believe his shit. The people that wrote the Bible know that we live in a world where any truth you want, you can go outside and do an experiment and prove it for yourself. Like this flat earther doing right here. He's proving that the sun is shrinking with a sun filter on so that the globalists can't make no excuses. Ain't no glare, just the sun, and it's shrinking as it's set. That's called experimentation, not believing what the physicist said, believing what the expert said. The Bible didn't tell you to do that, and the Bible said you're gonna go to hell for doing that. The Bible prophesied that most of everybody in the world going straight to damn hell, and you can't say nothing, you can't blame nobody but yourself. Because the Bible told you to prove all things and you didn't do that. If you go to hell, if you get led astray, man, that's your fault. You wanted to fit in with the world, and the Bible told you the world don't got the right answers. The Bible told you that this world going to hell. The Bible told you that the religious leaders, the physicists, the scientists, and all them telling y'all a lie. But you still believe in them. And the Bible said you would. Damn. That Bible, I love the Bible. I fucking love the Bible. Drop a 1 if you love the Bible.
To check. And throughout this debate, I will be focusing on a few main points. Each of them is a dagger in the heart of the flat earth model. It's the reason that I switched. It sucks. It's the last thing anybody wants to do. It's the worst thing I've ever had to do. However, I'm a truther. So despite the people yelling and screaming, the people lying about me, so-called truthers, Steve Falconer blocking me, or, you name it, Dave Weiss blocking me. No.
Yelling about me, yelling at me. I mean, you're a little ass boy, man. Grow some damn nuts. You know the type shit flat earthers out to hear every day? They just had a video, a dude saying, oh, you're a flat earther? Oh, kill yourself. Damn, man, I just said the earth flat. These people say that flat earthers are a threat to society. Dude, it don't get more work. You're saying I'm a threat for thinking outside the box, but you right. Y'all are right. Flat earthers are a threat to the whole fucked up social structure that we all under right now. flat earth represent the end of all this bull crap. If you want to maintain the status quo and keep the world dumbed down and the sheep headed to the slaughterhouse with the New World Order agenda, yeah, flat earth is a threat. You ain't lying.
Contact. These people are not truthers. If they were truthers, wouldn't you want to know what Jiren has to say? This guy was a flat earth.
Bro, you can't say a person that ain't a truther because they don't want to hear what you got to say. You don't want to hear what they got to say. Think about this, right? Jeran said flat earthers ain't truthers because we don't want to hear what he got to say, but yet the whole world censoring us. They're literally taking away our constitutional right to freedom of speech. They getting around it because they able to censor us on private platforms. Jeran said we ain't truthers because we don't want to hear him out. So by your logic, ain't none of y'all truthers because y'all literally censoring flat earth. You blue tagging it. If a flat earther put out a video, YouTube are gonna treat it differently than the other ones. So YouTube is saying we don't want flat earth content, but YouTube will allow globe earthers to talk about flat earth if they dissing it and talking bad about it. If you don't want flat earth to be talked about on your platform, you shouldn't allow our enemies to bring it up either. That's like me being a Democrat and I own YouTube and I lie to everybody like I don't want politics discussed on my platform, but I'm only taking down the Republican videos. I'm letting the Democrats talk politics because I'm a Democrat and I own YouTube. So all the Democrats can talk politics. But when the Republicans try to respond to them, I'm going to take they shit down and my excuse is going to be, I don't allow politics over here. Well, but you are allowing it for the Democrats. Just tell the truth. You're a biased ass platform and you using your platform to exercise your biases, to silence the people that go against your belief system and your cult, and allow the people that agree with you to talk. This is a one-sided debate, but we still winning it though, to anybody with eyes to see. We ain't truthers because we won't hear you out when we literally being censored by the damn government. So all of y'all are liars then because y'all won't hear us out. The world won't hear us out. They'll laugh at you and cover their ears before you can even talk the moment you say you're a flat earther. Don't nobody take you serious. They ain't gonna hear you out. Stubborn cult members. If they wanted the truth, wouldn't they want to hear us out? Huh, Jiren? Let's use your damn logic. We ain't censoring the globe earthers. They're censoring us. These people must have got together and said, look, the next phase of our psyop is reverse psychology. We got to go and do everything that we know we're doing to flat earthers. We got to project it on them. We got to call them a cult when we're the cult. We got to say they're not doing any experiments, they just believing, when you're literally trying to force us to believe you, and we ain't gonna abandon our experiments to believe Jiren. They're saying flat earthers are a belief system with no experiments, but Jiren trying to force us to believe him and that pastor. That ain't our experimentation. We gotta stick with what we went out there and experimented and proved for ourselves. We doing our own experiments and it's letting us know we're on the right track. The earth is flat and the sun is shrinking. Why would I ignore this experiment right here, man? We're looking at the sun shrinking as it's set. Why would I throw that out the door? A whole damn experiment. Why would I throw that out the door just to believe Jiren because he's insulting me? That means I was scared into a cult. You ain't gonna scare me into your cult. If you want me to join y'all joint, deal with the evidence we're presenting and quit dealing with that false dichotomy of an experiment that you call a final experiment. If we're gonna really do science, we got to do something that everybody can go do right now. Everybody can't go to Antarctica, but everybody can use spherical geometry, which is what the globe model is based upon. Why wouldn't I use the math that Pythagorean made for all globe believers to prove it, no matter where they at, no matter how much money they got, no matter if they got access to Antarctica or not? Everybody don't know a rich pastor, but everybody can go outside and prove the shape of the earth with spherical geometry, and even Jiren admitted that. Let me play this back so you can hear him say it.
For 30 seconds, tell how much you love it, how great it looks, to get us to turn on each other, because it just show, if you want a test that will prove this to you, if this guy actually cared, he would go out and do this test, but he probably won't. Let me share my screen real quick.
Listen to him.
So this is the cheapest test you can do, also the easiest test.
Jeran said anybody can do this test. It's cheap and it's easy, man. If we're debating don't we want what's cheap and easy so that everybody can participate and walk through the experiment firsthand? What they're doing with Antarctica is what the NASA doing with the space program. Everybody can't go to space to prove if it's real or not. We can't. So we gotta believe the people that went to space and say, well, they went and I believe them. Well, that ain't science. That's a belief system. Science is about experimentation so that you can have firsthand proof, which is why the Bible told you, prove all things. Don't believe none of these folks. You got to prove it for yourself. And if there's no way that all of us Americans can go outside and prove this for ourselves, then you're lying about the globe. Because guess what flat earthers are saying? Flat earthers are saying anybody can prove our model for themselves. Look at Eric Dubé video right here. Let me show you something. Look at the title. Look at the title of Eric Dubé video. How to prove flat earth for yourself. We ain't telling you to believe us. We ain't calling you names. We ain't acting like Jiren, like a liberty ass boy, ridiculing everybody that don't believe what we believe. Guess what we're saying? You can go prove it for yourself, man. This the kind of content we making. Who's the cult? Who's the cult? The people that's telling you, listen, man, don't believe me. You can go prove it for yourself. Or the person that's ridiculing you because you won't believe them. Don't you know that's how people become Christians? They get ridiculed into a belief system and they become a cult member and they stay part of the cult their whole life in fear of being ridiculed. When I was in the church, I saw people lead a church and they was embarrassed and ridiculed because they know the whole church got names. You're a backslider. You're a demon. You're a traitor. How dare you go against this, right? It ain't easy leaving a cult. It's not. Ask anybody born into a religion, how did you get treated when you left your religion? The same way you get treated when you say, I don't believe in a globe no more because I don't choose to do beliefs. I now practice the scientific methodology because I'm woke now. The Bible is encouraging you to practice the scientific methodology, which is why it said prove all things. It didn't say believe this shit. It didn't say regurgitate what the expert told you since you was a baby. Jesus had beef with all of the experts of the world. How you telling me you got the energy of Christ, but you cool with all the Pharisees and Sadducees and the wise men of the world? You part of the synagogue of Satan. You ain't Christ-like. Christ went against all of the authorities in the world. When the scientists spoke, Christ said the kingdom of heaven is above. Why did Christ tell people that and get killed for it? Because they was telling folks space was above. The old church had dumbed the world down. They was teaching a world that ain't nothing out there but a bunch of lifeless balls. That's what the church was teaching people. The church taught people that the only life that was out there was the gods in Olympia. And the gods that it was taught that Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, all of those were Greek gods that was dwelling in the heavens, but they turned them into planets later. But you believing in those planets is how they convinced the whole world to get part of this Greek system we in. The Greeks took over the world, man. They merged with the Egyptians, and here we are in a Greco-Egyptian world where the boule is working with the white folks, everybody working together, the black Egyptians with the Greeks and the Egyptians unified, and they got the whole world dumbed down. The Egyptians abandoned Nut and Gab, and they started subscribing to Ptolemy and what the invaders came to the land and taught them in fear of their life. But the Greeks didn't believe in heaven. They didn't believe in a place where you go for being good. They were barbarians. They thought that every human die and go to Sheol. The name of it was Hades. The flat earth word for it would be Sheol, but Greeks believed that there was nothing out there for you to go to. And that when every human die, you just go to hell or this shadow place called Hades. In fact, if you take the word Hades, if you take the S at the end and move it to the front, it's shade. Hades was a dark, shadowy, shady place that the Greeks said all humans go to Hades no matter how good or bad you were. Go do your research. This is what the old church was teaching, which is why they didn't have a problem going on crusades, stealing and pillaging, because in their mind, we all just gonna die and go to Hades anyway, no matter if you was good or bad. But our ancestors who taught about the flat earth, they said that there were heavens above the flat earth for good people to ascend to. The people that got the whole world going to hell, they took away the concept that heaven is up there. If you're a globe earther, space is up there. Who do you believe? Christ? Or do you believe the real prophets of the Bible? Because look, the real prophets, they books was deleted from the Bible, like Enoch. Why was the book of Enoch deleted from the Bible? Look at here. Pull up an image of Enoch and you will see why. It's because Enoch spoke about heaven being up. Enoch is dealing with ascension toward the heavens. They got y'all believing in dudes driving rockets to space, but the prophets taught that your soul will ascend to heaven just like Jesus did at the cross, and that what's above the earth is the realm of God. That's what they taught. And now you Christians don't believe that. You believe what the enemy teaching you. Look at here. The Hebrews showed you what they taught. They showed Enoch going to God. Look at Enoch's soul going up to God. Ain't it beautiful? This is what the Hebrews said about the earth. All of that old artwork with men going to the sky, it wasn't a space program. It was a spiritual program. And the people who can't go to heaven don't want y'all to even know that heaven is up there. They don't even want you to know that the Hebrews said God is up there waiting on you. God can't save you, though. You got to save yourself. The church lied like we got a Messiah. You your own Messiah. Your ignorance is going to keep you here. See, God was good when God gave you a mind to think for yourself. You can't blame God for not saving you, because God gave you a mind to critical think and you didn't use it. You just believe what the people in the world said. You believe the experts. You believe the doggone physicists and all them. But God didn't tell you to believe them. The Bible told you to prove all things. It told you to do that for a reason, so that when your soul get left behind, you can't blame it on nobody but yourself. Jesus didn't believe none of the authorities in the world. Jesus said, listen, man, my Father's kingdom is above. But the church wasn't teaching that. The church was teaching that the Greek gods dwelled in this black void. And they still teaching it now. They just turned the Greek gods into planets, but they still got them floating around in that black void. It's the same religion of the old church. These people didn't believe in a God in heaven. They were atheists. You don't know that you're part of an atheistic cult. Don't you realize that the main people that are going hard on flat earth are atheists? Craig, David McKeegan. Not only do they hate the flat earth, they'll tell you people who think that there's a higher power is silly too. So all of you people that's on their side and you lovey-dovey thinking y'all friends because y'all all attacking the flat earthers together, remember these same people don't even believe that there's a creator. You don't know that you aligning yourself with a satanic cult. The way that NASA explained how the earth was created, they exclude a creator. They just say it was a random explosion and life just started from nowhere. Bro, think of a kidney. Think of your brain, your nose. Look at how complicated your body is made, man. Look at your eye. Look at your doggone toes. They can wiggle. Look at all of this stuff, how complicated your body is. And you believe in some Satanists that's telling you nobody created this. It just happened. It just, boom, it just popped up. Because they don't want to acknowledge God. That's blasphemous. And it told you that the Satan in the end of days would mock the temple of God. What is the temple of God? Your body. How is Satan defiling the temple of God? Satan got all of y'all believing a lie about your creator, about the one that created your body. You ignoring the truth. You following the imposters, but I'm talking too much. That just dawned on me. Let me get back to the damn video. I'm tripping. But, you know, this is necessary. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to make this a series. We're going to get through it. The Greeks didn't believe in heaven. It's deeper than they're attacking flat earth. They're trying to keep this old church system going on the earth. They just keep on, they trying to perpetuate this system, man. And this system right here is what they trying to reinforce. You know, we've been believing in this system for a few years, ever since the Greeks took power in the world. But before the Greeks took over, we all had this model. And we will never get God's favor until we go back to our natural system, our spiritual system. It ain't that God ain't helping the world. You may think, well, God just letting the devil rule. This world is wicked. It's wicked because all of the humans won't do what the Bible said and prove all things. The truth will set us free. But in order to get to the truth, we got to get the proof. The Bible know that truth will set us free, which is why the Bible told us prove all things. And in your effort to prove everything, the Bible, people that wrote the Bible know that you was going to find the truth and that you was going to see you was being lied to and find your way back to God, even in a world of lies, just like Jesus did, just like Enoch did. Enoch didn't believe the Pharisees and Sadducees. Jesus didn't believe them either. Jesus and Enoch ascended up to God to meet with their maker up in heaven. And they didn't listen to what the church and what the world was going with, because everybody in their time was believing in the solar system. They was believing in a space with Venus, Mars, and a bunch of Greek gods up there, Neptune, Uranus up there, just floating around looking over everybody. But they modified it and they took the face off of these gods and just turned them all into planets. And that was because if you trying to conquer the world, Everybody ain't gonna wanna believe in some white dudes floating around the sky. But this is literally what the old church taught. The old church taught that the Greek gods were sky dwellers. What they just was dwelling in the heavens. They was just flying around all day, governing the earth realm. That's what the old church taught. And these Greek gods were bougie as hell. They didn't come and interfere with man's affairs. Whereas our ancestors spoke about a God in the heaven that was directly connected to man. That's right. You see what I'm saying? NASA, the physicists and the scientists aren't just selling you science and the globe. They're selling you an old religion that rejected God back in Greece. They became satanic. They started trying to explain the entire creation while excluding the creator. And look at what they turned the world into with that. Look around you at the world. Look at where that has gotten us. Man will never be in his rightful place until he understands his relationship to the creator and where he stands in the universe in perspective to God. Everybody on earth living foul, wild, and they full of evil. And the Bible say you going to hell. But you know why everybody living like that? Because they don't believe that there's a higher power up there judging them. I know that my higher self is up there looking at my actions saying, he's not ready to merge with me yet. That's whatever you calling God, because the Hebrew didn't put a face on it. It just say God, which is excellent. That means you can close your eyes and whatever God is to you, everyone get to have their personal interpretation of God in their own quiet spiritual place. Versus me forcing a God on you with an identity that don't even look like me. You see what I'm saying? The Greeks, when they was going around the world, they said, you know what? It's hard to force our Greek gods on people because they look like white Europeans and we're conquering colored people lands. The Greeks was conquering brown-skinned people lands. And they was trying to force Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, all of these white guys flying around the heavens. It's gonna be hard to convince a black man that. Cause a black man gonna say, why would a bunch of white dudes just be up there like, I'm black, where my God at? So the Greeks got smart. They say if we're gonna conquer the world, we're gonna have to get rid of the local identity of our gods, and we're gonna have to create the most universal representation of these concepts. And they came up with a simple ball. Before there were balls floating around in the sky, these were men dwelling the heavens. Go read Greek mythology. This is literally the dumb shit they taught, and y'all still believe in the dumb shit. They didn't do nothing but change the gods into balls. And now they was able to conquer more of the world by taking their white identity off of it because that was turning people off. It was making them rebel. When you trying to force this on people and the God that you trying to get them to revere looks just like the person that's beating them up and torturing them, then you working against yourself. The Greeks found out to make this easier, we got to now change the way our gods look. We may want our gods to look like us, but if we want to conquer the world, we got to get over ourselves. People ain't gonna be so willingly to subscribe to gods that don't look like them. So the Greeks said, listen, what should the gods look like? And somebody came up with the beautiful idea, the gods should look like no one. Because if the gods look like anybody, then there will always be a group of people that's not that quick to go for the indoctrination. If we make these gods Chinese, people who ain't Chinese ain't gonna gravitate to it like that. If we make them black, people that ain't white people that's white, that ain't black, gonna be like, why the hell am I only referencing a bunch of black men in the sky? You mean to tell me the only people up there is black? So they got genius with it. They said, you know what? Let's take the human element all together. We can just make them balls and force that on people, but keep the same concept, right? And even keep the same names. Because a Chinese man don't mind believing in Uranus, the name, but not the white guy. Once you take the human element, the identity off these things, people won't even say, wait a minute. If these was created by African people, why do they got Greek names? If the Mayans knew about the solar system, then why were they calling it Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter? You mean to tell me the Mayans was speaking Greek? That's right. If all of these ancient people knew the same knowledge the Greeks knew, then why would they be referencing this bullshit with Greek names? See, the Greeks still got their fingerprint on this. You can't find the Mayans' fingerprint on this. People say, well, the ancients believed in the globe too. The ancients believed in the solar system too. No, this was brought to the world by the Greeks. That's why if you ask anybody the history of this model, they will start bringing up Greeks like Copernicus, Galileo, Newton. Ain't no black people there. Ain't no Mayans there.
For 10 years, and now he's flipped. Let's listen to him. Nope. Instead, you all blocked me. You all refuse to listen because you're in an echo chamber. That's what you've built for yourself. It's the only way Flat Earth survives is if you sit in that echo chamber and repeat it.
Not watch this right. An echo chamber, it's a group of people that's sitting around regurgitating what they've been taught for all their life and covering their ears to any new idea. Is that flat Earth or globe Earth? The globe earthers are censoring the flat Earth, y'all, literally. They literally censoring us, man. And this is what an echo chamber is. It's a group of people that just, because think about it. They mad we won't join their echo chamber. Because it's easy to repeat what we all learned in school. That's literally an echo chamber. We grew up in an echo chamber. We never questioned what we were taught. And when we finally start doing it late in our life, they want us to go back to repeating what we've been saying since we were children. And they calling this the echo chamber. When the whole world keeps saying gravity, gravity, Isaac Newton, Galileo. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Flat Earth is stupid. Not even disproving it, just regurgitating and repeating one another in an echo chamber cult. You see what I'm saying? And they're so out of touch, they don't see that they're everything they're saying we are. And we're just the opposite. Again, we're our people outside using spherical geometry, which is their damn math, to disprove. We're literally practicing a scientific method. Look at this experiment. How is that an echo chamber? It's an experiment. The globe is an echo chamber because ain't none of them doing experiments. They just repeating theories that's been said since Newton's time. And it ain't never changed. But they saying that that's about the flat Earth don't change its mind. No, the globe won't change its mind. And hear us out. Everything they're saying and trying to be victim is true for us, y'all. What they're using is reverse psychology and it's so satanic. Because they know that everything they're doing to us, they got to act like we're doing it to them. They know they're the cult that's based upon repeating what we've been told for our whole life. But they got to say it's you. It's reverse psychology. Like, how are we an echo chamber and a cult when Eric Debate is telling people to prove it for themselves? You're the cult and the echo chamber because we don't repeat what you saying. Earth got to be a globe because it's a 24-hour sun, because we all won't just regurgitate that. You gonna insult us until we do. That's a cult. That's a cult that's trying to recruit members. All Christians say the same thing. Hallelujah, praise the Lord, Jesus is Lord. They all talk the same. All globalists talk the same. Guess what globalists say about flat earthers? Man, they all don't even agree with each other. They joke on us for that. But then they call us an echo chamber. Make up your damn mind. Are we an echo chamber? Or are we a bunch of dumb motherfuckers with inconsistent models who can't agree with each other? Because on one hand, we're an echo chamber. Everybody in the flat earth repeating the same thing. On the other hand, we inconsistent and different flat earthers saying different stuff. Make your mind up. Because on one hand, y'all beating us up because you saying, you flat earthers ain't consistent. Every flat earther is saying something different. That's what they tell us. But then they'll turn around and say, but y'all an echo chamber. Man, get y'all, you know what, bro? This is crazy.
Each other and pretend that Steve Falconer's video did anything other than prove the globe. The South Celestial Pole is visible from the South continents. It rotates just like the North Celestial Pole, but clockwise instead. The South Pole itself is a geographic location. It's verified by directional convergence and solar angles. The reverse sun and moon motion, easily explained by simply saying the word sphere. Tropic of Capricorn behavior, curving to the left, not to the right, easily explained by saying the word sphere. Southern star trails, matching observations that only make sense with a spherical rotating Earth. Circumpolar stars in the south that would never work on a flat Earth, impossible, but they work perfectly when you say the word.
They call circumpolar, bro. It's based upon a circle. Everything y'all doing is based upon circles and circumferences, not spheres. You will never hear the word sphere until you hear spherical geometry. But guess what? They won't use the geometry to prove their model. They keep using circular arguments, and everyone know that the flat earth is the circle. Why do they keep acting like flat earthers? Everything they say is based upon circular observations, guys. Look at the zodiac wheel. Look at how the sky moving above the earth for everybody. Now, how is it possible for everybody on earth to share this same time-lapse footage, but it's a globe? And this is why we all share the same zodiac wheel. And it ain't two zodiac wheels. It's crazy. Everything they talk is circular, circular, circular. And I'm like, bro, the earth is flat. That's why everything is based upon circumferences, circles. Come on, man. Like, you're not using spherical geometry for a reason, because the earth ain't a sphere. Every word out of your mouth is circle, circle, circle. So what shape is the earth? Is it a circle? We circumnavigate it, right? We don't spherical navigate it. All of the words we use are based upon the earth being a flat circle. Even the word horizon is the root word of horizontal. And a sphere don't have a horizontal surface. You can, listen, these people keep bringing up a bunch of stuff, and when you listen to them, it's like, bro, that literally proves flat earth. Like, he keep bringing up the way that we observe the North and South poles. But again, you can't do that on a globe. You can't get this on a globe. You can bring it up, but it don't work on your model. They bringing it up as if it worked on their model. But it don't. You just sound cocky and like you ain't scared. But when we show them this, they literally shit bricks. They know you can't have this on a globe. And because they know that, they just got to own the argument. Y'all, that's a trick. You men don't read. This is written in several books, man. This is a trick that was written by several philosophers, mental tricks. It's a form of reverse psychology. That's what they're using. A globe earther know when we show them this right here is game over. Ain't no way I'm seeing the North and South star from the equator on a globe over that curvature. But since they know it's a nail in the coffin, they got to own the argument. It's like you see me with a knife, I'ma stick you with it. You're gonna reach for the knife and you're gonna try to take possession of the knife. It's simple, it's natural, it's a mental trick, right? I see that the flat earther got a dagger, he gonna stick me with it, let me take that dagger from him, intercept it, take it out of his possession. That's what we're doing, that's what they're doing on a mental level. But y'all don't know these tricks and how they using them against you. They bringing up these arguments, right? They doing it before us in a debate because this would have happened, right? If I'm about to debate somebody and I know all of the arguments that they can make against me to kill me in the opening of the debate, I'm gonna go and make those arguments so that they can lose power. Even if the arguments don't support my model, I'ma act like they do, just so that when he bring them up, it can be confusion on why you making my argument. You see here? But that's my argument, man. No, that's the argument you know I was gonna dagger you with. And you can't own an argument. I got the right to make that same argument against you now. And they don't want that, y'all. They don't want that. They want it to stop with you making my argument. Nope, I got the right to do that. You ask me, how can two people look up in the sky, see the same star inverted on a flat earth? I got the right to come along and say, how can two people look up and see the same star in the sky inverted on a globe earth? You got to answer the question. You can't say, but that's my argument. That's the argument we're asking you. Look at the flirts, and then they go to joking. Bro, when we see your tricks, man, you should just answer my question like I answer yours versus that's my argument. But see, that's the tricks they use. These are things that I've experienced in my 10 years of debating globalists. The slick ones, they do what Jiren doing. They know our arguments that they can't refute. They know the daggers. They go ahead and get ahead of those early. That's what Jeran doing in his opening.
Sphere. Sunrise and sunset, left to right, setting and rising, predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox on flat Earth. The apparent fake second refracted something cop-out sun is basically the only out that the flat Earth has, is to introduce apparent suns, second suns, third suns, reflected suns, even though that's not how the
Here's the thing. Here, when you say that's the only out we got, bro, we don't need an out. I'm gonna be honest with you. Proving what the sun doing ain't important to a flat earther. Proving what the ground is doing is important to a flat earther. And according to Pythagorean, it used to be important to globe earthers. Using spherical geometry to prove what the ground is doing used to be important to globe earthers. Now, talking about the sun is their main thing versus what the ground doing, even though their whole model proves itself by ground observations. Their whole model is based upon math that is applicable to the ground, and they don't even want to look at it. You got to ask yourself why. Why does a flat earther want to look at the fucking geometry that proves your model before you? And you keep running from it to go into everything but let's talk about the ground. No, let's talk about the stars and the final experiment in Antarctica. I can't talk about it because I never been there. You ever heard the wise man say, only talk about the shit you know about? That's right. Can't nobody talk about Antarctica but Jiren. And can't nobody talk about space but the astronauts that work for NASA. This is a good way for y'all to control the narrative. Why don't we talk about something we all can talk about? Because we all can go outside and do ground experiments. And we all have done it. So why not have a debate on something universal versus something only Jiren saw, only them saw? And now we gotta get ridiculed because we don't want to just take y'all word for it when science ain't about us just taking your word for it. That's right. We're doing the right thing. We're being honest. We're saying, look, if you saw a 24-hour sun, cool, I didn't see it. I gotta keep basing my reality off what I know, not off what you saw and what you trying to ridicule me to believe. I gotta base my reality off these experiments that I'm doing. If I'm going outside myself, proving my reality for myself like the Bible said, you think I'm gonna throw away all my experiments because Jeran went to Antarctica with a rich lying-ass pastor? You think I'm gonna throw all my experiments out the door? So my ground calculations is wrong now because you saw a sun in Antarctica? That ain't been debunked. So let's get back to the ground experiments. They don't want to do it, y'all. They should be trying to get to the ground experiments before us because their whole model is based upon ground observations and ground math. They didn't prove the shape of their damn globe by looking at a 24-hour sun. They've been proving the shape of their globe with this right here for eons, and now they don't want to use it no more. Why? Because it's been debunked, y'all. Now prove me wrong. MCToon, Simon Dan, Professor Dave, none of them will have a debate with a flat earther about spherical geometry. Just like, and I'm gonna prove to you that I'm right. I'm gonna show y'all proof right now that I'm telling the truth. Watch this. Watch this. See, none of them will talk to a flat earther about spherical geometry.
The
Look.
equivalency if I took the internet, dude.
That does not.
Watch this, right? When Professor Dave and Lord Jamar was debating, guess what they was talking about? The damn sun again. Listen.
Because gravity exists.
No.
Listen.
Hold on. You
Heavy
can't
it
just.
is.
No,
It's
it's
like
going
you
to
can't do it. You
sink
can't just
Wait,
talk.
or float.
Wait, I want you all to talk, but
Density
I want to
is
hear
not-
both
First
of
of all, this guy came out real disrespectful.
Hold up. Hold on. Listen.
So, yeah, we can go ahead and you can.
The heaven and then
Hold up.
And all this
we
shit
do
you're
and you
talking
don't.
about
You should learn
is
it.
some bullshit. Like, do you know about crepuscular rays? What are crepuscular rays?
That's what I'm saying. Professor Dave came up there talking about the sun. And not the sun, but he came up there. You can go rewatch it. Basically, he wasn't talking about the ground, which led to Lord Jamar trying to make these crepuscular ray arguments. Because what? We on the nature of the sun, the moon now, versus show me the curve, man. That's why I don't like to get into the sun and moon. And they'll say, oh, because you scared? No, it ain't that I'm scared to talk about the sun and moon. It's that you should be want to talk about spherical geometry, sir. You're a globe earther. You believe in a sphere, right? Here go the math and geometry to prove your sphere. They never pull it up. You will never see a globe earther pull up their own proof, right? Look at what the words say. I didn't put that there. It say Pythagorean proof. What I'm showing you on the screen right now is literally the mathematical proof that all globers should be using to prove their model. They're not, though. They dealing with everything but spherical geometry. And what does geo mean? The earth. What does metry mean? The measure. Geometry is how we measure the earth, not by observing the stars. That's right. They know that. They said that Eratosthenes measured the earth with 2 sticks and that you can base it off spherical geometry, but yet they won't use the spherical geometry to reinforce that and to prove it in our time. They keep bringing up the fact that Eratosthenes did this experiment, but they didn't. It's 2025. That man was living hundreds of years ago. If it can be based on spherical geometry, then go do it now. They won't bring up spherical geometry, y'all. They want to keep talking about the sun and moon because the nail in the coffin for their model is when we meet them right at the proof. I didn't write this on there. This is what they're going to teach you in school, Pythagorean proof of curvature. They call this proof. But when you address their proof, they bring up something else. Why do you want me to talk about anything other than your damn proof? Globalists are saying, here go proof of the globe, here go the math. And when I pick up the proof and mop the flow with it, when I pick up their proof and debunk it, when flat earthers pick up their proof and destroy it, then they go to something else. Let's talk about the sun. Explain this, flat earthers. No, explain why I'm debunking your spherical geometry. See, we're debunking the proof that y'all present for y'all model, and you start asking me questions about the sun after that. And whether I know about the sun or I don't, it don't change the fact that I just debunked your proof. That's right. If this is the math that support your spear, we're debunking it. And that disproves your spear. But instead of them shining a light on what we're doing in the form of debunking the spherical geometry, they saying, look over here at what we talking about with the 24-hour sun. They're deflecting and distracting and pointing everybody in another direction. Remember now, all of us went to school and they gave us this right here in math. In geometry, when it came to proving the shape of the earth, they gave us all this, y'all. They giving it to students right now. The globe earthers stand by this up until you finally think for yourself and debunk it. And the moment you debunk their proof, they go to the 24-hour sun. When they should be counter-rebuttaling what you did when you debunked their spherical geometry. You can't just go to a whole nother damn argument after I debunk your proof. You got to say, you got to talk about that. You got to say, man, why am I able to go out there and see the Chicago skyline? Why is my laser going to the other side of that lake when it should be the earth is curving? But guess what they say? Well, the earth just bigger than you think. No, the earth is bigger than what y'all put in y'all proof. And if your numbers was wrong to begin with, then this was never proof, man. This was a claim supported by bogus math that can be debunked once a person think and do they. See, the average glober gonna look at this and get frustrated. They gonna see all these numbers and lines, and they just gonna think, well, hey, man, this must be right. We're on a globe, and this looks intelligent. But the flat earth, they're gonna say, the hell with what it looked like. Let me go outside and use this and see if the earth is really bending. And guess what we find out? It ain't. It ain't. And even Jiren found that out. Even Jeran did his own experiment. Let's play it again.
It's just called a mirror test, okay? So if you do the mirror test, all you need is a camera, a mirror, and 2 people, okay? And you have somebody go to where there's a body of water. Monterey Bay works great in California. I don't know where else you might want to go. But this body of water across here, let's say we're 25 miles. 25 miles is 104 foot of bulge. If you don't know how big 104 feet is, it's a 10-story building. It's huge. It's like the Jesus Redeemer statue in Brazil, right? That's 100 feet. So in between 2 people 25 miles apart, there's supposed to be a 104-foot bulge. Now, if you go out and have this guy hold a mirror, and you have basically the light's going to be coming, obviously like this, the light rays are coming down. Oops, sorry, this thing's in the way. There we go. So if the mirror is coming down and it's flashing on this mirror, and then you have somebody with a camera over here who's just looking across the water and trying to pick up a mirror flash. The thing about a mirror flash is it's a line of sight observation, meaning, and you can go do this right now in your front yard. Take a mirror out with your friend, start flashing the mirror, the sun at them, and then get behind something like a car, garbage can, anything. The second that mirror is occulted, meaning the second that you don't have line of sight to the mirror, you lose all flash. So when you're actually seeing a mirror flash, and you can prove this right now, you will see that it's because you have line of sight between you and the mirror. Now go out to a water 25 miles apart and watch this person zoom in and pick up this person doing the mirror flash. Here's one that they did in Monterey Bay with a P900 infrared. Again, we can show you where the cameras are. Look at this mirror flash. How are you seeing a mirror flash? They're supposed to be 100-foot. No, here they're doing 18 miles, I think. So it's like a 60-foot hump. But 60 foot is a 6-story building. How would we be seeing a mirror flash from the other side of the water when there's supposed to be a 60-foot hump in between you? The answer is there is no curvature on Earth.
There is no curvature on the Earth. Now, if you went out there and observed the ground and debunked the curve yourself using spherical geometry, how is there curvature now just because you saw the sun do something? How the hell that works, Sway? You just debunked the proof, Jeran, that they used to prove they model. The people that made this right here, they wasn't observing the damn sun. They was observing what the ground is doing and measuring the ground with this spherical geometry. It's called geometry, the measure of the earth, not the observation of the sun. And the observation of the sun doesn't measure the earth. If you have a certain measurement, that measurement ain't gonna change just because you observe the sun do this or do that. What you should do is what you said earlier, because guess what Jiren said? Jiren said flat earthers are too stubborn to redo their model. To, you know, if you find something wrong, if I come back from Antarctica with proof, then you should go back to the drawing board and redo your model. I agree with Jiren on that, but Jiren didn't do that. Jiren abandoned his model. That's right. See, that's how come I know Jiren is an agent, because Jiren proved that the ground is flat with his mirror test, and he won't talk about that no more. He just saying now it's magically all of a sudden, right? Because Jiren went to Antarctica and saw a 24-hour sun, he believed if he go back to Monterey Bay with the mirror test, now it's gonna be blocked now. So if Jiren, for some reason, Jiren think when he watched the sun in Antarctica, it just mysteriously put that bulge right there that he measured that wasn't there before his Antarctica trip. I want to know how, because you saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, how did that debunk the Monterey Bay mirror observation, which is based upon spherical geometry? It's based upon the very proof that the globers used to prove the shape of the earth. And we're debunking their proof directly at the source from Pythagorean. How are y'all winning this debate? You're losing it. That's why you gotta silence a person because they telling the truth. They wouldn't be shutting us up if we was lying, because people smart enough, they'll be able to put somebody to find out we lying. If we was lying, it'll be hard for the people in power to just expose our lies, and you wouldn't have to silence us. I don't want the liar to be quiet. I want him to keep talking, and then when he done, now let me show the people where he lied at. I can't prove to him that he's a liar if he don't talk. I want him to talk. The only person that don't want the liar to talk are the other liars that's lying with him. Think about this, excuse me. The only people that don't want the other person to talk is the people that know, the liar know you telling the truth. He don't want you to get a word in. That's called censorship. That's what's happening to us. But look, Jiren debunked the globe using spherical geometry. Jiren used the geometry that the globe earthers used to prove the shape of the earth. And he didn't never go back and say he was wrong about that. His observation in Antarctica with the sun doesn't disprove his experiment here in Monterey Bay. What he observed in Antarctica ain't all of a sudden gonna make him go back to Monterey Bay and not a mirror flash gonna be blocked. It don't just put a curve where it wasn't. If there wasn't a curve there yesterday, when I get back from Antarctica seeing the 24-hour sun, it still ain't gonna be a curve at Monterey Bay. And until there's a curve at Monterey Bay, I'ma say the earth flat because I'm going off your proof. The people that said the earth was a globe didn't say that because they saw a 24-hour sun. They said the earth was a globe because they supposedly measured it. And I'm saying they lied and they couldn't have measured it if the globalists are saying the earth is bigger than what Pythagorean is saying every time we go and try to prove it. You can't say you measured it and you got the numbers right because you measured it. But I go out there and try to do an experiment and the numbers ain't right. And y'all don't even, and y'all admit that. Y'all say, well, the earth bigger. Why don't you say we were wrong about the numbers? The numbers that y'all got in y'all model to prove that the earth is a sphere, you later say y'all are wrong with those numbers when you say it's bigger. The earth can't be bigger than what you saying right here. Otherwise, you never did the measurements. If you hire a company to do some work for your house and they say, well, look, we measured the roof and it's this many inches wide and this many inches long. And you go up there one day with the ruler and you say, hey, man, I measured my house myself and it ain't as big as what you said. And the man that measured your house say, well, yeah, the roof is bigger than what you think. And I'm going to be like, no, bro, the roof is bigger than what you said you measured. You lied to me. Think about that, right? You hire this company to do work on your house. That man say, look, I measured your roof. It's this much by this much. You go behind him to verify. You found out his numbers ain't right. And instead of him saying, I lied, I didn't measure it, he says to you, the roof bigger than you think, man. And I'm like, no shit, bro. The roof bigger than what you say you measured. And you lied about measuring the roof. Because if you measured the roof, your numbers will be accurate. That's right. I went behind you and found out the roof ain't the size you said it was, and you telling me, yeah, man, the roof ain't as big as you think. And I'm like, bro, I wasn't thinking shit. I was just going off your damn measurements. That's right. You said that it was this amount of size. When I prove you wrong, don't blame it on me, nigga. It ain't what I'm thinking. It's what you said the measurements was. And when I went behind your ass, it wasn't that. Don't try to blame me because you didn't measure that shit. Don't try to blame me because you lied to me.
How the world works. So my final thoughts is, thank you, Austin, I know you too want the truth. So being that we saw the same thing, I think it's time that we figure out how you can see differently than I do now. If the globe accounts for every single observation that we saw on the trip, and the flat Earth didn't account for any, it failed. It was disproven. It was falsified. Then I have to ask you, Austin, why you would remain in the camp that has nothing, and is that still you being a truther? But at the end of
my thing is, what I would ask Jiren, why would you say the Earth is a sphere when you did an experiment to debunk the Earth being a sphere based upon its own spherical geometry? And you never disprove that. So Jiren would be the one here that's disingenuous. You feel me? Like, the real question is, Jiren, you did an experiment. You used the scientific method to disprove Pythagorean. Are you saying Pythagorean is right now? Jiren, you just did an experiment to prove. Jiren just did an experiment to prove that the Pythagorean proof was bogus. Jiren did that. He proved that the Earth ain't a sphere based upon the very math that they give us to prove that it is a sphere. Jiren did a legitimate experiment. That wasn't an observation. That was an experiment. That was, okay, you saying it's a sphere, it should been this much, it's this many miles, okay, let's go test that. And you go and do it. It's called a mirror test. not a sun observation. I got news for y'all. An observation will never be the test, man. It'll never be the test. Think about this, right? If someone look at you and say you sick, you look sick, that's an observation. But if you go and get tested and the doctor say you healthy, right? They check all of your vitals and you healthy as hell. And you tell the person, hey man, looks can be deceiving. I'm healthy, I feel fine, but you look sick to me. So should I go by your damn observation or what my doctor just told me, man? Your observation will never trump these tests that my doctor just ran on my blood and my heart. But you look sick though. Yeah, that ain't science, man. You observed the 24-hour sun, but you tested a flat earth. I'm going to go with what the test results show. Not no observation. Since when did I can just look at something and make a claim? Well, the sun did this, so the earth is a ball. That ain't science. That's a dumb claim based on an observation. You didn't test nothing. You went to Antarctica, observed the sun during 24-hour sun, and said, well, that disproves flat earth. But the only way you can disprove flat earth is by proving the Pythagorean curvature for a ball. But you just disproved that with the mirror test. You became a flat earther by taking science into your own hands and disproving what they told us, Jeran. Because they used Pythagorean proof to prove a model. And you said these people are full of shit, Jeran. You went outside, Jeran, and you did an experiment and you proved, Jeran, that what they giving us with this Pythagorean proof is bull crap. The question is it still bull crap? Because listen, Jiren debunked the Pythagorean proof. My question is the Pythagorean proof now right because Jiren observed a 24-hour sun? So now the earth is a perfect sphere with a radius of 4,000 miles because Jiren saw a 24-hour sun. But Jiren didn't go and debunk the Monterey Bay mirror observation. If Jiren want to prove that this right here is true, he got to deal with this right here. You can't run from that. And why would you want to run from it if this is the proof for your model, man? If I was a person in court and I know I presented some bogus proof, the moment people started investigating my bogus evidence and examining in the courtroom, examining it and calling me out for it, saying, wait a minute, this proof that you presented to the courts ain't adding up, then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to change the goalpost. I'm going to say, well, yeah, but look at this right here. Look at this. I got a video right here that I want to show you with something else. The judge ain't going to let me go further. The judge know that trick. The judge gonna say, wait a minute, you presented proof in my courtroom that was bogus. I'm not gonna let you bring up another damn argument till we address why your proof ain't adding up. You presented this to the courts and we finding out it ain't right. You said it was a radius of 4,000 miles and that brother went out there and it didn't add up and you said, well, the earth bigger. Well, then the proof that you presented in my court was bogus. The proof that you gave the courts was 4,000 miles radius. When the courts went out there to verify the evidence, you said, oh, it's bigger than that. Then the proof that you gave us was bullshit. It wasn't proof at all. So until you deal with spherical geometry, you ain't really debunking the shape of the earth. You just keeping people dumbed down thinking they winning. But y'all feel good in this world. Everybody gotta die. You better hope you on a team of righteousness. You ain't gonna get away with doing what's wrong. I know you think it's just you can do what you want to do. That's what the devil lied to y'all about. But you on your way to hell. You on your way to reincarnation. You can't go along with the world in fear of being ridiculed and think that you're gonna be accepted into the astral planes with the ancestors, but you didn't stand up for them and their model. Our ancestors said the earth was flat and the whole world laughed at them. If you go out there and prove that it's flat for yourself, but you too scared to get laughed at and to suffer, to live a hard life for the rest of your life, ain't nobody gonna like you because you're a flat earther. You're gonna have to shut up. You're gonna be censored. It's gonna hurt, man. But some in you is saying, I'm doing the right thing. No, I know I got the truth. I know they the ones wrong, and even the Bible is assuring you that you're doing the right thing by telling you in the book of Revelation, the whole world going to hell. Ain't but a handful of people gonna get the truth and gonna see the truth. The rest gonna follow the beast. Even the Bible say that. Sometimes you're gonna feel bad. You're gonna feel lonely. You're gonna feel like you're the minority. You're gonna feel so small in this big world where everybody agree with each other, but you part of a little group that get laughed at every day for standing with the ancestors. You being tested. Everybody ain't gonna pass the test. You need to endure to the end. It's a lot of people know that the flat earthers are right, but they don't want to get ridiculed. They not trying to. Listen, we lost a lot of friends and family. Don't nobody else want to do that. You hear? You got to give up a lot, and you don't get much in return.
Of the day, I have something that he does not really. It's an explanation that actually works. So to the audience, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just ask you to think, to test, to observe, to not just discount me outright. Listen, learn, and take it in, and then go and do your own observations. I've got evidence tonight that you can do on your own. You don't need NASA. You don't need authority. You can figure out by the end of today what the shape of the Earth is. And we were wrong. It's okay. Guess what? I'm a truth seeker. I told you guys that we were looking for the shape of the Earth. We found it. Let's move on. Let's get over it. Let's get past it. Thank you.
Jared is not messing around here. What a
And MCToon is such a shield. All Jiren did was insult his best friend for his whole intro. Just because he don't see eye to eye with him. Ridiculed him. I thought you were an adult. How is that professional? And that is some little boy childish shit. Cried about getting picked on. That ain't science. That's bitching and complaining. That's little boy stuff. MCToon, Jeran is not messing around. He didn't do nothing, so he cried and ridiculed people for his whole intro. I know this is gonna be biased, man. Oh, this is the review. I should be looking at the actual debate. Silly me, my bad. But even in a review, you still biased, though. Let me pull a debate up. Actually, because I just want the debate without him talking. That's going to kind of ruin it if every time he's talking. But I can skip through him, I guess. I'll skip through it.
Cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer here.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when I'm getting close or whatever.
Let's hear Witsit turn.
I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
So for reference, Jiren wrote that down and was like, had prepped. He had done it.
And let me say something, man. A lot of people be like, this for views. Sanchez doing this just for views. Let me say something, man. Especially to you black content creators. Y'all need to quit bragging on views, because the moment I want to get my views back up, remember now, I'll just start doing trendy topics. A lot of guys on YouTube trying to compare their views to mine. I get 1,000 people every show, and some of these other people can't get over 500. Everybody know black people don't like science, bro. I got a science channel. My channel, but the thing about me, when I want to get in these niggas' lanes, I get more views than them. That's right. When I get out of y'all lane and get on my flat earth shit, leave me alone about views. Cause I get off my flat earth shit and get in your lane and go back to get more numbers than you. Now that's crazy when I can talk about the subject that your channel expertise in and get more views than you. When I talk about Trump, black people, immigration, internet, I'm getting more views on people coming to hear me other than these people channels who that's all they talk about. I talk about so much stuff, but I'm telling you black content creators something, quit trying to compete with me because I'm in my own island right now. I said, listen, fuck the views. I'm tired of following trendy topics. I made my mind up with the Carmelo Anthony thing. If I would have stayed following that, I can have 1,000 people joining because it's controversy. The algorithm gonna see I've been covering it. They gonna send me the people. If I talk about Trump, Elon, political, I'm gonna get 1,000 people. But I gotta be honest. I'm gonna tell some truth right now. That ain't my passion. My passion is deep shit, like what I'm talking about now. Flat Earth, sacred geom. But I'm gonna be honest. Guess what? I don't get a lot of views with the deep stuff. My channel, and it ain't because people don't like it, it's because I'm offering too many topics on one channel. If I had one channel with just deep stuff, it'll be millions of views. If I had one channel with just talking about black people or just talking about this, that's how you get the numbers. You cover a bunch of topics, your views gonna go down, but that was a price I was willing to pay. So guys, realize I know what I'm doing, and I'm choosing right now to have a targeted audience versus just a bunch of people coming to my show and ain't nobody supporting. See, I'm giving you YouTubers some game now because I know you watching. You ain't on my level, bro. You're not. I've had 5,000 people on my streams. I have big numbers. Guess what? Ain't no money in that. Ain't no money in views, bro. That's right. These niggas who trying to look like they making money on YouTube is bragging about views. Everybody know I get a lot of views, and guess what I'm saying now? Fuck them views. I want my money. That's what I'm saying now. Because when you get serious and you want to get money on YouTube, you start targeting your audience. And they don't care if 300 people watching, I'm going to make more money from a stream where 300 people watch me than a stream with 3,000. That's 3,000 strangers that's just there to hear me talk about a trendy topic. They ain't donating. If I cater to the people that like me for me, I can have a hand. Bro, it's YouTubers out here with way less viewers than y'all, and they making more money than y'all because they giving their small handful of people what they want. That's what I'm saying. And if you look out for your people, they'll look out for you. But if you following trends looking for views, quit lying like you feeding your family like that, because we both know the AdSense is not that much, bro. We depend on super chats and cash apps, and that's all. Matter of fact, hit the cash app right now. Hit the super chat if it's just $2. Appreciate the love. I'm going to read them all, too, at the end of the show. If y'all ain't donating to us, we couldn't do this for a living unless you got like 10 million. If you got the kind of subs Vlad got, Mars Penguins got, then yeah, AdSense is big then. You got to really get a lot of views for AdSense to make sense. But a channel like mine, you just can't run it off AdSense, bro. Hell no. You need the people to hit the super chat. Why you think hit the super chat, hit the super chat? They keep saying that every show. Now watch this, right? I found out I beg for more super chats, the more people watching. When it's a small handful of people watching and I'm talking about stuff that I know my targeted audience won't, I don't gotta ask for super chats. Look at how many super chats I got today. Look at how many I'm about to still get. I'm just saying. We ain't reached our goal. We only 2 for 10 on that one. So yeah, that's a fail. People can't send in the 20, but they sending in the 5 to 10s. And I thank y'all for that. And I'm gonna read all these because we can't do this without y'all. Don't let no content creator lie to y'all like they eating off views. I don't care if you got 250,000 subs, the AdSense ain't there if your videos is just getting thousands of views you got to be getting 250,000 views of video talking about feeding your family with ads. To where you don't even need super chat or cash app, just ads, you need a lot of views consistently.
Bunch of prep work. Austin, you let me know if you think that he prepped this.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this anyway. All right. Okay, cool. All right, so
I really don't want to review this from MCToon's review because his shit is so biased that it's just unbearable. The amount of bias. They ain't even holding it in, man. Like,
yes, Jeran.
He said, Jiren did such a good job. It was amazing. And he was just freestyling. I want to see if MCToon scripted this, if he wrote it down. Why are you trying to see if he wrote it? Just listen to what the hell he's saying and deal with that. Whether he wrote it or not. If he wrote it, guess what you ought to say? Oh, man, he came prepared. He came prepared.
And I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and so I'm just going to have to do what we do in debate. So I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal period. But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked.
I think MCToon may be legit. Bro, just these few seconds make me say, okay, MCToon is seeming very fucking, bro. If I find out MCToon one of us, we gonna get behind him, nigga, flat power. It's behind you, dog. You don't gotta be behind us, but we got your back all the way. That's right. Regardless.
If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity, meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true. And this is a very dangerous fallacy, right? This if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression. So that's like my core.
Listen, I want to really thank you guys so much for the super chats, because I'm gonna be honest. The AdSense plus the super chats and all that together, you can make a living from this. But let me tell y'all what YouTube been doing to me. They have been not recommending my videos as much because I stopped doing Donald Trump content, Elon Musk. Everybody know I was getting hella views. But let me just say something. I gotta admit something. I was getting a lot of views on my channel. And it's guys just now get views, and they're gonna go through what I went through. You're gonna realize the hell with these views, man. Am I really talking about what I want to talk about? Am I just looking for the next big news story to cover so I can keep the views coming? Now your channel is gonna become addicted to views, and you're gonna be a person looking for the next trend, the next big topic. I said I don't want to set myself up like that. I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead. I'm making a false expectations for my channel. I'm not a guy that follow trends for views. And I had to look in the mirror and realize that I'm a guy that teach deep stuff regardless of who come out to listen. It's in my heart. It's what I'm passionate about. And that's what I'm going to do. I don't care about the views. I cared about the views so much at one point, my core people was telling me, bro, you following all these big topics is all a psyop. Get back to the deep stuff. I was more concerned with getting more views than money. Because it look a certain way. When the other YouTubers look at your channel, they see 1,000 people watching, but you didn't even make $50. Y'all can have that shit. Let's keep going. Thank y'all for the support. Y'all are very gracious. Keep the super chats and cash apps going, and I'll keep the show going. For sure.
Or issue with it is the people I have seen flip and ask them. They're
I
just
appreciate y'all. And at this time, I'm going to actually take a break, and I'm going to read these super chats from y'all gracious people. And shout out to Geocentric, Video Heath Carmody, Flat Earth Zero. I don't know, but thank you. Shout out to Astro 40K, Jiren acting like a whole hoe out here. Facts. Shout out to Ananya Anushka. Thank you once again for the support. Appreciate that. You're number one. Thank you. Shout out to my brother Johnny Cali Blaze for helping us reach the goal, man. We trying to get 10 people to send an orange super chat. That's just $20. We got 2 people. We need 8 more. Shout out to Awakening Minds. Great stream, fam. Way to beat and teach, man. You know it, brother. Awakening Minds. If you want to join, we can let you come on and beat up on it too, man. I'm gonna keep the stream going if we reach the goal. I hope they sponsor this war. Shout out to Johnny Cali Blaze. I didn't read it. It says Sanchez is on fire, blazing on the right track. Thank you, bro. Always. Shout out to Johnny Cali once again for the other super chat. Appreciate the love, Johnny. That's love. And shout out to who is that? Awakening Minds said you cooking, fam. Appreciate that. Here, fam, the full debate without McFool. Thank you for that link. Thank you for that.
Okay, what is up?
Thank you for that. Shout out to Ananya Anushka once again. Oh, appreciate the love, man. Appreciate that. Shout out to Love Star. Appreciate the love, Star. Bro Sanchez, I'm not working. However, I'll donate. I'm a member because I need your content. Man, that is what's up. That's what's up, man. Appreciate y'all, man. And I don't take it for granted. It's literally fused the war. I'm going to be here for the next couple of days reviewing this. Shout out to D. Allen Warren says sent 5 Bro Sanchez TV gift memberships. Oh, I'm reading it wrong. He gifted 5 memberships. Clap it up. Welcome, new members. Welcome, new members. Thanks to my brother Kai for gifting those memberships. I appreciate all these super chats. I'm going to read them all. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Flat Power, salute, awesome stream. Flat Power, back to you, my brother. Shout out to Flat Erie for showing support. Shout out to Love Star once again. Okay, I read that. Shout out to Puncheezy. The earth is blatantly flat, bro. Facts, Puncheezy. What's good, bro? That's all the super chats right now. Drop a bomb for that. Thank y'all so much for the support. Again, if you guys keep the contributions coming, we're going to keep the stream rolling. We can be here as long as y'all feed the beast.
Up, guys. Sorry.
So let's skip to
position.
Let's skip to Witsit. Jeran's whole intro was a little bitty boy crying about being picked on and ridiculing people for not joining his damn cult. Witsit come in with grown man, mature, positive energy. It's so obvious who's the damn deviant here. and the imposter. You can just feel that with and the damn crybaby. You guys were picking on me, and so I'm over here with the globe earthers because they're pampering me like a little bitty ass baby. Jeran said that the flat earthers were yelling at me and picking on me, and so he took his ass over there to the globe earthers, and they put him across the shoulder like a damn baby and rubbed him on the ass. Oh, Jiren. Those flat earthers did what to you, baby? Spit it all out, baby. Get it out. What did they do to you? They were picking on me, and they told me I was an agent. Shut your childish ass. You was a little ass boy. Ain't a bit of testosterone in this man.
Trying to make sure we're right here. So it's rebuttals right now. Do I do my opening right now or my rebuttal?
Not sure.
You do your opening now, and then you guys will do your rebuttals, starting with Jiren.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let me replace. Okay, cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer.
You know you was a childish, liberty ass boy when you come back from Antarctica reading poetry and shit. The nigga wrote a whole poem, and it was, you gonna fall asleep if you try to listen to that shit. And that shit was long as hell, and he wrote, and he was, bro, he said that flat earthers turned on him, and he was in Antarctica writing a whole diss poem against, he came back off the plane with the whole poem wrote, like he wrote it on the plane. Nigga, you was making up your mind in Antarctica that you was gonna turn on the flat earth.
I'm here.
Corny poem.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when I'm getting close or whatever, and it's cool.
Yeah, I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this.
Shout out to the brother Kai for that big old 50, man. That's 3 of 10 on the goals, so that should have took it to 3 of 10. If you go over the amount, it should still count. Shout out to the brother Kai. We gonna extend the show longer for that $50. He said, just a young brother on a pursuit of righteousness, fighting a war with the elders and ancestors. Let's keep our foot on their necks. Ain't the time for games no more. I'm with you on that. I'm not playing. That's why I said, fuck covering the trendy topics. People don't know the earth flat. You got 1,500 people watching my Donald Trump stream, and I'm breaking down to them the New World Order agenda. And when I bring up flat earth, half of the chat room laugh at it. I say, you know what? Fuck these views. Because most of the people following me still dumb as hell thinking they woke. I'd rather go back to teaching the truth. They ain't ready to decipher no trends yet. They ain't. I can't tell them about Elon and Trump and everything and break down these world events because they still believing in the globe and they're falling for the agenda. They don't understand. So it's like, bro, I'm getting a lot of views breaking down political psyop. I saw the channel growing, but I say, you know what? Most of these people in my chat room is globe heads, but they so cool with me because they may agree on what I'm saying about America or Trump or Elon or Neuralink. But that flat earth Sanchez, I can't get with you on that. So I say, you know what? I got to get back in my flat earth bag. These people ain't really woke. And they really don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Raleigh Studios for that super chat. Fuel the fire. Love the deep stuff. Yeah, keep fueling the fire. If everybody in my house want me to shut up, I ain't gonna shut up as long as y'all fueling that fire. Appreciate the love. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, and yeah, I'm grilling and I'm chilling. We doing it all. You can open it up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready to Hey, do me a favor, man. Awakening Minds, are you still in the chat room? Let me see if Awakening Minds want to come up. Awakening Minds, I ain't gonna even lie, bro. I can use a partner for this one. So I'm gonna drop the link if there's any flat earthers that want to join me in this. because I just realized I'm gonna need some help, because check it out. This is a lot to review with this debate. And people gonna point out stuff as I hit play that I may miss. And you know me, I'm thorough. But Awakening Minds and whichever other brothers, you know, that I'm talking about not just looking to be seen. I'm talking about that's finna come beat up on this globe and put the work in. Because Awakening Minds, he can go up there and debate any of these guys and do just the same amount of damage I'll do. So he know he's an equal. Shout out to the brother. Thanks for joining too, man. Thanks for your time, bro. I appreciate your time and support, for real.
Hell yeah, my brother. Always got your back. Know that.
See, I built a real solid, genuine community with this flat earth thing to begin with brothers like Awakening Minds and all them. Because I knew for the jump, you just ain't going to be able to trust everybody. It don't matter how many of them flat earthers hop ship, flat power ain't going nowhere. Y'all know we censored the most. You know ain't no shells over here. And that we gonna be here, niggas, saying it's flat to the end of time. And we finna let some brothers up here, it's finna get crazy. Because now we about to play the video. We finna have a round table and decipher this thing. But before I do that, I gotta mute up for a second. A Sacred Knowledge and Awakening Minds, I'm finna go grab something real quick, but yeah, y'all can talk to the people, introduce yourself or whatever about Jiren. Whatever y'all want to say, I'll be right back though, like 2 minutes. Hey, I know it's other people trying to get on. Give me 2-3 minutes and I'll redrop the link. But yeah, hold it down for just 2 minutes for me real quick and I'll be right back.
Got you, bro. Go ahead. And salutes to the chat, man. Salutes to everybody watching, you know. Who else we got here?
Peace to the panel.
Okay, what's up, Sacred Knowledge?
What's cracking, bro?
Not much.
I'm in the camp that says I don't believe Jeran for a second. There is no way that's really happening. I mean, I was watching him the whole time, so I know him. I know how he thinks, you know. And so what he's doing is this a crazy acting job. He's got a lot of nerve, but I seriously doubt that he can seriously look me in the eye and tell me that he's a fucking glober now. I don't believe him.
Of course not, especially still ignoring the fact that you're doing your observation from the sun, and we're literally saying we're flat earthers. You know what I'm saying? And you keep using the math of the atmosphere to say that we live on a sphere, not understanding what a real toroidal field is. You know, so when bro come back, you know, we definitely gonna go deeper. I know bro kept saying Pythagoras. That was funny, but that's like me saying Eratosthenes. I know it's Eratosthenes, but when bro get back, I'm gonna let him know it's Pythagorean, you know, Pythagoras. And even when you say the pi, you're literally talking about the plane of inertia, pi. You know,
Yeah,
so
all them names are made up. Like Aristosthenes is an error because air, the prince of the air in the ether, it's not really air. It's actually consciousness. So it's, you know, we call it air because it's air, but they put it right in those names. All the fucking bullshit. It's all made up crap.
shout out to my baby, my lady in the chat watching as well. That's what's up. She's something else. But when bro come back, we definitely gonna go deep on this. You know, bro been killing it though. This been a classic stream, you know, with the information.
But definitely I trip out on how Jeran did that because Jeran, you know, he definitely is playing dumb, and I don't know how you're gonna sit up there and dumb yourself down to that level and pull it off. But he's doing it. It's a total psyops. Is my point that you got to be an idiot if you believe. I know you guys ain't stupid. I know you guys don't believe it, but let's really we don't want to talk about it too much. But I mean, there's no way that could be real. You know what I mean? They would love for that to be real, but that can't happen that way. But they would. That's what the whole point is, to make it so black and white. Yeah, this or that. You know, like you gotta choice, but only two choices, which is wrong.
You know, it's crazy too. When they was there in Antarctica, I know, and I'm just speaking on this because this is what Jeran just kept bringing up, the damn 24-hour sun. They act like they wasn't watching the sun go around, move. Earth wasn't moving, but the sun was moving. You can't even really depict that on a scale for the globe. You know what I'm saying? Like you're literally observing the sun move, but the earth isn't moving. You know, it's all psyops to me though. You know, and I've known Jiren for a couple of years, bro. You know, so
There's a few possibilities, man, because I believe this one dude has a dope video where he shows that we're seeing a reflection. Basically, there's two suns because of the dome. It splits the reflection. So makes a pretty convincing argument. I don't know. Maybe it's some psyop shit. What I'm saying is, Jared can easily poke fun at people to try to say that they use a laser or something like that, but he won't touch the dude that's using the whole magnetic field argument. There's a lot of stuff that they're not looking at, and it's funny that all he can do is make fun of it. But I mean, yeah, there's other possibilities because the Earth measures flat. So you got a problem, bro. You got a big problem, and you don't want to deal with it.
I definitely understand. But the fact that he's been a flat earther for so long and a lot of his observation and research, because just like bro brought up, observation, that's just the first step of the scientific method. You know, now you have to test this. You know, you got to put it to work and get a result. Not only that, you got to repeat it. You know what I mean? That's like having a witness, you know? But the fact that he did that mirror test, like, come on, that alone just destroys the whole spherical geometry, which they just have up, which is just the unit circle, but they're making it like we live on the outside. You see what I'm saying? You know, and when bro gets back, you know, I want to explain to him like the unit circle is literally depicting perspective in your reality, the XYZ axis, you know, the sine and the cosine, what a wave really is, this pie that we live within, you know? So when he comes back, man, I'm gonna have him pull up some stuff. But bro been going ham. I kind of just want to review the video because Witsit held it down too. You know, Witsit wasn't backing down from him. He was calling him out. You know, Witsit was making great points. You know, so I'm glad I saw that. I saw, you know what I mean?
I'm looking forward to this because I ain't seen the debate. I didn't see that shit, so this is gonna be dope.
I dropped the link in there a couple of times, but I can't wait for bro to see that really Witsit held it down, you know, like even deeper down into the video. He wasn't playing around, you know, they wasn't acting up there like buddy buddy. He kept rebuttaling with his ass, you know, like hold up now. You know, you used to be a flat earther, but now you don't want to talk about none of the experiments, the measurements, the shit you've done. You know, now you just want to put it all on what the sun does. Like, come on, we were both there, you know?
That's crazy.
Mhm. And that spherical geometry, that literally just shatters the old shit. You know, you're supposed to be seeing curve at 8 miles, you know? Even with their math depicting the radius of the 3959 radius, you got to understand that's just half of the sphere, you know, half of the circle. The ratio is times two. It's, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you can do the full math, get all of the shit, the diameter, it's going to go around pi, 3.14 of a circle. You know what I'm saying? It wraps 3.14 distance around a circle. You know, so this is how they get their little the 24,901 circumference, and all of this shit is arbitrational. You know what I'm saying? What's up, bro?
Salutes, man. I'm back, and guess what, bro? We finna review this shit. They ain't even got into the arguments yet. But I can hear when I come back, Awakening Minds was saying about that spherical geometry. I already know you was going in with that. Yeah, bro. What you was telling them about that when I came up, you were saying about it's the ratio, the radius. School me on that one, man. Hell yeah.
No doubt, my nigga. You know, every circle is measured in pi, 3.14. So when they do their so-called spherical geometry, they give you a distance of 3959, but that's just half of the radius. You know what I'm saying? Now you have to pi it. You have to, no, not pi, but the ratio is 2. That's what makes up a diameter. You know what I'm saying? From 0 to 180 degrees. That's literally the so-called 2 sticks that Aristotle. I can never say this nigga name when I'm on live.
Call that nigga
Eratosthenes. But guess what though, bro? That was like you and Pythagoras, but the Pythagorean.
Yeah.
That should have me laughing every time you call the Pythagorean.
The Pythagorean, I slaughter that shit.
But the real pronunciation of it is Pythagorean. You see how the pi is still involved in it, not just all of these names are made up, my nigga.
Yeah, pseudonyms.
Hell yeah, but the pi is the plane of inertia. You're measuring the sky, the sphere above, on the dielectrical inertial plane. You know what I'm saying? So they can never get away from that. But then they'll give you a sphere, but still use circular mathematics. You see what I'm saying, my nigga? Let's see. So
because
you
I
was
dealt
killing
with I dealt with like it ain't a semantic argument what most of them say, because they've done that. They'll be like, even with the religious perspective, well, a circle is a sphere, it's just semantics. Like, bro, we ain't gonna just make this. If all of the map is based upon circumference, circumnavigation, it's telling us that it's a circle just with the words, but then the next step is proving what the lexicon already say. And then that's what exactly we're doing,
Exactly. So like the information and the numbers they give you, for example, the 3959 radius, if you can pull up the Pythagorean spiritual geometry, I'm gonna just show you something real quick.
Hell yeah, we finna pull it back up.
We can give you the math to this shit as well.
Shout out to my nigga Retin for joining too. Yeah, man, I appreciate this right here, this class, man.
Oh,
peace,
This
guys.
how we keep our sharp sword, our nice sword over here.
Much respect, Redden. So you see the number, the radius that they give you right there. You see the 3959, and it used to be nautical miles, but they changed that shit because it's a trick. Because if you start talking about nautical miles, now you're really talking about the flat earth, because nautical is the measurement of the water surrounding the land.
Man.
So
and
now
so all of this was supposed to be done off the fact of water being level like we doing today. That's crazy.
Hell yeah, bro. And that's why I told you to pull up Sayin yesterday, which is Aswan now, which is just NASA backwards. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
But so the number they give you here, the 3959, that's just a radius. But to get the full circumference of a circle, you got to square it. So this is where you get not just the ray out, but it should be the diameter. The diameter is left and right. You see what I'm saying? So now you would times that by pi, which is 3.14. You see what I'm saying? Now you get what they call the so-called 24901. You see, and that's when they say that's the circumference of Earth, 24,901 nautical miles. But they'll give you just the miles. But and even that number is rounded off to fit the real action, the real motion of the sphere, what the sun and the moon really does. This is how we can get time, distance, and space. So the Earth is bigger than their math. You see what I'm saying, my nigga? But it's like they have you in a net. It's smaller. The map is the math and map is the same shit. That's why I keep fucking.
It's so crazy because when you say the math is smaller and the math is really what they building this false reality in your mind, it's like debunking this Pythagorean proof in this spherical geometry is literally dismantling the foundation of the matrix, which the whole fake globe reality exists in, because it's like when you said that the map is smaller, they even admit that, because when we go outside and try to prove the curve or disprove it with this map, they say, oh, it's because the earth big. Well, that means your mouth small. I mean, I'm looking at it from that angle, but it's crazy how, you know what I'm saying? They don't tell us how big the earth is. And if they can just say, well, the earth is bigger, man, that's an advantage for them, because it's like, if you don't got to give us a number, we can't really say, well, you can always say, well, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. And if they can just say, well, it's bigger. It's a ball, but it's bigger. But no number, even if you go out there and do the experiments we doing to prove it flat, they can just keep saying it's bigger. And the longer your lasers get and the longer your distances get, they can just say, well, it's bigger than that. And they'll play this game for so long, and I don't think the globalists will ever wake up. They'll just keep saying it's bigger. That's crazy. Imagine if a woman measured my cock at 3 inches, but I kept saying it's bigger. It's bigger than that. I'm just fucking with y'all.
Does adding the circumferences even matter? Is it
Well,
disproving anything?
It matters to them, written, because they're trying to say we're on a globe. You know what I'm saying? But to us, we know extraterrestrial is extra lands. It's more land for you to measure. There's no way you can measure the Earth in 24 hours, and all your math is based within the 24 hours. You know, every 15 degrees. You see what I'm saying? It all goes back to time, distance, and space. You see what I mean, my nigga? And that's how you can even get the Pythagorean triangle.
But can a bigger number even fit in a smaller number? Because if Antarctica is 33,000 miles in circumference, how is fitting in 24,000 miles?
It can. That's how we know it's a lie. Just like this, this spherical geometry right here. We know it's a lie, bro. It's like when you look at a train track, we see it converging. You know what I'm saying? So to them, they would say, "Oh, the Earth, it's a sphere. It's you know, it's curving." So they give you the only way they can. There we go, bro. So right there, they would be saying, "Oh no, it's curving." The only way they can depict this is on cartoon, is on, you know, bullshit CGI. This is not what we experience in reality.
Right. They don't have no type of spherical maps.
It doesn't.
It's not a small spherical map you could use to navigate. It's nothing spherical that you could use to navigate at all.
Big fact. In fact, all our maps are in landscape. You know what I'm saying? Landscape. Like, oh man.
Watch this. Watch this. You know how you just brought up that vanishing point right there? This is the argument MCToon is making about vanishing point as it relates to the sunset with the quarter on the table. Who remember the quarter on the table? That's a good experiment to show what the sun is doing. Now look, here is what they saying about the quarter on the table. Let's double team this one together real quick.
The other side then, if we say, well, nothing can obstruct the bottom of something over the surface of water, flat earthers,
convergence and
they say word salad.
Oh shit, y'all can't hear that. Let me put the volume up. All right, here we go. This right here, we got to do something with this.
In your application of physics, optics, and geometry. That's the error. Okay, now if you think that I am in error, and there are ways to do that, ways to take that into account. So the other side then, if we say, well, nothing can obstruct the bottom of something over the surface of water, flat earthers, they say word salad, right? Word salad, but they don't have actual empirical evidence that you can say, well, here is how it does it. Here is the physics, optics, geometry for how things are obstructed bottom up over.
And we give them the quarter on the table. But watch this.
A flat surface. Instead, they'll take a coin and they'll put the coin on the surface of the table, but they'll put the camera below the surface of the table.
Now watch this, right? I'm finna show y'all something. They said we put the camera below the table, right? Let me show you eye level for dumbasses like MCToon, right? We're putting the camera eye level because that's how we observe the horizon. Don't we want to reduplicate the outside world? When you outside, the horizon raises with you at eye level. Look at this image. The horizon is always eye level when you standing straight up level on the plane, right? And you ain't like, this is kind of a hill, but even if you look at from the Red Bull joint, I'm just flipping through real quick. Here go a good one here. Eye level, you see where, look at this image right here. This is the one I'm looking for. That red line on the right represent eye level, which would be vanishing point. Now, MCToon said we don't have a way to reduplicate our claim. So when we see the sun vanishing from the bottom up, they say it's going over a curve. He's saying flat earthers don't have an explanation for that other than this quarter on the table example, but that don't count because the camera is below the table. They know they're talking to dummies. So guess what I did? I actually made this for dummies. I did. Let's go. Eye level for dummies. Now here's what we're gonna do, right? Here is what the camera would be if it's above the table. Look at the red arrow on the right. If the camera was above the table, it'll be where the red arrow is at. All right? If the camera was below the table, it'll be where this red arrow is at. You see that? That's below. That's above. Y'all see that? They say it's below. It's not. That's above. That's below. Guess where the camera is at? Eye level. Eye level. It's splitting the blue lens right in the middle. And that's how we look at the horizon. So we placing the camera in a realistic position. When we're outside, the horizon line is always eye level. And that's where they put the camera at. And that's how you do the experiment. But globalists are dumbed down. Now, MCToon them notice the truth, but they know those people are dumb. So I'm gonna play the rest of this when I get back. I need about 2-3 more minutes. But yeah, y'all can build on this little eye level for dummies or whatever. I'll be right back.
And it's reenacting the same effect when you see the sun going out of your field of view. So if you use the quarter and move it back, it's going to do the same exact thing. That's just like if you on a field and you got the camera down and somebody walk away and they just keep walking away, they're going to get smaller until they disappear on the vanishing point line where the lines converge and diverge at. I don't get what they don't understand about that. Micro macro, that's recreating something on the macro scale, on the micro scale. Can they do that?
Hell no, because they're saying that the vanishing point is the Earth curving. You know, when you can clearly go get a telescope and zoom in. Even most cameras, you can do that now. And the big thing though, Redden, is that they have a whole math of saying what the globe is. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying that it's supposed to be curving at 8 miles? You know, 8 miles out, you're supposed to start seeing curvature. And we just know that ain't accurate. Even Jiren did his experiment and showed that it wasn't. But the little flashlight, the flashing thing he did.
Yeah, with the mirror. But see, somebody in the comment don't know what they talking about. They talk about shrinkage and obstruct an object, and using a telescope to bring back the image is not representing reality accurately. You are denying you can't see that far to begin with, huh? I don't even know what they talking about. That don't even make sense.
They trying to say refraction.
That's disproving what you just said about them. They're saying that the vanishing point is the curve, but then when you use a telescope, you can bring it back into view. So what is this Ashley Fret talking about?
They just talk about refraction, like refraction is going to produce something real. Like, you know what I'm saying? Always a mirage because of the atmosphere or heat. You know, there's a whole bunch of things you can talk about what refraction is, but there's no way you're going to refract a full building, a full landscape, it doesn't work like that. We literally can't see forever. And it's still measured.
Why they can't recreate nothing? How we doing something so simple as using the spirit level on a flight or a quarter? I don't see them recreating none of this stuff. Fructose pendulum, the Aristides with the sticks, going outside with sticks. Like what? I don't see y'all doing none of that. We doing it like it's nothing.
They never.
It's simple. It ain't hard to even. Like we don't know eye level. Like y'all don't know eye level. Like come on now, let's be for real.
It's like when you're a liar, you don't really want to talk about that too much. You know what I'm saying? Because that whole horizon thing and the bolts that fucks them up. It always has. They kind of just say refraction and then just keep talking and they all just they agree refraction, but it fucks them up and they can't really get around it, but they try. You know.
What is their experiment to combat this small experiment far as the sun moving in and out of our vanishing point and we recreating that? What can they do? Because in their model the sun don't never set. It's just it's up there. It ain't moving. So why y'all saying the sun's setting if it ain't even moving and we moving? That don't even make sense.
And it makes us
because it's moving out of our vanishing point, so it's setting upon our. We know why we say set. The truth is in the pudding, man. The words, horizon, horizontal. It's in the words.
And the sun and the moon makes a specific pattern. It makes an amelina in the sky.
Amelina.
And
infinity.
Exactly. And this is how we get seasons and the stuff like that. So for them, the biggest question you should ask them is, why do y'all tilt the globe? You know what I'm saying? They do that to try to combat that type of information that you was just bringing up with the sun and the movement of the sun. Exactly. So now you're tilting the spear. How do you tilt the spear?
On top of how do you tilt the spear, they tilt the so-called spear with the land that's on it that make it be tilted towards the sun, and it's the coldest place. That's the dumbest shit in the world. That's the dumbest shit in the world. Like that's some oxymoron stuff. Like for real.
Yeah.
It's impossible to tilt a ball on for one. And then when you're gonna tilt it, you're gonna tilt the coldest place at the sun. Okay.
Dumb shit.
I want bro to review the video too. I know a lot of people is here for that too, because it was a good back and forth.
Yeah, let's check that out.
All right.
Real quick.
Okay, cool.
Because I was questioning if Witsit genuine with it, you know what I'm saying? But he coming off like, hey man, he's sincere. I ain't gonna lie.
All right, so yes, Jeran and I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and so I'm just going to have to do what we do in debates. So I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal period. But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer, is that to maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point, didn't understand how something worked.
That is so... now, when Jiren keeps saying, I'm being honest, I'm doing the right thing, Witsit is. And even Jiren said that earlier, y'all. He said, listen, if flat earthers were sincere, they would go back to the drawing board and redo their model. But they're not even that honest. And I'm like, bro, you weren't that honest. As soon as you saw the 24-hour sun, you changed models. You didn't try to re-perfect yours, even though you debunked it, the spherical model, with spherical geometry with the mirror test, you went back to believing in the sphere, and you didn't re-debunk the test that you used to debunk the sphere, is what I'm saying. So that's where Witsit standing. He's saying I can't leave all of these facts based upon some observation, or I don't know how the sun work or whatever, but I still know the earth flat with facts. Real shit. Anybody want to speak to this?
If I were to
facts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jiren keeps saying he doing the right honest thing, but everybody ought to know even the globalists don't respect Jiren. If y'all don't peep it, they'll respect Witsit more because it's genuine with him. It's like Jiren know the earth flat, but he just wanted to get back on that side for whatever reasons or whatever perks it what it is.
But you know what you said was real? When you said that if Jiren was real, he'd go back and debate himself. He'll refute all the things that he said that he proved. That was a killer, right? When you said that right there, that was a great idea, first of all, for him, that you gave him a bag. But that is
you did.
He can't even beat himself. You can't beat yourself, bro. Yo, that was crazy, Sanchez, for sure,
And
man.
then,
he'll blow up with it.
He can't beat himself.
Not only did you say it, you showed one of his experiments. Now you go out there, nigga, and debunk that, nigga. Debunk that. The mirror test.
Hey, who was that rapper? It was like Jeran versus Jiren. He did an album like Me versus Me or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Bro, that shit'll be a hit.
Is that to maintain logical
Oh, who you said was?
T.I. versus Tip.
Oh, sure was. Damn, I'm from the South and didn't know that. It was Tip, sure was. And that was a fire album, man. Jiren might want. Hey, bro.
Well, you get that nigga a free bag, which that was just now, you know. That's
for
crazy.
Real. Why he don't want that bag, man? Don't be scared of that money, man. Yeah.
Consistency.
I think I got my money on old Jiren.
Exactly.
I could not have flipped on all the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I at one point didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity, meaning I don't understand it, so it can't be true. And this is a very dangerous fallacy, right? This, if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression.
Right.
So that's like my core issue with it is the people I have seen flip when I ask them, they're just articulating to me that they don't understand how it could work on a flat earth. And that kind of leads into the next part, right? Which is that they shift the burden that I would say that the globe holds over to me or a flat earther, right? Shifting the burden of proof, which is the person that challenges or denies your positive assertion. You're asking them to prove that it isn't true. So yes, it is correct. I will say that the flat earth is the default position because it is. I think Jiren is going to be more honest than most people, right? So when we typically debate this conversation, so I would imagine he would acknowledge that the default position.
Witsit got too much respect or like hope for Jiren to like that he ain't an agent, that he doing the right. And I'm just saying, I know he still want to believe, but man, listen, that guy been bought out.
That the flat earth is the default position because it is. I think Jiren is going to be more honest than most people, right? So when we typically debate this conversation, so I would imagine he would acknowledge that the default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. He said that we figured it out over time, that we've been able to replace it. Like we can discuss that, right? But the default position is that the Earth is stationary. The default position is that the Earth's a topographical plane. We utilize it as such, like for almost everything that we do. For transportation, for civil engineering, we actually build that way. We fly planes that way. Like we have to utilize it as a plane. We actually measure elevation vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal baseline that is at sea level, the horizontal.
Now keep in mind, Jiren just opened up the show and it was a bunch of crying, whining, they yelling at me, they picking on me, insulting people because they don't want to accept what the hell you accepted. Just replay it when y'all get a chance. Look at Jeran's intro and Pete Witsit. Mature, honest, respectful. Ain't insulted nobody yet. Ain't cried or complained. Even though Jiren was insulting him, he ain't doing it back. Even though these people, all the energy they got for flat earthers, he doing a better job than me.
Datum, and it goes on and on. There are many evidences that we live on a plane, but it is the default position. Therefore, just logically speaking, to claim that the antithesis of that is true, right? The opposite of that, it has the burden of proof. I don't really think that Jiren is denying that. I think he's saying that he thinks it's been satisfied. But the only issue is that if you then go to satisfy that burden, it cannot be an articulation of an appeal to incredulity because you don't understand how it can work on a flat earth. It can't be, well, if I assume that Earth's a globe, this makes perfect sense. It makes more sense to me than whatever I would think of a flat earth. I had reified a model prior to this, and therefore, since it doesn't work with the reification of my prior model, it can't be flat. It must be globe. These are just fallacious. And this is the very issue that's got us into this free falling through an infinite vacuum, infinitely at 66,600 miles per hour nonsense that we currently were told is true. This is the very line of reasoning that got us into the ever-expanding Copernican model that people believe to be true. Now, I don't know Jeran's specific position now. I don't know if he's a geocentrist or not, et cetera, but we're talking specifically more about the shape. Is it a globe is the question. So I'm going to list off some evidences. I just want to make that very clear that, like, on its face, a stationary topographical plane is the default position based on empirical evidence. The antithesis of that would be that it's actually a globe, that it's a sphere, that the Earth is spinning convexly at a certain rate, and therefore it has the burden of proof. And if you point to the sky and say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent, shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question, and more importantly, it's just an appeal to incredulity.
And that's why, and I actually debunked that, because you would see the same thing inverted on a flat earth. I went over that earlier. That one even confirm a globe, by the way.
That's what it is. So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat. It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter and they throw their hands up. And I can understand even Jeran's frustration with that, because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate. Right. So we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to stay logically consistent, and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says. And then we go and test it and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers that we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars, say from a ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry. It matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect, whereas the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement, so refraction can't even be applicable. So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jeran experienced, only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field. This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it actually.
Yes.
Did he say somebody changed over? Because I just got stepped back in. Did he just say somebody was a glober, and when they went there, they changed from the glober?
Yeah, he showed an example of a guy in the past that did what Jiren did, but only it was in reverse. He made an observation And actually, let me rewind it for you. You can hear it from his mouth. I can do that for you. Hold on. Just take it back a bit.
My
Because I don't
apologies, my
resonate with
bad.
No, you good, man. Let's be. Somebody else probably missed it too.
say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent, shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question, and more importantly, it's just an appeal to incredulity. That's what it is. So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat. It is a default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter and they throw their hands up. And I can understand even Jeran's frustration with that, because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always see.
I'm going to tell you why I disagree with Witsit right there. Me trying to understand how the sky works versus me being in a debate with Neil deGrasse Tyson, telling the world what I know based on how the ground works, is two different things. See, if I was debating in front of a large crowd, I wouldn't want to spend a lot of time with how the sky works if the debate is about the shape of the earth. Guess what? I would go straight to spherical geometry. Why? This is the proof that the global is used to prove a model. Once I destroy your proof, what you got to stand on? The sky, the stars, the step. That's see now. But even if you just say this, right? Let's say I'm debating a globalist about how the sun works, and he win the debate, and he say, Sanchez, see, I know more about the sun than you. I still can say, but I know more about the ground than you. We all don't know everything, but I know this ground flat. But Sanchez, I know more about the sun than you. And because I know that the sun is doing X, Y, Z, I know you wrong about what the ground doing. But if I went outside and did ground experiments for 5 years, and you went outside and studied the sun for 5 years, who would know more about the shape of the earth, y'all?
Right.
The geological person.
And you know, that's why he even brought up the radio waves. You know what I'm saying? Radio waves ain't curving. You know, I want you to know he go in though. This is a little introduction and shit. He go in. And
Oh
even
yeah, I need to
Jiren,
quit stopping it for real, my bad.
even Jiren brought your name up too, bro. You know, dead ass. You know,
but the thing about Jeran is this, man. Jeran gonna always bring my name up no matter where he go. But guess what? I'm never gonna bring Jeran's name up whenever I'm having a big debate or I'm giving the spotlight on me. Jeran made a video about me on this channel. I didn't even respond. See, Jeran is a little boy. He don't know how to move like a man. He ain't read no books about how to move like a man, because he would know you don't even mention your op and give him the light when you on a big platform. But let's go.
Seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true.
You don't. I gotta talk about this whole gotcha game, right? And the whole, because he's saying the gotcha game is what we don't have to answer. That ain't a gotcha game. You don't have to answer, sir. If you're a flat earther, you only need to prove the earth flat. That's it. You did your job. You can't, the flat earther don't got to know everything. He said he's a flat earther. That means the earth flat. If he can show you that that's right, then he lived up to his name. That's my opinion on it.
True that just because I observe a celestial phenomena, it doesn't then make all other evidences dissipate. Right. So we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to stay logically consistent, and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says. And then we go and test it and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers that we don't know how to currently explain. So I would say one of the really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars, say from a ground and from the surface of the earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say in Stellarium, at that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry, it matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect, whereas the globe, it would be an entirely different position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already.
That right there is a good experiment that I wouldn't mind reduplicating. All you need is a mountain, some time, and a star. I'm in Vegas with all that. Y'all think I can do it?
And you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium, at that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry, it matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect, whereas the globe, it would be an entirely different.
The debate between Austin and Jeran, I'll be dropping a link in the chat room to you, Woodfloor.
Position, many degrees different. And the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement. So refraction can't even be applicable. So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jiren experienced.
But only his was actually more legit and more accurate, though, because it was based upon the idea that the ground is flat. Jaren's wasn't.
Only
his was a false dichotomy. You know, it just can't work this way on your model. It's only on mine.
Refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement. So refraction can't even be applicable. So the actual occultation of the star in relation to topography, and the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jiren experienced, only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field. This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center. But that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution.
You hear what he's saying, y'all? That's so deep. Because I did it. That kind of relates to this argument right here, what I tell the globes, right? What he's saying now relates to lines of longitude and latitude, right? Because the way that we, so the whole thing about this linear distribution, it would have to be wrapping around a globe. You would have circles of latitude and longitude. Like, you wouldn't have lines of how is that a line? It's a circle. All of the words for the globe don't even apply. When I was a child, I didn't even think about that, like a line of latitude, longitude. Are they mapping it? Let me take this back right here.
Surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you have refraction, but the star has already been occulted. He went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is, you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jiren experienced, only he went the other way, right? So that just is a piece of evidence, and there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and it's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field.
So am I right about this? Are we talking about the magnetic ley lines here, Witsit? Because
you're right, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Because on an AE map, it would be linear. Like I said, you'll have lines, and then you will have circles and lines, but it'll be like a spider web sort. But it'll all be linear. This all linear distribution, whereas this would have to wrap around a ball for latitude, longitudinal lines. And I just want to break that down to the people, because, we got to translate it from Witsit terminology to nigga niece, but it's simple what he's saying. And this is what he's saying. And again, it's linear, which is why we call them lines of longitude, lines of latitude. But on a globe, The words don't even match what they're showing. It will literally be circles, you know. But let's go back to the thing.
This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center. But that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue. It's an impossibility on a sphere. Right. So what typically happens? I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got a few more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed about Jeran's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jeran's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest.
But see, I ain't gonna lie. Witsit, we can learn a bit about character from you, and especially Jiren, because he attacked your character and he attacked all of ours. But Witsit got that Jesus strength. We need to learn that for sure.
Honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots and attacks to do it. So that aside, because that doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta. We saw the sun, and it circled around us, and it didn't go down.
He says seemingly
so
now.
then to claim that
I ain't gonna lie, yeah, that more I watch this is like Witsit is very legit. And what's crazy is the more I listen to Witsit, it make me think they didn't fake it. And that they saw the 24-hour sun, but I only think that based upon me trusting Witsit. He seems genuine. If he said it was there, then hey, it make me want to say, well, maybe they did see the sun, but it still don't prove them, you know. But I just don't know. I would have to go. That's what I was telling everybody. Until we go, we on the outside looking in, believing, which is why we should just stick to what we know and debunk the spherical geometry.
But what I mean when he said we seemingly went to Antarctica, you don't believe he went there?
That's what I'm saying, because like he said, I went to a giant ice sheet. Right?
He sound like he's saying he think he went there. Like, I think he went.
And
I mean,
you know,
wherever they took me, that's where I was at.
You know what? If you was talking to MCToon Retton or like one of these channels like Simon Dan talking about the final experiment, and you told them they allegedly went to Antarctica, they seemingly went to Antarctica, those guys would laugh at you and say, what do you mean they seemingly did it? They went there. What are you talking about? And my whole thing is like, if one of them do that, they didn't even go. This man went, and you finna tell him, right? You know, like you about to tell him. He said seemingly, and he went. He was there. So you know they would argue with the man that was there just because they don't agree with them either. So I'm just showing, like, if we was to say what Witsit said to one of them, you know, that's how they'll react.
Proves that it's a globe. I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere. In the winter, when I go to Antarctica, the sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky, does a circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe. It's a textbook affirming the consequent. Textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday, therefore Sasquatch is real.
I did the same example with Santa Claus the other day. The gifts under the tree, so Santa Claus is real. That's how children think.
To apply that type of logic, it is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical evidence, and we could list them off, and it's endless, right? Just the base empirical position, the default position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea that's thousands of miles away? We extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure a vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is it that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle to that star once it's occulted by the mountain, and matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain? You can draw a straight line from observer to top of the mountain to star, and it perfectly matches an angle down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry, where it's significantly different on a globe. But yet the star's not where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is occulted.
1 minute.
So I will say, basically, what always happens is people say, well, then how would this work, this work, this work, this work? And if I don't get my answers, then you lose Earth's a globe, as if we are to grant them the presupposition of a model that they have reified. That is not how it works logically. So yes, in conclusion, the Earth default position is as a stationary topographical plane. The burden of proof is on the other side and needs to prove it. And when there's direct geometric refutations to that claim, they cannot be hand waved because there's another celestial observation that you think is better explained by that model that was just refuted, right? We can't actually skip over to that part. So that is very simply my position. And I think that it's based on the logical parameters of how we actually examine the discussion in the first place. So.
Somebody raised this man right.
And time. All right. Thank you, Austin. All right, gentlemen. The next part of the debate is the...
Because I would have had to be talking some more shit back to Jeran with his insults, man. So I'm, you know...
rebuttals. And so we're going to afford Jeran 7 minutes to rebut to what he just heard.
So this is just me presenting myself. Okay, gotcha. It's not asking questions. That could be okay. Gotcha.
You're just going to respond to what Austin said.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, let me add you to the full screen. All right, you're good.
Okay. So the issue I have there is that the way Austin's describing it, he's saying that if nobody can explain how something works, well, it doesn't mean it's not true. But we would never get to the truth if that were the case. If the case were that anything could be true, even if it doesn't have any explanation, doesn't explain anything, but somebody just says, well, I think it's true.
Well, here go the thing. The flat earth have an explanation, and Jeran gave it. He did a mirror test. Jeran debunked the proof of a spherical globe in spherical geometry. I went over that. So when he say that, yeah, if I can't explain, you know, spirits, if I can't explain the afterlife, but you feel like you can make it more applicable to the globe model, it's the earth now a globe, that's what I'm saying. You're asking us for explanations for things that's irrelevant to what you're trying to prove. If you're trying to prove a sphere, you need spherical geometry, not explanations about stars and shit. You need definitive proof. Explanations ain't gonna help you, but you want people to be able to explain something, and if they can't explain it, aha, then it's a globe, because that's your little game. But just because I can't explain something about the stars don't mean I can't actually prove something about the ground. Like, if I can do an experiment and prove to you that the ground is flat, why would you even want my explanation about the stars? Why? That's irrelevant. Like, I don't care about explaining. What can you prove? Everybody got explanations for something. But you want to play around with explanations because you don't have proof. We have proof that the earth is flat. You don't have proof it's a globe. You only have explanations, which is what the globe model is based upon, a bunch of theories and explanations that don't account for reality. And you want to put the ball in your court, and so that we can go, you know, your explanations don't match our proof about the ground. So you want to get us to another debate where we're both explaining something, and whoever got the best explanation win. That ain't how it works. It's who got the proof, the evidence that's undeniable. That's the verdict.
Because that's basically what he's saying, is that if we have different ideas on the shape of the earth, he's saying it doesn't make a difference if one of them makes all the predictions.
No. If y'all have different ideas about what the sun do in Antarctica, it doesn't make a difference about what the ground does under your feet, because you and Witsit agree that the earth can be proven flat, and you did a mirror test earlier. Should I play it again, panel, or is that being redundant? We can just
play it.
Right about
Play
that.
it. Yeah, play it.
He running.
I play it again. Because you see how slick he is, though. He know what Witsit talking about. But he gonna say, you mean to tell me if you don't have an explanation for how the earth flat, but I have an explanation for how the earth round. You don't have an explanation for how the earth round. You have an explanation for what the sun does in Antarctica on a globe model, but explanations don't win debates, proof do. And Jiren proved that the ground don't curve. Let's watch the video.
If this guy actually cared, he would go out and do this test, but he probably won't. Let me share my.
He said if that guy cared, he would do the test. So Jiren know people who really care about truth do tests. They don't seek explanations. He know that.
Damn, you killing him. You killing himself.
My screen real quick and I'll be done. So this is the cheapest test you can do. Also the easiest test. It's just called a mirror test. Okay. So if you do the mirror test, all you need is a camera, a mirror, and two people. Okay. And you have somebody go to where there's a body of water. Monterey Bay works great in California. I don't know where else you might want to go. But this body of water across here, let's say we're 25 miles. 25 miles is 104 foot of bulge. If you don't know how big 104 feet is, it's a 10-story building. It's huge. It's like the Jesus Redeemer statue in Brazil, right? That's 100 feet. So in between two people 25 miles apart, there's supposed to be a 104-foot bulge. Now, if you go out and have this guy hold a mirror, and you have basically the light's going to be coming obviously like this. The light rays are coming down. Oops, sorry, this thing's in the way. There we go. So if the mirror is coming down and it's flashing on this mirror, and then you have somebody with a camera over here who's just looking across the water and trying to pick up the mirror flash. The thing about a mirror flash is it's a line of sight observation, meaning, and you can go do this right now in your front yard. Take a mirror out with your friend, start flashing the mirror, the sun at them, and then get behind something like a car, garbage can, anything. The second that mirror is occulted, meaning the second that you don't have line of sight to the mirror, you lose all flash. So when you're actually seeing a mirror flash, and you can prove this right now, you will see that it's because you have line of sight between you and the mirror. Now go out to the water, 25 miles apart, and watch this person zoom in and pick up this person doing the mirror flash. Here's one that they did in Monterey Bay with a P900 infrared. Again, we can show you where the cameras are. Look at this mirror flash. How are you seeing a mirror flash? They're supposed to be 100-foot. No, they're doing 18 miles, I think. So it's like a 60-foot hump. But 60 foot is a 6-story building. How would we be seeing a mirror flash from the other side of the water when there's supposed to be a 60-foot hump in between you? The answer is there is no curvature on Earth.
Now, Jeran know it's supposed to be a 60-foot hump there. Jeran is basing his argument off of the Pythagorean proof. Jeran knows what they teach about what the ground should be doing, and based on what they teach about their model, Jeran just debunked them. Now, Jeran is saying they right now because he have an explanation, no proof. Now we can all get into arguments about who can explain what the stars doing or not, but if you saying this is a flat Earth versus globe Earth debate, then the man who gonna win that debate is the man that show up with the proof about what's the ground doing. And even the original globe earthers knew that, which is why they didn't base the shape of the globe off observing the sun. You see what I'm saying? They based it off math, Pythagorean proof. So why wouldn't you reinforce this? Why wouldn't a globalist show up to a debate and pull this right here out? They scared of this, but this supposed to be their proof. How the hell are you scared of your own proof? This the part that y'all gotta help me with, panel, because this ought to be a dead damn giveaway. If a nigga in court saying, Your Honor, I got proof that I wasn't at that place, and then we go to scrutinizing and looking over the proof and we realize, wait a minute, you scrap, this supposed to be your work punch-in sheet, right? And it shows when you at work and stuff. This actually shows that it's been edited. Now, this man just presented some bogus proof, and the moment we start saying, wait a minute, give me that proof, everybody want to see his proof now, right? Because we saying, yeah, man, your proof don't add up, and he want to not see his proof. Now, he just wanted us to see his proof. Think about it. They presented this to the world as proof of their model, but now that the flat earth is here, they ain't even putting this shit up in a debate. That ought to be a red flag. This man showed up with proof in the court, and the moment we found out his proof is bogus, he making a whole nother argument now. Now he want us to start debating explanations. Well, explain to me how I was there if I was doing, you know how liars do. Well, explain to me. I ain't explaining you nothing. I'm proving that you lying right now, sir. I don't need an explanation. It ain't no explanation. We beyond explanation. That's what Jiren doing. They want to go to explaining now. Because now the proof shows you full of shit. You would love an explanation now, but you showed up with proof. See, they don't show up trying to explain nothing, y'all. They show up and slam down proof. Here go the Pythagorean proof. Now here's the spherical geometry to prove my model. And when you debunk that shit, they put it right back in their pocket. You never see it again.
That's bro. And you know, even like the Pythagorean triangle, you know, there's no curvature in that, my nigga. It has nothing to do with spherical. You know what I'm saying? It's a flat circle, a plane. You know what I mean? And for them to attribute it to the curvature, it just destroys this whole spherical geometry shit. And that's why Witsit even brought up radio waves. Like, we communicate all around the earth because we're on a plane. If it was on a sphere, just look up there by where zero is. Nigga, how the hell we gonna communicate with fucking Australia or anywhere else down below? It's just gonna be going out in space. You know, radio waves don't curve.
Right.
You know? So hell yeah, they will never bring this up, bro. Never bring that shit up.
And these are facts, man.
Predictions, and the other one makes none, because simply because you don't know how it works doesn't mean it's false. Oh, then that would be true for anything. So I think we live on a dog, and then you might say, well, that wouldn't work. How could we live on a dog? And I'd say, well, just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true. So I mean, we could do that forever. We could live on anything then. I mean, you have a group of things that you look at, and then you find out which one better matches the observations. Now, for me, the flat Earth better.
That ain't what you do. What happens is you make a claim, and now you got to go and prove that claim. If the default model is flat Earth and everybody's saying the Earth flat because we can prove it, it ain't moving because we can't feel it moving. We showing y'all about radio waves is based upon a radius, radial, all that. We showing you everything we do, the mirror test, all that debunks the spherical geometry, but you still believe it's a sphere. Now, here's the thing right here, right? Jiren is making up shit. This is not how debate go. You don't look around at things and see who got the better explanations for shit. That is not what even happened in a court of law. What happens in a court of law, the killer says, I wasn't there at the scene, Your Honor. And now you got to prove that you weren't there. You innocent to proven guilty, but you got to prove yourself guilty. Ain't no damn explaining your way out of this. This is not an explanation contest in the court. It's who got the damn proof and who don't.
Matches observations when you're talking about the Earth looks flat. It operates and appears flat. And everything we do is with the flat Earth. That's because no matter where you're at, it's flat. So you can treat.
You make a claim, you prove it or you don't. You say that it's a sphere, you prove it or you don't, man. The explanations ain't proof. I can come up with an explanation. Well, who got the better explanation? So maybe you got the better explanation, but the question is, who the hell got the proof? Who got the facts? Because the judge ain't gonna say, I like his explanation better. Lock his ass up. They gonna fucking go with the proof and evidence, bro. You playing dumb childish games, Jerry.
Treat the Earth completely and totally like it's a flat plane. And that's how you best do it. When you're flying a plane, when you're building a bridge, when you're building a canal. If you took the curvature of the Earth into account, it wouldn't make any sense because where we build is level. So we use a spirit level where we're at, and that is a level plane where it is. And yes, down the road that way or that way are not quite still level with where you're at, but that's not needed in any walk of life. We don't ever look down the way and say, oh, how do we line up with that? We just build a canal. We just build a bridge. We just build where we're at. We use a spirit level.
He said, we don't ever look down the line and say, but you would have to. Think about this, right? This is what Jeran's saying, right? Check this out. Jeran's saying, we measured the shape of the Earth, y'all, and we got the whole math down for y'all with Pythagorean proof. It's exactly 3,959 miles across. But we ignore all that shit when we building bridges that's over 8 miles. How? You just can't ignore the map. That's like saying it's a cliff edge 5 miles up, but I'm gonna keep walking and I ain't gonna fall off shit because I ignored it. Just because I ignored it don't mean that it ain't real. If what you saying is real, you can't ignore it because you gonna fall off that cliff. You can ignore it because you know it's bullshit, but you acting like the fact that you can ignore it make me look dumb. You saying it like, yeah, you know, we can just build shit and not even worry about the curvature of the Earth, and we can just build it straight and assume that the shit going straight because it just gonna curve itself. That's what he's saying. Yeah, the earth is a ball, but we ignore that shit when we need to. When a pilot flying, he ignore all of the Pythagorean math. Man, he would die. What do you mean? You just can't ignore it. Bro, if you building anything more than 16 miles, 8 miles, what y'all want to give it? What number we want to put there? If you're building anything more than what?
8 miles. 8 miles, you should start seeing curvature.
And a man that's building a fucking bridge that's 50, 60 miles just can't ignore all that damn curvature, man. How can you
right?
Since when did ignorance get us to successful results like the Golden Gate Bridge? Ignorance. Oh, just ignore the curvature. Just keep laying that shit, man. Come on, build it. You think that and it just come out right. Yo, that's crazy right there. This just because the earth is flat, man. And he proved it flat. Let's go.
And that's how it works on a sphere. You said that
on a sphere they just ignore the fucking sphere. On a sphere, they just ignore the sphere. That's crazy.
In their minds, if it mattered, they would talk about it in school and shit like that. That's what they're stupid. You know?
The longest bridges in New Orleans.
Yeah, right.
If all observations match prediction,
don't count curvature on that bridge.
And that shit
bridge
going
is miles long.
Yeah, man. I think that joint, like, it's
that's the longest bridge.
I'm trying to put a number on it, but I forgot the exact number.
Predictions. Then that's where you live. So I don't know how to better explain this. Is that if you're given a map of your apartment complex and you're asking, hey, where's the laundry room? And they say, here's the map. And outside of your door, they show a pool, but there's no pool in front of you. You can then at that point take the map back to the office and say, this map is incorrect because it doesn't match observations. So we have a map like that. It's called the AE map, and it no longer matches the observations. Therefore, you can take.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The pool is a geographic location on the ground. The sun is some in the sky. So that's my whole thing now. He giving these flawed examples, right? Because that means, like Witsit said in his argument, the guy that lined up the mountain with the star, he was a globe earther and he became a flat earther, right? That was based upon an alignment that can only take place if the ground is flat. Because remember now, the mountain is a geographic stationary, assuming the earth is a stationary plane. It's kind of like when Orion is in alignment over the Giza pyramids, and we say, man, how does alignment keep happening if the earth is a globe? It's a little miniature form of that in a way. Now listen, my whole thing is Jiren didn't deal with that. That would be a man given a map by the apartment complex and they telling him, look, this is where the pool at, and he walk outside and there go the pool. So the map was right. That's why that globe earther became a flat earther, according to Witsit, because he realized, man, the ancients are right. And that's why the globe earthers use the ancient star map, the Mayan calendar and all that to make predictions of the heavens.
Take it back to the office and say, hey, this map doesn't work anymore. And then you can take the globe and you can say, well, how about this one? And Austin mentioned going down to 80 degrees and seeing Punta Arenas and blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, what it points out is that every single location that you or I have ever been to, and I dare say every single location that anybody watching this debate has been to, matches the observations given to us by mapping the Earth on a sphere. It does not match any flat plane, doesn't match any cylinder or pyramid. It matches a sphere. The Earth is mapped on a sphere. You can call any of your friends, no matter where they live. And
the Earth ain't mapped. Bro, show me a pilot flying with a globe. Like, all maps are flat and it is based upon a flat Earth. Like, again, lines of longitude, lines of latitude. A pilot can fly in the sky and ignore the curvature, just like a bridge builder on the ground. But you telling me the maps are based upon curvature that the pilot ignoring.
then ask them, hey, can you go check and see if the sunrise sunset comport to this model and this prediction? And their answer every single time will be yes.
Watch this, right? I'm finna pull up to you right now a whole bunch of videos of pilots saying the earth flat. Because the game Jiren playing now is that you can go ask these pilots about these particular claims, and that they'll say, yes, he's saying that the pilots agreeing with the globe earth, right? Let's ask him. Let's ask him. He said we can go do it, right? Let's go do it. He said we can, but I want to ask the pilot if the earth flat. Flat out. Fuck the bullshit, pilot. It's the earth
One
flat.
question to ask. Flat or a ball?
Flat or a ball? What's that?
Well, I never feel as breaking round. If we live on a ball, surely we'd have to fly around it. Yeah, it feels like flat or a ball.
Flat, not a ball.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
No.
No? What'd you see while we were up there?
This is the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are you the pilot? Oh, okay. Am I allowed to say hi?
He said we can, like, let's ask the, like, all of these, bro, I can show you so many pilots saying the earth flat.
Hey, I just want to say thanks for the smooth flight. Right. I did have one question. Is there like a specific angle of downward tilt you have to fly at?
3 degrees.
3 degrees for the curvature of the Earth?
Oh, for the Earth?
Because, yeah.
No, we just fly over the troposphere.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have to keep like kind of going down because?
No, we actually have to nose up.
What?
It flies. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, nah, that's crazy. That was crazy.
Because I was reading some stuff on the flat Earth that made a lot of sense. Have you looked into it?
Which one? Sorry?
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
That's true.
You heard that, y'all? Did y'all hear that?
Hell yeah,
and
bro.
the pilot did it in a sneaky way, like I know I can get in trouble for this. But yeah, true. Like, now go on head on, man.
Now
'Cause
go
you
on
gonna
back to
get
your
me
seat.
fired. You gonna get me fired, nigga. Like, it's true, now get out my face. You know. Let's rewind.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh, go now.
No, talk. You got it.
I was just gonna tell you, like latitude, is synonymous with altitude. You just move the L back, latitude
That's
and
facts.
altitude up and down. But go ahead, my nigga, you cooking.
That's why the pilot got that altitude indicator. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Latitude indicator. I'm gonna go back to the video. Yeah, like Jeran talking to pilots about the flat Earth argument. I bet you, man, listen, you'll be surprised how many pilots will tell you the Earth flat. Don't even do that, Jeran.
We have Google Earth, which has never been disproven by one person. Doesn't get the angles of the sunrise and sunset wrong. It gets them right, and it's based on a sphere model. You talked about the celestial.
You know what the sphere model need to get right? The spherical geometry. See, Jiren keep talking about the sphere model gets the sun angles right and all these little games like that. But the sphere model need to be able to get this mirror test right that you did yourself. See, I'm gonna make the new Jiren debate the old Jiren. And the whole thing is this right here. What the globe Earth need to get right is the proof they presented for their model to begin with. Because think about this, right? Where the sun angles work on a globe. They work on a flat Earth, bro. You can't have crepuscular rays on a globe. What are you talking about? Just did a video about that the other day, man. Like, we shouldn't see the sun rays triangulate. We can argue about the sun rays, which they work more on the flat Earth. But what we really hear is like this, y'all. Like I said in a court of law, a person present proof. This they proof on the screen. And the courtroom say, no, wait a minute now. This proof is fishy. And the more we go to debunking the proof that they got for their model, now they shift. Well, let's talk about this sun over here. The judge ain't gonna let you do that in the court. So y'all gotta realize what's happening is they got to say, we're running. We don't want to talk about the Antarctic sun. We're running from them about the sun when really they running from their own proof, man. They're like the criminal in the court that presented proof. We scrutinized the proof, debunked the proof, and now the criminal trying to shift the argument, but the court won't shift. And the criminal is saying, man, y'all scared to talk about this? Oh, y'all scared of this? No, sir, you presented this proof to us, and now you don't even want to talk about your own proof to the court now that we see it's full of shit. That's what I'm saying, that what Jiren doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fact that I guarantee y'all, Jiren ain't gonna talk about curvature the whole debate. He gonna talk about the sun. I bet you no globe earther from none of these sides gonna pull up this right here. But this is their proof.
Theodolite, but you need stellarium to even talk about it. So again, now you're using a globe Earth spherical system in order to tell me that the Earth is flat by using the numbers that the sphere system gives you. I'm not even going to go down that road. That seems to be preposterous on its face. Electrical field on the Earth, I don't know what you mean by linear distribution. You mean that it's, I guess I don't know what you mean. It goes up and in a linear.
Now, if you don't know what he mean, you're dumb and you really ain't qualified to debate him on it. Like, come on, bro. It's two words, linear distribution. It's distributed in a fucking line, moron. Like, what the hell?
We were just talking about line of sight. He don't know what line is?
How the hell? Like, it's not even hard. Linear distribution, bro. Know what distribution mean? Know what linear mean? It's not that hard.
Your fashion, I guess is what you mean. So I don't know why that wouldn't work on a sphere. As I said, wherever you're at.
He don't know why linear distribution wouldn't work on a sphere. Could it be because he don't even know what the hell it is? Why linear distribution won't work on a sphere? We just went over that. Because radio waves can't be distributed in curves. They travel horizontally in a line. Awakening Minds brought that up, right? That's something that's, come on, man. You can't debate it. So my whole thing is, Jiren didn't know what linear distribution was, and I gotta stop a minute to pause that right here to let that sink in. Which is why Jiren think radio waves can wrap around a ball. Because I guess gravity gonna bend them. You know, gravity is gonna be the answer for everything.
It's gonna grab it.
Right. He's gonna make them bend, nigga.
Is level. So therefore, above my head would be a linear progression of electrical field. Doesn't make a difference if the Earth's a sphere because it doesn't matter for where I'm at.
You mean to tell me it don't matter how radio waves travel just because where Jiren is at? And you know what? It don't matter that Jiren disproved spherical geometry because Jiren saw a 24-hour sun. Jiren think that the world works based upon his observations and perspective. Isn't that crazy? Jiren think when he see road mirages, he gonna get wet.
You said we went south, we had a giant sheet of ice. Yeah, we did, but you have to remember we saw the sun south of us, and that refutes any flat Earth that's ever existed and will ever exist. That's the thing.
No, but we refute the globe Earth with spherical geometry. See, you thinking that you can beat the flat Earth saying, look at where we see the sun at. No, look at where we see the curve not at. Look at where we see the curve not at.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like we using your own proof to show that the curve ain't where you say it's supposed to be. And you saying, but look over here at the sun, that's deflection. Can't believe everybody going for it. It's because they want to go back with what they all been indoctrinated with. It's easier, it's more comfortable. I don't gotta figure no shit out. Nobody want to think. People hate to use their mind. Because once they realize the earth flat, a whole door open, and I gotta investigate my whole reality now, and they too lazy. It's easier to just stay in ignorance.
Thing that people don't realize.
And believe that everything they told us is true. Why would they lie? Dumb people ask. Why won't you prove shit for yourself? It's the real question.
About this flat Earth. There'll never be another map, not for the rest of your life, not for the rest of your children's lives. There is no other way to map the Earth on a flat plane other than the AE map. That's it. And once the AE map has been falsified, we're done. It's time to get out. So you can go back to the drawing board if you want and play around. I did that for 6 months and realized that's it. There's no more. If the sun circles in Antarctica, then it matches all observations of the sphere, and that's what it did. And the you said about the firming the consequent, where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified, that the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say if the Earth is a sphere of blankety blankety blank, and right, and then it's distance to the horizon is 1.22 times the square root of right. Then the Earth's so then they're doing the same thing. So now the number one evidence of the flat Earth that you guys use, the black.
The number one evidence, because he mentioned Nathan Oakley. The number one, he mentioned two motherfuckers and all flat earthers say this. It make me think of y'all working together, because it's like you got these few people that they want to speak for the whole group so they can kind of die with the claim. But see, they'll say all flat earthers think that way, but then say flat earthers don't agree on nothing. They're inconsistent. Double talk.
Swan is an affirming the consequent. You just said that. If it's not, then why can't somebody say, if the Earth is a sphere and the sun does this, then we would see this in the south and we see that, therefore the Earth is a sphere. If that's not allowed, then neither is saying.
No, we say if the Earth is a sphere, then guess what? I should not be able to see this mirror flash because it is a line of sight observation. Remember Jiren? Did they swap the Jerens out or something? God damn.
He's been weaponized. He is now the ultimate anti-flat earther. Think about
He's
it.
not even explaining himself. He's saying it did this and it did that. Did what? What are you talking about?
Right. Well, we looked over here and we said, hey, if the Earth is a sphere, then the sun would do this, do that. No, if the Earth is a sphere, then the damn ground would ball up. If the Earth is a sphere, then the ground I'm walking on would be balling up, and we proven that that's wrong. And now they want to say, but if the Earth is a sphere, then the sun would do this, do that, do that. See it, look, it did it. So the Earth is a sphere. Like,
Exactly.
come on, man.
What the hell?
That the horizon is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months, and then he saw that observation. So now the flat Earth is using a 1 day out of 6 month observation and going around telling people that that's proof that the Earth has been falsified.
Watch this. Globe earthers are using one experiment that was done by a man named Eratosthenes over hundreds of years ago to prove that they measured the Earth. And then when we used the spherical geometry that they got to support it, they just ignored and say the Earth is bigger, as if they radius ain't been debunked. You said it's something and then now you saying it's bigger. They ignore that now. Now you talking about a man that spent 6 months and it. Think about the trial and error. If you doing this from the first time, you trying to see a star line with a mountain, atmospheric conditions, technicalities, that stuff can draw out months. You ain't done no experiment. All Jiren got to do is go out there and debunk the man and redo it. But see, the whole thing is this. They want a false dichotomy. His experiment is based upon the Earth being flat. You would have to prove him wrong, not just say, well, it took him 6 months and he got it right on one of the days. Well, dude, if you prove the truth one time, it still stands. If it take me 6 months in trial to get everything right, to show that I'm proving it beyond a shadow of a doubt, I proved it. I proved it, man. Like my thing, you didn't prove the spear once, and you talking about a man that proved his shit one time. You didn't prove yours 0 times. This is why they don't want to talk about this Pythagorean proof. Let's go back to the video, man.
That's a joke. It's a literal joke that we would ever think an anomaly, meaning that 1 day out of, what would that be, 180, has an observation that makes the Earth flat, and so we're going to go around telling people that the globe Earth has been.
This man observed the 24-hour sun one time in one location in his whole life. So what if somebody tell him, bro, that one time don't count? You got to go back a couple of times, man. You know what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this right here. Does it matter how many attempts a person try in science to prove something. It don't, because there could be many factors to show why it ain't going right. The fact that it took them, it take the globe model, look, over hundreds of years, they say, to prove they model, and they still trying to prove it. Look how long y'all been evolving y'all model. Like, this is the pot calling the kettle black, but even worse though, because, you know, y'all shit been still trying to figure it out hundreds of years, you know, and you ain't got it right yet based on your own proof, like your own math.
Falsified because of an anomaly. That's crazy.
10 guilty men and mouths should be set free before one innocent God's soul be punished, locked up one day. Hey, shout out to Johnny Cali Blaze. Appreciate the support, man.
So I think if you have different ideas about the shape of the Earth, which we did, again, I thought that the South was a lie. I thought that they were lying about the southern 24-hour sun. I thought they were lying about what happens south of the 60. That's why I thought they had the Antarctic Treaty.
You thought they was lying about the Earth balling up beneath your feet, and you went and did a mirror test and you found out that they was lying and you proved it. And just because you didn't think they was lying about a 24-hour sun, well, guess what? Now does that make the Earth a ball beneath your feet? That make this test wrong now? That's my whole thing.
And guess what? I was wrong. When we go down there, we saw that the angles match perfectly in Punta Arenas.
But y'all ain't see the spear yet. This is my thing. We can talk about sun angles, Punta Arenas. We can talk about the 24-hour sun, and after that, let's get back to curvature and the Pythagorean proof. They running from their own proof. I gotta keep stressing it.
Had the sun going right to left, again, people need to consider this. If you're on a flat Earth,
like, why the hell would we care? Like, if the sun is doing this, then that proves that. If my wife twerked tonight, then that prove a globe Earth. That is really irrelevant. Nigga. Like, if my wife making steaks tonight, then the Earth is flat. Like, these are the games you playing for real, because it literally don't prove nothing about the ground. If you want to debunk the ground, Jiren, you gotta debunk your old self. Jiren gotta go back to this video and debunk this. He gotta say, I was wrong about this too. Why you just saying you wrong about what the sun did? Because you know you right about what the Earth doing. Let me say that again. Why Jiren gotta keep stressing to the world that I was wrong about the sun angles? Let's talk about the sun. Because Jiren, you was right about the shape of the Earth. You was right about what the ground doing.
Okay.
No,
you might
nobody
see
told Jeran to put the sun and
actually,
moon on the meridian on the AE map anyway. The AE
That's
map
what
is
I was
for the
saying.
nods of projections. It ain't got nothing to do with no sun and moon anyway. He
I
keep
told
bringing
him
it up.
that when I debated him. I told him that to his face, man. Like, bro, ain't nobody tell you to put, if you look at the AE map, it ain't got no sun or moon on it. Because it's the azimuth equidistant map, meaning that all of the azimuth projection points that point into the North Pole are equally distant. Let me show it to you. These are all the azimuth points that you can shoot with a compass, basically. All the directions on the Earth. And they all pointing into the center. And guess what? They're equally distant. The AE map is azimuthal equidistant map. The azimuths are equally distant. And this ain't really to show you nothing about the sun and moon. Now, the whole thing about this map is you can put a sun and a moon over it and make it work just the way we observe it in our reality. Jeran can't make the 24-hour sun work, so he projecting saying it just can't work. Imagine, y'all, if we was both mechanics and we was looking at this particular car that was broken, and the mechanic A said, yeah, man, this car is messed up. Can't nobody fix that. It just can't work, man. Ain't nothing you can do about it. And mechanic B was like, actually, I can fix that. I actually do have a remedy for that. And mechanic A just argue you down that it's impossible for you to do. That's what Jiren doing, like, and he's adamant that it's impossible, man. You got to speak for yourself, bro.
Yeah.
When you say, well, there's nobody that can make it work, while ignoring all these flat earthers that's showing. You know what Jiren ought to be doing? He ought to be pulling up flat earth videos of all of these flat earthers with the 24-hour sun models and debunking them. The fact that they're just outright ignoring them, give them more credibility. Like, you running from everything.
And you're at the south of South America, how is the sun going left? How is the sun going to the south? Guess what? There's a model that says the sun will go left, the sun goes south, it goes around the bottom of the earth, comes back south of east. And that's exactly what we saw. So the globe earth provides.
But the curve goes around the earth all evenly, and we don't see that. You see what I'm saying? I'ma always take Jeran back to the curvature. And that's what Witsit need to do. I would do that with him the whole debate. But Jeran, we don't see the curve doing what it's supposed to do. See, the sun doing what it's supposed to do on your model is doing what it's supposed to do on a lot of other flat earth models, and this model, that model. Okay, but it's the curve doing what it's supposed to do beneath my feet? No. And Jiren know it ain't doing what it's supposed to do, which is why Jiren want to just talk about the sun. Because Jiren said, but the sun doing what it's supposed to do on my model. Yeah, but the ground ain't. The sun doing what it's supposed to do on a flat earth model, which is why the ancestors, here go the nail in the coffin. His physicists teach that the ancestors got the most accurate models of the sky. They teach that the Mayans have the most accurate calendar, and that the Egyptians mapped out the whole sky years ago. They put the Dogon on a pedestal about how brilliant their knowledge of the sky is. You know why they do that, y'all? Some things you just can't lie about. Anybody can get a passport and go and holler at these people. You see what I'm saying? So these people ain't slow and stupid, but check this out, right? They'll tell you the stars doing what they supposed to do on a globe model. But the same people that they're agreeing had all of the knowledge of the stars were flat earthers. So they also saying the stars are doing what they supposed to do on a flat earth model too. So put this in perspective. If we trying to figure out the shape of the earth, the ground we walk on, and the flat earthers got an explanation for what the sun doing, and the globe earthers got an explanation for what the sun doing, should we now argue about who got the best explanation for what the sun doing? Or should we say, man, when are y'all gonna get to who can prove what the ground doing?
Right. When they gonna prove what the ground doing?
I can do this because flat earthers can find, it's so many flat earthers with explanations about the 24-hour sun. They got models of how it worked. Again, the ancestors were flat earthers. I'm pretty sure they knew about the 24-hour sun. So if they was able to map out the whole sky and make more accurate predictions than us, they found the way to make the 24-hour sun even work on their model. So if you telling a person, but you don't know how the 24-hour sun work on your model, but you don't even know how the curve work on your model, and if the debate is about the shape of the earth, you need to know how the curve work. I don't gotta know how the sun work, but I do. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy.
After 2 miles, 32 inches, and after 3 miles, there should be 72 inches, or 6 entire feet of physical curvature between point A and point B. Let's see if this supposed
wrong video, triple.
And again, I will I'll fully admit 100%.
After Witsit turn, I'm gonna stop and we're gonna pick back up. I got part 2 already scheduled.
Globe is counterintuitive, but so is bugs in your tummy. So are a lot of things that we realize now are true. Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach, and you're gonna see little swimming creatures. Now you don't feel like they're in there, but they are. So
do you hear this, man? This man talking about boo-boo in your navel Jerry, you're disgusting. You be picking in your belly button, smelling your hand and shit. You a grown man. Bro, how did that come on your head in a flat earth debate? You should be, this man will not talk about spherical geometry. He'll talk about boogers in your belly and all that shit. But this man will not talk about the Pythagorean proof, which is supposed to be the math to prove his model. He'll talk about sun rays, pointers, what do you call that shit? Pointers, pintas, that city. But, you know, he'd talk about every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't talking about that ground we walking on.
The globe Earth is the same. You may feel like the Earth's flat. We may feel like there is no curvature. However, we just don't understand large spheres. A sphere can be so big, 24,901 miles in circumference, that you can't tell that it's curved because we're...
But isn't this the spherical geometry?
Yes, bro. Yes.
Is it right? Isn't this the right?
That's it. And shout out to y'all. That's not even large.
That's it right there, bro. That's what I was talking about.
Like, that is not right. Jiren know it ain't big because he did this test. Shout out to my nigga Key, man. Let's talk about it.
Hey, and then you know the three rings of the earth, waking their minds hit it when he said to test that shadow from 8, because 8 divided by 3, 24 divided by 3 would be 8. So why would you test the shadow from 7? That's cheating again, man. Trying to tilt the scales, but the scales of mother my self-balance, man. As always, man. Salutes to y'all, man. Flat motherfucking power.
You know, hey, but I'm gonna tell
24,000 miles, man. It must be a little stop 24,000 in the earth. 24,000.
I'm gonna tell y'all niggas something though, Renton. I know how y'all feel about the shape of the earth. You might not feel like the earth is flat, but if you take your hand and stick it in your belly button and pull some
you can't see it. You can't see it.
Bro,
the beach.
This is fucking crazy. This was a horrible performance from Jiren. And he started off crying, insulting. It was horrible.
We're too small. That's how the Earth is a sphere and how it is kind of beautifully created because
belly boogers in your belly button. Like, you talk about beautifully created, you know, because... But you know what's crazy about saying that the sphere is beautifully created is that it wasn't created. It's a Big Bang. It's an atheistic motherfucking conception of the universe that denies creationism. All of the people that created his model don't even believe it was created. It's their conception of the universe from their mind and not what the universe is showing us with its own might. So the fact that he's talking about, you know, it's beautifully created with his wannabe poetic ass, right? It's beautifully created, but it ain't created though. Make that shit make sense. That's crazy.
You don't have to.
The whole globe model is anti-creationism. You can't even use that word as a globe earther. Stop it.
Treat it like it's a sphere. It actually doesn't matter to your life. If you want to be a flat earther, that's fine, but get out of scientific studies. Get out of science.
You don't tell a person what to do. Check this out. I'm going to show you how backwards Jeran is. If you want to be a flat earther, you should get involved in scientific studies. See, this is some shit that a cult member would tell you. Like, if you want to be a flat earther, you can't participate with us and work with us and be a scientist, and we're going to blackball you, right? Just because you're challenging us. You see the backwards mentality? Because if a person is a flat earther, and let's just say the earth is a globe and they wrong. If a person is a flat earther, but the earth is a globe and they wrong, they should be in all of the damn science. A globe earther should tell them, look, man, you should go to science class. You should go back to school and you should participate in all the scientific studies you can find, bro. And you should have all the debates you can have, ask all the questions. Wherever knowledge at, you should be there. With your dumb butt, whether you know some or not, you just need to. You shouldn't tell a person that you think is ignorant to stay away If a person is ignorant in science, why would you tell them don't participate in scientific studies? You just prove this a damn cult, and that person is a threat to the cult. If they go into there, they're gonna shake everything up and make them rewrite the books. That's why you don't want them to participate the same way Jesus can participate in the world system. Because Jesus didn't think like nobody in the world. He didn't think like the Caesars, the Pharisees, the wise men, the people who thought they had the universe all figured out while they was leading the whole damn world to hell, and they still doing it now.
Scientific debates, because you don't have the kind of evidence to go up against a globe. You have to better present the world than the globe does. And
we do that every time. And Jiren, you was doing it too. And you saying that they got a better now this is how the globe present the world. This is the math that they use to support their presentation. When we debunk that, they shift it to a 24-hour sun argument. You present the world as a sphere, but you don't prove it. We both present the world with a fucking 24-hour sun in it. Like I just said, the flat earth ancestors had a 24-hour sun too. Both models present with a 24-hour sun, bro. But both models don't present the ground as a sphere. That's where the debate at. So for him to win, he got to say, well, yes, our model can explain a 24-hour sun, but yours can't, while doing a debate asking a man to explain it. So the whole thing, what a flat earther gonna do if they're smart, they're gonna show up to the debate and they ain't gonna waste their time trying to explain how the sun works if it's about flat versus globe. They're gonna go to your Pythagorean proof and go directly to the damn source where you said the ground supposed to be balling up, and they know that, and that's when they're gonna say, but you're running, look at the sun. No, but you're the one running from your own proof, like I was saying earlier, y'all, in the court of law. Why would this man abandon his proof in the court? Because the court found out it ain't legitimate. That's a no-brainer. And why would a man want the court to now not even talk about his proof? He changing the argument for the proof that would set him free, because the proof is gonna damn him even more. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's crazy.
Let's see if this.
But I'm gonna let Witsit speak, and I'm gonna
the flat earth can't explain anything. So
I told y'all what he was gonna say. We can't explain. Well, he said we can't explain anything, which is a big reach, because I can see if he would have said, well, the flat earthers just can't explain the 24-hour sun. We can explain that the earth beneath us ain't balling up, and we can explain the 24-hour sun, but the lies that we can't. And he don't want to debate nobody with all of these different explanations. The thing about these globe earthers, I've brought several people on my channel with 24-hour sun flat earth models. I brought Lindsay on here. I've had round tables. I've shared videos about the reflection and all that. And they won't debate them people. They won't get none of these 24-hour sun flat earthers in front of them for a debate. You know what I'm saying? They would get, Witsit up there. But check this out, though. The thing about Witsit, he ain't even dealing with the 24-hour sun in this debate, because I said a smart flat earther would use their time wisely. You got a clock ticking. And see, the globe earth trick is to make you waste your time with deflection instead of going directly to their proof right here, look, and debunking this. They'll act like that don't count. Okay, Sanchez, you debunked the Pythagorean proof that we said we should see with the earth, based on the earth being a sphere. But since you can't debunk the 24-hour sun, not even debunk it, since you can't explain why we have a 24-hour sun, then you wrong. And that goes back to Jeran is throwing his whole mirror experiment out the door just because he saw a 24-hour sun. And if he go back to Monterey Bay and do this same experiment, it'll disprove the spherical geometry that's supposed to support his model. So I just will never get how you can shift like that from that observation. It proves nothing.
That's basically it. You kill my time.
But we gonna let
And time.
Witsit in this
Okay.
shit, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna quit pausing.
Thank you, Jeran, for your rebuttal. And next is Austin. You have 7 minutes as your rebuttal. I'll start the timer when you begin talking.
All right, cool. All right, so to rebut your opener and kind of some of the stuff you said right there, I'm just going to list off kind of what's wrong with these arguments. Okay, so we have, again, like I described actually earlier, we have shifting the burden of proof. That's when you make a positive claim. If someone challenges or denies your positive claim, you then tell them they have to prove it. Meaning, if we challenge or deny your claim that the reason that we see that the sun's up in the sky doing a circle for 24 hours is actually because we're tilted antipodal to someone on the other side of this presupposed globe. That actually the sun is 93 million miles away and there's an empty vacuum between us. And therefore, because all of the stars are at such immense distances that we don't ever see them, and that perspective doesn't actually affect where we see them, even though it moves just as if it would be because of perspective like everywhere else. And then about 5 more presuppositions. And you actually require these presuppositions to claim that geometric position of you on the globe is why you see the sun do that. So you list all of those off and then say, if that's not the case, which most of the people defending the globe, they just expect this to be granted. They very conveniently omit that it requires that many presuppositions to even then affirm the consequent that viewing the sun is that way, right? You have to view all of those, you have to claim all of those presuppositions and reify them, presuppose them, and then affirm the consequent to address the idea that we're doing the same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was if the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the geometric physical horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It is not. So therefore, the earth is not a sphere. That is a falsification of a positive claim, as opposed to affirming the consequent, which is if the earth is a sphere, we'll see the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Therefore, earth is a sphere. That's affirming.
Now, you know they gonna say he lost this debate even though he already mopping the floor with the man. Let's go.
The consequent, making a positive claim, presupposing the actual thing in question, and then just affirm it because of the outcome, like the actual observation itself. Right. So as if to exclude any alternative possibility. This is why it's logically fallacious. Right. And then, of course, like the straw man of like, it could be a dog. No, the position specifically is that we physically, empirically measure the surface. We utilize the surface to actually be a topographical plane. And then I listed off specific reasons why we have to utilize it to be a plane in the first place. And we can talk more about the positive evidence. I want to just specifically rebut these things. So we have shifting the burden of proof.
Jiren is a damn sellout, man.
From the consequence, the whole opening really was like poisoning the well as well, right? Kind of like a hasty generalization, because there certainly are some people that act that way within the idea of flat earth, hasty generalization fallacy to put them all together, then kind of a stereotype fallacy, right, to describe what we all are, right? And then a genetic fallacy, because those people are like that, anything coming from them must not be true. And then, and these fallacies are packed into one, and then you use that to poison.
But I would tell a person in today's world, assume everything ain't true. It'll force you to prove everything for yourself, and that's what God wants you to do.
Poison the well the entire time, right? Which is incredibly.
Turned into exactly what was his name is friggin' MCToon. What he's been all this time. I never thought I'd see the day Jeran turned into MCToon in a horrible, like, ugly ass way. It's crazy.
Man, he's an ugly glober, ain't he?
And there were lots of ad homs in there, and then a lot of people that are not here, and I'm not going to answer for what they did or didn't say. I do also know, like, in good faith, I'll acknowledge that there's obviously a lot of context and history kind of leading up to this debate and what a sad one, Jeran. You did say that you tested it and tried to explain it for 6 months, and then you decided, well, really right when we got back, you started saying that the earth was a globe. It wasn't that you tested it and looked for alternative explanations. Okay. There you go. 6 months before. So, okay. And then begging the question, it's kind of the same thing as from the consequence, just an informal, right? And then it was a lot of kind of an appeal to an emotion, right? It's really kind of irrelevant how these people acted. They all turned on me as well, arguably more. And this is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives. And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe. It's a false dichotomy fallacy. And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually said the opposite for a very long time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity.
And guess what's so shysty about Jeran? Jeran known Witsit for years. He know Witsit ain't never claimed that argument, but he threw the man under the bus and said, all flat earthers teach this, knowing your mans wasn't even teaching that. You know that. Just a liar.
So I will say all of these claimed evidences, they require, I wish I knew the time. All of these claimed evidences, time? Can
you have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very perplexed about, because we have all sat here and we've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're approaching this as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all.
Listen, I see you keep saying that they still business partners in the blunt. That's some good stuff to know. I'm gonna put that in my pocket, but I will say this. When friends break up who in business together, the friendship go before the business. And in some cases, they may even tolerate each other just so they both can feed their families.
I am suspending belief, wiping the board clean, and be like, okay, what can be empirically validated? I'm not going to presuppose things. Again, let's just stick with the 24-hour sun. To say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener. You stated the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just saying that we saw it, therefore we proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not really how it wasn't, or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly work on the alternative. It matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms the consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere, we're going to claim that all the stars in the sky are infinite distances away, so far away that when we move across the surface of the Earth and it looks like they drop down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world. And when we see a plane fly away from us and it goes down, right, and it comes close to us and it goes up, perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle, which is no, actually the sky is the one exception, the stars is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but it isn't because of perspective. And then to make that, so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. This is why they've changed the distance so many times and kept pushing it back. Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume that there is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum. So you could even.
You got a point. He said, this is a money grab debate for their business. Now that's crazy. If they'd end up, squashing all this or some crazy shit.
You can see
1 minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically changing direction. It makes the.
Let me take it back some. I need to quit reading, Phil. He coming with some.
Infinite distances away. So far away that when we move across the surface of the Earth and it looks like they drop down.
Saker said they not business partners no more.
Down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world. And when we see a plane fly away from us and it goes down, right, and it comes close to us and it goes up, perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle, which is no, actually the sky is the one exception, the stars is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but it isn't because of perspective. And then to make that, so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. This is why they've changed the distance so many times and kept pushing it back.
Yeah.
Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume that there is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum, so you could even see
1
them.
minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically changing direction. It makes the perspective look as if it would if we were on a horizontal plane, but it's not perspective. And therefore, we see the sun where it is. And you have to assume the distance, pretty much assume the 93 million miles as well. So that's my main issue with this, is that before we even get to affirming the consequent, we have to, presuppose like 7 or 8 things. And that's kind of my rebuttal. I listed off all the fallacies. I won't listen back. I don't think I have a full enough time, but the big ones of argument from incredulity, an appeal to ignorance. You have shifting the burden of proof. You have begging the question, appeal to pity or emotion, false dilemma, slippery slope, strawman fallacy, affirming the consequent, ad homs, hasty generalizations, reification fallacies. And that's the issue, is that every single one of the arguments I've heard so far have literally been a textbook fallacy. So we can get into specifics going forward.
I think it'd be good.
And time.
Just buffering.
All right. Salutes. That's it for tonight. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, man. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. It's been a long one, but we'll pick up tomorrow. Salutes though to everybody.
Oh yeah, bro. And it gets good, you know, because Jiren kept interrupting them too, and they really keep going in. You know, Witsit kind of explain a lot more. They talk about the spin, curvature. It gets good. So tomorrow's stream should be fire too, you know.
Hell yeah, it's going down, man. We gonna unpack this shit. Shout out to the sister Demi too, popping on.
Sanchez, man. Hey, check it out. Hey, this was a fire
shout
stream.
out to Johnny Cali,
You
man. Hey,
was on
appreciate the love.
Fire. Hey, that was a great build though. Reals drop it now. Drop the mic.
Hey man, I appreciate that, Johnny. It's on tomorrow, man. Y'all gonna get redirected to part 2 after this one. So
keep the series, keep this a series. Yep. Keep the series going.
All the way to the last part for sure. See y'all tomorrow. We out.
See you tomorrow, bro. Peace and power.
Peace and love.